Chapter 1, 18 Female Secretaries. Yingjiangjie, City of Forum, 3rd Avenue. Halton Building covers an area of thousands of square meters, of which there are 28 floors on the ground floor, 5 floors underground, with 340 parking spaces, and 3 helipads on the roof, plus 5 helicopter hangars. This building, which is enough to become a landmark on 3rd Avenue, was bought by a mysterious figure 3 months ago. And many companies in this building have been completely retired by the owner of the building with high liquidated damages. In 3 months, batches of workers came to carry out a closed and progressive renovation of this building. This round of transformation has made these people living in the City of Forum on 3rd Avenue curious. An explorer with one has the ultimate goal of breaking through the hound-like security team and stepping into it to see what it looks like inside. 3 months passed in a flash, and today, this building has finally been renovated. A sunny morning, a convoy of 18 cars drove directly from the seaside villa area of the City of Forums. The first 3 vehicles of this team are the Land Cruiser Land Rover, which is bulletproof. Every Land Rover was full of members. A white man with a cold expression but a bulging waist. After that, it was a vehicle that sold for 78 million meters of gold and had not yet been announced for sale. Thunderstorm. The streamlined body, the ferocious front, and the roar of the motor all illustrate the superiority of this sports car. The driver of this Thunderstorm sports car is an Asian young man who looks like it is only about 10 or 20 years old. That face, which is considered handsome and beautiful in the eyes of the Orientals, seems plain and ordinary in the eyes of these white people. After that, there are 5 extremely high-end commercial vehicles. Each commercial vehicle is equipped with the most advanced satellite connection system and various sophisticated equipment. Within these 5 commercial vehicles, it is not busy. The many female secretaries who stopped, also in accordance with the aesthetic requirements of the Asian young man. These busy female secretaries, without exception, have all kinds of beautiful faces. Most of them are Oriental faces. None of them are net celebrity faces. They are all the purest makeup. If they were placed 10 or 20 years ago, they would be a movie queen who swept the Eastern world. And after these 5 high-end commercial vehicles, the Land Rover is overbearing. It is no different from the 3 overbearing Land Rover vehicles that cleared the road, and all them were indifferent white people with bulging waists. Boom! With a roar of the car motor, the water vehicle directly ignored the traffic light and smashed into the Halton building. And the traffic policeman who patrolled under one side also chose to turn a blind eye at this moment. Time was neither fast nor slow. When the convoy arrived at the Halton building, the white people wearing black suits and wearing sunglasses ran out of the car and began to alert everywhere, whether it was the 3 Land Rover Bulls in front or the 9 Land Rover Bulls in the back. Even the pedestrians passing under the Halton building were discouraged one by one. When these white bodyguards were all rectified, a total of 18 female secretaries who were top-notch in appearance on the commercial car got out of the car and waited respectfully and orderly on one side. "Master, we are here." A refined-looking girl with a beautiful blonde hair, wearing a professional white shirt, a black secretary lady's clothes, and a secretary's short skirt. Her slender legs wrapped in a pair of gleaming black stockings. Above that pair of small feet is a pair of high heels about 10 centimeters high. Stepping on the sound of ticking footsteps, I went directly to Wang Wei's car and opened the door respectfully for Wang Wei. If this person is seen by someone familiar with the Resident Evil series, they will directly exclaim, "Alice, the long-legged beauty in red dress." Well, let's go. Taking off the sunglasses worth tens of thousands of meters of gold on his face, Wang Wei, who left it in the car, walked directly under the Halton building with Alice's company. Accompanied by Wang Wei's movements, the 18 female secretaries in this water, like a beautiful landscape, directly stunned everyone's attention. Enchanting, pure, charming, pleasant. All kinds of styles are available. As Wang Wei entered the building, the white bodyguards surrounding him drove these cars into the garage. The series of bodyguards followed closely behind this female secretary. The formalities are all done. While riding in the president's exclusive elevator, Wang Wai asked the many female secretaries around Yin. Back to the young master. The procedures have been completed. This building was officially renamed the Umbrella Building. The Umbrella Company has also been registered. Various clinical trials and data procedures have been completed. Most of the trademarks have also been registered! Beside Wang Wai, a petite and lovely young woman gently swayed her hair between her eyebrows and responded respectfully to Wang Wai. If there are people of Asian descent here, they will surely exclaim, "Isn't this Wang Yuan?" Well, these things will be handled by you first. While talking, Wang Wai stretched the tie on his neck and took off his black suit directly. I threw it to the many female secretaries behind me. When these female secretaries saw the flying black suits, they scrambled quietly, finally fell into the hands of that brave Alice. Chapter 2, 3 Kinds of Monthly Sign Rewards. You deal with these trivial things first, I'll take a break. While instructing, Wang Wai stepped out of the president elevator and went directly to the president's office area on the 28th floor. Among the 28 floors, most belong to the office area of the president and a small part belong to the office area of these female secretaries. However, the real office area of these 18 female secretaries is on the 27th floor, and the entire 27th floor is Wang Wai's personal female secretary office area. Okay, Master. With a loud response, Wang Waishan seemed to be immune to this situation and walked directly to the sofa. System, open the panel. As Wang Wai's voice fell, a system panel that was exclusively visible to Wang Wai appeared in front of Wang Wai's eyes. Monthly sign system. Host, Wang Wai. Sign-in times, once. Sign-in rewards, a full set of Resident Evil honeycomb base, extracted. Tinkerbell any door, extracted. Power crystal, not extracted. After seeing these things, Wang Wai couldn't help taking a deep breath again in his heart. What other sign-in system is to sign in every day, every week, every month, every quarter, or even every year? There will be a sign-in increase reward. It's good to be here. It's a 1-month visa, just like your salary. After living in this world for a month, I will pay you a salary. When he thinks of this, Wang Wai can't help but want to complain. I'm so lucky to survive in the Marvel world. It's really fortune telling me. Really not deceiving. While thinking about it, Wang Wai began to hesitate whether or not to extract this superpower crystal. After all, the bodyguards around him are all security personnel inside the hive-based honeycomb base, an underground base with a 7-story underground structure. Currently, it has 3 PhDs in biochemical research, 30 biochemical researchers, and 300 research assistants. 200 security teams. Main system, Honeycomb Intelligent Security System. Red Queen. Main character, Alice. That's right, the Alice next to Wang Wai came out of this honeycomb base. As for the beautiful girls, they are the product of a biochemical experiment at this honeycomb base. Any door has been changed to any door within the Marvel Universe, the current degree of any range blue star. A star map is needed to any degree other than the blue star, or the holder has personal experience. Any door is a big killer for Wang Wai, but although this arbitrary door is a big killer, it is also a treasure that cannot be moved. After all, this world is a Marvel world of various spies and counter-spyware, routines and anti-routines. In addition to these people rewarded by the system, who knows if the people around you are FBI or SHIELD, or Hydra, or some unknown Al-Qaeda special? You believe it or not, in the Melanitas in the Marvel Universe, you were still cheering for the justice of the heroes a second ago. Who knows if you will be pulled out from behind by a grenade in the next second and shouting "Long live Hydra." Power crystal. It can open the gene lock in human body and produce power changes. Note, specially consumes power crystal energy, which can only be restored automatically and cannot be supplemented by external factors. After seeing the data of this power crystal, Wang Wai hesitated again and again, but still did not release it. If you release this power crystal, the only place you can store it is your own Bay Villa, which is the surface villa of the hive base. As the saying goes, the rich rely on technology and the poor rely on mutation. Wang Wai also didn't want to simply come to a mutation to obtain abilities, even the rarest time and space abilities. Master, The people from the Empire State Building said they were here for business talks. While Wang Wei was thinking about whether to sign in again, the white bodyguard downstairs directly called the secretarial area on the 27th floor, and the secretary area directly transferred it to Wang Wei again. People from the Empire State Building? Let them come up. Hearing the people from the Empire State Building coming over, Wang Wei frowned slightly. After all, the area where I am now can be regarded as the Manhattan area of the City of Discussion, and the main activity area of the Empire State Building is Queens. It stands to reason that there is no connection between them. The Empire State Building? If I remember correctly, the owner of the Empire State Building should be the underground emperor of the City of Discussion, Jin Bin, but there seems to be no intersection between Jin Bin and I. Although Wang Wei, who was thinking about the pros and cons of the relationship in his head, did not quite understand, he still directly let the people from the Empire State Building in. In other words, it is also the first time Umbrella has opened its doors. Can't we just blast away this first customer? Welcome. I thought you would be an unknown little manager coming from the Empire State Building, but I didn't expect it to be the famous Mr. Wilson Fisk. As soon as he saw that Roshan-like figure came to the president's office area, Wang Wei smiled directly. At the bottom of those eyes is a vague doubt. What is worth the money and come directly in person? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that. I thought that the famous Umbrella Group was a white person, but I didn't expect it to be an Asian person. With a slight smile, this Wilson Fisk directly smiled at Wang Wei and stretched out his big fleshy hand like a fan. Wilson Fisk. Wang Wei. Seeing this big hand, Wang Wei also laughed bravely and stretched out one of his hands directly in front of him. Alice, who was responsible for Wang Wei's security mission, was staring at the man with the target mark on his forehead who was following Wilson Fisk. Chapter 3, Wilson Fisk. Yu Yan, soak in 2 good Longjing glasses. Okay, master. After giving a few words to the button on his table, Wang Wei directly smiled and said to Wilson Fisk with a smile, "Forgive me, the group is newly opened. Many of these things are not well stocked, so only a little tea is here to entertain you." While smiling, Wang Wei leaned on the sofa and looked at Wilson Fisk, who was sitting on the sofa directly opposite him. Ha ha ha, what did Mr. Wang say? This Asian tea, I also like it. After all, there is a saying, drinking tea is health preservation. Yes, it is this sentence, drinking tea is health preservation. While responding to Wang Wei with a smile, Wilson Fisk smiled at Wang Wei kindly and touched his forehead like a simple middle-aged uncle. Please have tea. Moving quickly, Wang Yuan in a pure secretary uniform walked in directly with a few cups of Longjing tea. Very well behaved, put the tea in front of everyone, and later retreated out. I don't know why Mr. Fisk is here to come to my umbrella, or any advice? Wang Wei, who raised his hand for gin and drank tea, gently sipped a sip of Westlake Longjing tea, slowly faced Jin and asked, "There may be questions in this statement. After all, it is not good to be able to kill the company on the day of its new opening." Mr. Wang is polite. Apart from thanking me for coming this time, I still want to discuss a business with Mr. Wang. While talking, the bullseye standing behind Jin Bin took out a contract from the briefcase in his arms and quietly placed it on the table. Thank business? Hearing these 4 words, Wang Wei couldn't help but raise his brows slightly. What does it mean? Although my own umbrella company has been in this world for more than 3 months, I have nothing to do with this gold. Ha 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 ha, Mr. Wang is really an honorable person who has forgotten things. Perhaps for Mr. Wang, the previous selection of clinical trial personnel was just a demonstration of your strength. But for me, it was a life-saving grace. If it weren't for this clinical trial of yours, my love might really be far away from me. With this, Wilson Fisk's eyes flashed with a trace of luck. If it were not for choosing this clinical trial, then my beloved Vanessa might really have to return to the embrace of God. That's really God bless. Although I don't understand that the medical clinical trial that Wilson said is the specific clinical trial, since this has always been Evil Minds, and the brutal lunatic Wilson came to thank you. Then I can't be guilty of following such a city of discussion. The biggest rat in the underground is brooding. How about Wilson's crimes? What is it about yourself? In this Marvel world, there is no absolute justice or absolute evil. Although the Prestige is evil, he has committed enough crimes to be executed hundreds of times. But so what? If Wilson can bring benefits to himself, Wang Wei doesn't mind cooperating with Wilson. After all, the biochemical experiments in the honeycomb base need real original experimental subjects, not those biochemical people. Population trading? Hee. Wang Wei doesn't mind having a dirty deal with Wilson. God bless Humphrey. Mentioning the words God bless, a trace of disdain flashed through Wilson's eyes. If God really exists, Wilson would not mind squeezing God's head. I have prayed to you so many times, but you have not been able to save the life of my dear Vanessa. What use do you want? Well, this can be regarded as a meeting between destinies. I am afraid that without this medical clinical trial, then you and I would not sit here so peacefully and discuss things. Talk about it, dear Mr. Fisk. What business are you going to talk to me? Wang Wei directly ignored the kindness that Wilson showed. Wilson's kindness is not so easy to get. Now that I got it, it is definitely not that simple to return. If Wang Wei remembers correctly, in the comics, Wilson is the cruel man who killed his wife. But now looking at Wilson's soft expression missing his wife, Wang Wei knew that this Wilson was definitely not the one in the comics. As far as I know, Mr. Wang, your Umbrella group can be regarded as a medical group. Then, Mr. Wang, do you know? You are digging the corners of the parliamentarians. You are digging their graves. Without any words to cover up, Wilson spoke to Wang Wei directly and seriously. Dig the foot of the wall? Dig the grave? Ha 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 ha. Interesting, really interesting. After hearing these few words, Wang Wei couldn't help but burst into laughter. You should know what makes the most money in the world: arms, drugs, and smuggling. These are the three secretly. The obvious ones are education, officials, and medical care. And, in the City of Parliament, many congressmen are involved in the medical industry. The 5 drugs you have developed can save many people's lives and earn a fortune. But when they lose profits and don't share any money, they will attack you fiercely, and then take away your company, research institute, and everything. Greedy has become the most typical pronoun in their eyes. Unless your group can grow into a giant like Stark Industries. Speaking of this, Wilson did not go on. Before coming, Wilson made a survey of Umbrella. Chapter 4, Want to divide the cake? 3 months ago, Umbrella, who was just a small research institute in obscurity, directly opened the road to dominance in this medical industry overnight. Along the way, I kept publishing medical papers over and over again, and came up with a special medicine to deal with current cancer or death. The emergence of this rhythm has directly caused a series of blood collapses in the cancer system and the death symptom system of the medical industry around the world. This is also the premise that Wang Jingjing chose to announce that only 5 special medicines can be researched and produced for the time being. If it weren't for this, the countless medical industries would definitely tear Umbrella to pieces. Coupled with this fate, Umbrella's clinical trial directly saved her dear Vanessa. Wilson felt that he had to help this young Asian guy. So, I don't know how my dear Mr. Fisk is going to cooperate. Without saying a word, Wang Wei, who sat there quietly thinking for 10 minutes, slowly raised the Westlake Longjing in his hand to Prestige, and took a sip. The Yingjiang family is a stage for capitalists, and it is also the grave of capitalists. One carelessness will directly hit you into a place where no one can recover. All of Wilson's remarks are showing a result, that is, the cake is divided. Only by dividing the cake of these 5 special medicines can we be able to control the angry and greedy councillors, and can control the nursing homes and numerous medical companies that want to tear the Umbrella company alive. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. This is the most realistic place in Marvel World's Yingjiangjia. Capitalists always recognize money but not people. As long as you have money, you can choose a dog from Yingjiang's house to be president. Wang Wei has pride and arrogance in his heart, and he also has a backbone that belongs to the Eastern Kingdom. Wang Wei did not know what Wilson was thinking, But Wang Wei is absolutely clear that the capitalists behind Wilson are trying to carve up all the power in Wang Wei's hands, and the division is clean, and a series of debts are dumped on Wang Wei. This is the most serious situation Wang Wei currently thinks of. However, my Wang Wei's things are not so easy to take. Deeply know that in the face of insufficient strength, do not choose to fight with capitalists who are like predators. Wang Wei chose to lurch, being a poisonous snake capable of killing one blow. Monthly visa system. Each monthly visa represents a profit. Today, you capitalists have embezzled me, and I will let you return it 100 times, 1,000 times. In the future the cake is divided. I am here this time just as a middleman. That's what they mean. You can see for yourself. Hearing Wang Wei's willingness to negotiate, Wilson sighed inwardly. After all, both Vanessa and Richard have a natural affection for Wang Wei and Briera. Thanks to this kind of gift, Wilson also had a little favorability in his heart. Puff ha ha ha. Mr. Fisk, do you think this is bullying me for failing to understand the contract? Or do you feel that I am a mentally retarded? 37 pharmaceutical companies, nursing homes, and medical research societies share 70% of the shares directly. The sales channels of umbrella drugs will be split among these people. No additional sales channels are allowed besides this. These 37 institutions also require umbrella to share certain research materials, and they will also share their research materials. Ha. What's this? I'm going to send researchers into Umbrella's Research Institute for Drug Participation Research. What do you want to do? And this, the establishment of the Umbrella Meeting Decision-Making Shareholder Meeting? Is this going to take me above it? With a sneer on his face, Wang Wei directly threw the contract agreement on the table. An angry expression was vividly displayed in front of Wilson's eyes. Then I don't know what type of contract Mr. Wang expects. Silent, watching Wang Wei, who had been angry and violent for a while, gradually calmed down. Wilson slowly squeezed the cigar in his hand and asked gently, "What is my contract method?" "Hey, I think it's better to sign a contract with Wilson, instead of signing a contract with these hyena-like guys. What do you think, Mr. Wilson Fisk?" A gleam of brilliant Wang Wei's eyes flashed directly into a wicked smile. With this smile, Wilson was taken aback. "Interesting, you are interesting." Ha. There was also a glimmer of Wilson in his eyes and laughed directly. "Shared split? I can tell you very clearly, Mr. Wilson. Umbrella Group, is absolutely impossible to split shares. As for thinking about sniping my umbrella company after listing, don't even think about it." While speaking, Wang Wei said to Wilson word by word while tapping on the table, "Do you know that your behavior can easily provoke those greedy hyenas?" Seeing this person with the Eastern Kingdom is as shrewd and cautious, Wilson could not help sighing slightly in his heart. As the saying goes, being strong is clear, but too strong and easy to break. This kind of hard character is really difficult in this capitalist's cannibal yin-yang family. Prompt. Ha. So Mr. Wilson, do you know why an Asian person in our country can control this kind of company, and can all 5 kinds of special drugs be released? Is there any other special medicine in my hand? Do you dare to bet? Another thing, behind me is a powerful force. This force is so powerful that it is desperate. Peas, nothing to say, you guys are so awesome, and Sister Kaifeng can't help but turn on burst mode. This book, I have written it. Chapter 5, your pictures are more than that. Peas, the end of Chapter 4 has been revised. Please come back to refresh and watch again. If you have any questions, please point out in the book review section. Speaking of 3 points, Wang Wei, who left 7 points, didn't say what kind of force was standing behind him, nor did he make it clear what kind of person was behind him. It's easy for Wang Wei to use tiger skins as a banner. Asian Oriental country? While knocking on the table, Wilson slowly began to think. When Wilson was talking about Asians, he couldn't help thinking of such a country. A pivotal country in the world. Can we talk about something else? With a smile on his mouth, Wang Wei did not express his denial, nor did he express his acknowledgement. It was such a default attitude that made Wilson's palms slowly burst into cold sweat. If the Eastern Kingdom really stands behind Umbrella, then this piece of fat is a piece of fat coated with poison. Seeing Wang Wei's mysterious smile, Wilson nodded slightly, twitching at the corner of Wang Wei's mouth, and smiled. Very good. First of all, it is impossible to divide shares. Umbrella will not be listed. However, we can discuss about the sales quota. How about I give you 30% of the sales quota, with the victory in the confrontation? Wang Wei pondered for a while, and directly asked Wilson directly. Umbrella is an emerging company. After all, even if it wants to occupy all sales channels, it can only produce one result, that is, there is no place to sell. Umbrella's foothold in Yingjiang's home is too short. There is no sales channel belonging to an Umbrella at all. At this time, Wang Wei needed to borrow Wilson's hands to sell the goods in his hands. After all, there is no reason for hostility between Umbrella and Wilson. No, this will cost 40%. Hearing that there was only 30% of the sales quota, Wilson shook his head slightly. After all, within this sales quota, Wilson also has to take a part to feed those greedy hyenas. I give you a 50% sales quota, 20% of which is yours. How? As for the sharing of research materials? Tell these guys that if you want to share research materials, you must show your sincerity, otherwise I don't mind throwing them into the sewer to feed mice. While talking, a ray of cunning fox-like light appeared directly at the bottom of Wang Wei's eyes. What you are doing is definitely not asking me to send these hyenas for you. Without responding to Wang Wei, Jin Bin's eyes flashed like a fox at the bottom of his eyes. One big and one small, two cunning foxes just sat on the sofa facing each other, looking at each other face to face. I have a lot of pictures. On the surface, on the secret, as long as I can make money and be useful, I am plotting. But Mr. Fisk, you should have heard a word from the Eastern country. Friends are here, there are food, good wine. The jackal is here, and only shotguns are greeted. The corners of his mouth were curved, and Wang Wei explained to Wilson with a chuckle. Ha 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 ha, it depends on the power of your shotgun to kill the jackal. Your distribution method, I agree. I am also very satisfied. This is my private number. If you encounter any gangsters, you can find me. With that said, Wilson took out a business card directly from his arms. The whole body is sprayed with gold powder, and there are only a few English letters of Wilson Fisk and a series of numbers on it. Okay, this is my private number. If you have anything, you are welcome to call. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Wang Wei directly took out a black gold business card embellished by broken diamonds from his body. The same above has only one name and one contact information. Wang Wei and contact number. I'm leaving. Mr. Wang. Next time I have a chance, I can come to my Empire State Building to taste some wine. While talking, Wilson waved at Wang Wei and left the president's office directly. Well, I still have a lot of good tea for Umbrella. I'm always waiting. When the Wilson was given away, Wang Wei's smiling face went cold at this moment. My Wang Wei's things are not so easy to take. I have eaten it now, and I will spit it out 100 times in the future. Yu Yan, arrange the things I discussed with Wilson. My Umbrella Company's fat is not so delicious. With a sneer at the corner of his mouth, Wang Wei coldly gave orders to the biochemical man Wang Yuan not far behind him. Yes, Master. As one of the first and only one of the 18 biochemicals included in the system gift, Wang Yuan, who is the first batch of hive bases, is extremely respectful to Wang Weina. Alice, how do you feel about him? Wang Wei, who returned to his office, directly asked Alice, who was like a bodyguard behind him, quietly. It's very strong, but I'm 70% sure to kill it. After thinking about it a little bit, the man with the target mark on his face, Alice Burnett, I thought for a moment, and said seriously to Wang Wei with a firm and sure expression. Then, what about Wilson? Wang Wei didn't care too much about the bullseye with the target on his face. In other words, the bullseye is equivalent to the little boss in Novice Village. It is not worthy of Wang Wei's care. Very strong. Now I can only try to take it away before I die. Alice, who was standing behind Wang Wei, was silent for a while and then said seriously to Wang Wei, "If she really wants to fight with Wilson, Alice will try to take Wilson away after she has exhausted all her strength." Although the whole body looked like a pile of fat, Alice could clearly perceive what kind of power is under this body. Please, thank you, Zikan Gongyu, for your monthly pass support. Thank you, Meng Xinye, for your rewarding support. Chapter 6, Hulk. Have you started playing? As if there is a fierce hungry beast lurking in Jinbin's body. Is it? Sitting on the sofa, Wang Wei stared at the high-rise building outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, wondering what he was thinking in his heart. How does it feel? Jin returned to the exclusive car and closed his eyes and thought for a while, then opened his eyes and asked the bullseye. At this moment, Wilson no longer has that kind face, and some are just the calm look of the underground emperor of the city of Alta. Very strong. But I am sure to kill it. Lester, the bullseye on the co-pilot, was silent for a while, and seriously responded to Wilson. Mutant or mutant? For this reply from the bullseye, Wilson did not show any dissatisfaction. It feels like a mutant. After thinking about it a little bit, Lester talked about his own guess at the bullseye. Really? Let's go. With a slight smile on his mouth, Wilson directly leaned on the back of the driver. Mutant Umbrella Company is really interesting. The ordered bullseye directly caused the team to drive directly in the direction of Queen's Shield, inside the Trident headquarters building. I get it. Hard work. At this time, a man in a white suit who was responsible for the task of monitoring the transcription of the report nodded directly to the situation on the phone. While nodding, write on a paper on this side. After a while, looking at the surveillance mission information that was marked as A-level, the white man in a suit did not hesitate at all. I took such a folder and walked to the office of a 9th-level agent on this floor! Come in. Coulson, who was bowing his head to handle the case, responded directly to the knock on the door. Sir, this is the surveillance situation you want. A little accident occurred. While talking, the white man in a suit put the document in his hand directly on the desk and walked out. After a while, after processing the file at hand, Coulson opened it directly and watched it. Why does Umbrella have anything to do with Wilson? Is this being targeted? Seeing the news that Wilson went in Umbrella, Coulson was slightly confused. For Umbrella, Coulson also conducted a survey. After all, companies that can develop 5 specific drugs that can block or even treat cancer to death cannot help SHIELD pay attention to them. After all, this is an ability that can benefit the world. For those organizations that have a certain degree of harm to the world, Umbrella has a great sense of affinity. A company like this deserves to be protected secretly. Hey, I hope this underground emperor will not make some headaches. Thinking like this, Coulson stood up and walked directly towards Nick Fury's office. After all, this Umbrella Company was personally ordered by Nick Fury to monitor it. Sir, the little mouse in the ground may have made some small actions towards Umbrella Company. While talking, Coulson passed the information in his hands to Nick Fury, who was anxious about the disappearance of Mr. Tony, the oldest son of the Stark Group. Umbrella? This seems to be the pharmaceutical company we talked about before. With a slightly raised brow, Nick Fury, who glanced at Coulson directly, opened the surveillance report to quickly browse it. This Umbrella Company, go and contact. If necessary, you can warn that underground rat. By the way, call in Natasha and Button. By the way. After thinking about it a little bit, Nick Fury directly cancelled Button's vacation. Take a vacation, take a hammer. Tony Stark is missing and on vacation. Come back and work hard. Okay, sir. When he heard that he didn't need to go to the Middle East to enjoy the baptism of the sandstorm, Coulson couldn't help but breathed a little. After all, this Coulson left here quickly. It is one thing to contact the Umbrella Company, the other code is to warn some organizations with ulterior motives. Umbrella, they were covered by SHIELD, a company that can produce and manufacture 5 special medicines for cancer and death. Even the World Council will choose to cover it. What's more, they are a special institution affiliated to the World Security Council. Members, really a group of greedy hyenas. Sitting on a sofa, Wang Wei looked at the blue sky and white clouds outside the window. and couldn't help muttering to himself. But if these congressmen can handle it, then in the Eagle Source family, it is almost as if they have the final say. Wang Wei, who was thinking slightly in his eyes, began to hold the members of the Eagle Soy house in his own hands. Hyenas that cannot be used by themselves are not good hunting dogs. Master, there is a situation. While Wang Wei was thinking about it, Alice, who was standing quietly in one corner, suddenly stood on guard. What's wrong, Alice? Hearing what Alice said, Wang Wei also recovered from his thinking world. But when he got back to his senses, Wang Wei directly and clearly saw that a few armed helicopters were floating in the sky over a street not far away from him. It looked like a scene from a certain movie. The following. Standing next to Wang Wei, Alice slowly pointed to a green humanoid monster running on the street below. This humanoid monster could not be seen clearly in the eyes of ordinary people above the 28-story building, but it was clearly visible in Alice's eyes. This is Hulk. Picking up the telescope on one side and looking at the group of humanoid monsters not far from this street, Wang Wei's mouth couldn't help but mutter to himself. Is this the beginning of the plot? Flowers, tickets, rewards, comments, all seem to be there. What to do? Brother Bixin. Chapter 7, Get a Hulk blood gene sample. Under Wang Wei's telescope, this Hulk fled like a mad dog in the street. Not far from Hulk, there are several armies who are chasing and intercepting Hulk, and even some main battle tanks are used. TSK, Hulk is worthy of being the brash man in the Marvel world. While watching Hulk hit the tank with his fist, Wang Wei slapped his lips. This feeling is like a big friend dismantling a toy. But it was time for Hulk to dismantle, and a red figure landed directly from the armed helicopter high in the sky. After reaching the ground, he turned into a pair of red monsters and fought against Hulk. Alice, can you get a blood sample from both of them? While watching the battle situation below, Wang Wei asked Alice beside him. The distance is too far. Something difficult. Hearing Wang Wei's question, Alice shook her head slightly. She is too far away from those two monsters. If it is within hundreds of meters, it is still possible, but this is close to a kilometer distance. Can't do it. Alice's motivation to read has not broken the limit of distance. Then it's close to get it. With a gleam of color in his eyes, Wang Wei couldn't help but add his slightly dry lips. Hulk's blood sample and genes. And the blood sample that hates it, and the gene. These two things are extremely attractive to Wang Wei, although it may be difficult to replicate a Hulk. But what about the hatred of defective products? In Resident Evil, there was such a biochemical product as Tyrant. Whether the Tyrant can deal with the Hulk Wang Wei is unclear. After all, the Hulk has no upper limit. Disgusting. Tyrants can't play single on one, then play a group. No, I will form a Tyrant army based on the blood samples of the Hulk gene. Nanas. When he thought of a group of frenzied and reckless guys, Wang Wei couldn't help but get excited. But, Master, your safety. As Wang Wei's personal guard, from beginning to end, Alice hesitated about Wang Wei's personal safety first. If you leave, what should you do for the safety of the young master? Don't panic. I'll go with you. Shaking his head slightly, Wang Wei directly chose to go together. No. Upon hearing that Wang Wei was about to step into that dangerous area, Alice refused very decisively. That's it. While talking, Wang Wei grabbed the suit on one side and rushed directly downstairs. Seeing Wang Wei's firm demeanor, Alice, who is a personal guard, can only breathe helplessly. Everyone prepares and protects the young master closely. Yes. In the headset, helpless Alice could only give orders to the security team that followed. Even if all of them died in battle, Wang Wei can't show any damage either. Quick, quick. Machine gun erection. Quick, fast speed. Howitzer ready, RPG ready. In this small alley on 3rd Avenue, a dozen soldiers directly began to rush orders. There is only one mission on their trip, and that is to stop the angry Hulk. Catch it back. Hulk. Near a house on 3rd Street, Hulk is like an angry evil spirit. He was very violently smashed against the hatred that fell to the ground. The hatred that was beaten down on the ground has no room for reversal. Inferior products, after all, are inferior products, unable to face the Hulk in rage. But even though it was a defective product, it also brought some damage to Hulk. Quick, quick. Seeing that there is no such thing as a Hulk blood sample. And here, this is an abominable piece of flesh and blood. In another house, looking through the window at the dusty, rubble-ridden Hulk battlefield, Wang Wei's eyes glowed with excitement. Now the research on biochemistry in the hive has reached a bottleneck. As long as you have the blood genetic samples of these two brazens, Wang Wei has the hope of creating a tyrant army. Thinking of the augmented tyrant legion, Wang Wei couldn't help but exude a smile. Tyrant. I really don't know what kind of combat effectiveness the tyrant after this increase has. Okay, Master. Slightly responded. There was a faint blue luster in Alice's eyes. This glass directly transferred the Hulk blood samples and the abominable flesh and blood fragments not far away, directly and quietly to Wang Wei's side through the dusty battlefield. After all, there are several armed helicopters watching over the battle between these two guys. Hurry up, put it in. When I saw the two blood samples wrapped by the power of reading in front of me, the digital security guard who followed Wang Wei directly took out a cold storage box and put it in it. Let's go. Without hesitation, Wang Wei left this slightly dangerous zone directly under the protection of Alice. After all, once Hulk goes mad, no one can stop it. Who knows if Hulk will hit himself after the battle. Just after Wang Wei stepped into the Umbrella Company building with his front foot, Hulk fled here with his back foot, and those soldiers who belonged to the military began to sweep the battlefield. Master, there is an agent who claims to be the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Security Bureau to ask you to meet. When I just returned to the office, I didn't have time to see the Hulk running so fast. Wang Yuan walked in directly and reported respectfully to Wang Wei. National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau? What is this SHIELD guy doing here? With a hint of doubt in his eyes, Wang Wei nodded and chose to let this shield person in. Whether it is an enemy or a friend, it is not clear yet. Let them in. Chapter 8. 5 Streams. Association. Second change, seeking flowers ticket, meeting for the first time. I am Agent Coulson of the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. With a refined suit and a kind smile, Coulson walked up to Wang Wei naturally and stretched out one of his hands. Chairman of Umbrella Company. Wang Wei. With a slight frown, Wang Wei also showed a kind smile and stretched out one of his hands. I don't know. Why did Agent Coulson come here? I think, Umbrella Company, I have nothing against the law, right? Sitting on the sofa, Wang Wei, who took a sip of Longjing tea, was immediately puzzled. Ha ha ha, Mr. Wang is really a joke. I am not here because Umbrella has violated any relevant laws. The same, if it is a minor problem, my National Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Security Bureau can still help you, Mr. Wang. After a little stunned, Coulson couldn't help showing a kind smile and explained it to Wang Wei seriously. He came this time, not for investigation, arrest or anything. Oh? I wonder what problem Agent Coulson can help me with. I heard Coulson said that SHIELD can help me solve the problem. Although Wang Wei showed a smile on the surface, but deep in my heart, I was deeply guarded. SHIELD. How many people can really count as SHIELD? Tell a joke. The world's largest and the most powerful organization aims to capture the largest and most evil force, Hydra. However, in this SHIELD, there are as many as 5 or 60% of the people who are lurking undercover Hydra. What's more, the former director of SHIELD is the largest undercover head of Hydra lurking inside SHIELD. Wang Wei said that he couldn't play this kind of exciting thing. For example, a certain underground mouse, or something. Who knows? As long as Umbrella does not touch the Eagle Soy family's laws, I don't think anyone would want a company like Umbrella that can save the world. Fall down. Shrugging slightly, Coulson comfortably told Wang Wei his purpose of coming here. Ha 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 ha. Underground mouse? Did Agent Coulson get it wrong? I don't have any underground rats here, even if there are. It is also a group of hyenas trying to carve up my umbrella. May I ask Agent Coulson, you guys hit the dog? Wang Wei, who had a laugh, asked without hesitation. Do you hit dogs? Coulson was silent. Hit the dog? Coulson knew exactly what this dog was referring to. Members of the Yingjiang family. For these greedy parliamentarians, Coulson has no good feelings in his heart. Similarly, SHIELD is a special institution directly under the jurisdiction of the 5 gangster associations outside of the Yingjiang family. This dog is really hard to fight. Thinking of this, Coulson had a slight toothache. Don't mind. There are some hyenas. I still look down on it. But I think Coulson is here not just to catch mice. Slightly waved his hand. Wang Wei directly signaled Coulson not to think about it anymore. Mr. Wang is right. I have 2 tasks here. One is to invite your umbrella people to participate in a medical study. The other is to give us some sales quotas. While talking, Coulson told Wang Wei his plans. Hearing Coulson's remarks, Wang Wei was silent. Is Umbrella's reputation strong? Loud. In just 2 months, Umbrella has gained a certain reputation all over the world. But the same Umbrella doesn't have much reputation. Just because Umbrella is researching some cancer-causing drugs, the reputation of the world-famous Stark Group is not half a quarter. Its grandpa and grandchildren. Because of this, Wang Wei became silent. Umbrella, in terms of ability, is just a small pharmaceutical research and production company. What is it worthwhile for the senior agents of this largest violent agency to come in person? On potential? In the Marvel world of various black technology groups, Umbrella counts as a ball, I think, with my Umbrella company's reputation, ability, and potential. Doesn't it count for you? So, I am puzzled. My Umbrella company, what is worthy of your attention? Without responding to Coulson's words, Wang Wei, who was leaning on the sofa, asked Coulson directly. The attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. is not a good thing, at least before he has enough strength. 2 reasons. 1, because you are clean. 2, because of the instructions above. After a pause, Coulson directly told Wang Wei what he could reveal. The order above. Wang Wei, who was chanting these words in his mouth, began to think, is the above command really inside S.H.I.E.L.D., or the immediate boss of SHIELD? The 5 rogue associations? Since Agent Coulson has this sincerity, if I don't accept it, then I am not flattering. I don't know what the medical item Coulson said. What is the sales quota required? Wang Wei, who had thrown this thought behind his head, smiled directly at Coulson. What about the top inside SHIELD? What about the top 5 rogue associations of S.H.I.E.L.D.? There is always a solution to a problem. Whether you are a Hydra or a dog's claw, I will chop off the other one, and I will cook the 2 together. Don't make me make money by mistake. This is the medical project I am talking about. But it is from the eastern country, from the rabbit side. In addition, this sales quota is not for me, but for the people above. All over the world, each of them will take away part of the sales quota. Correspondingly, they will support you in all aspects. Chapter 9. I am so swollen. 3 shifts, seeking flowers tickets. While talking, Coulson took out the 2 files in his hand. After hearing the string of words spoken by Coulson, I looked at the contract method on these documents. Wang Wei directly gave a smile that could not be covered. Rich. Too rich. Loose conditions and attractive support. This feeling. Wang Wei is very swollen. Behind Lao Tzu stood 5 gangsters. I'll sign this contract. In addition, in the Eastern Kingdom, I will send my best medical doctor here on the rabbit side. Finally, thank those leaders above you for me. I really love them so much. While talking, Wang Wei stood up and gave Coulson a big hug. Nanas. The front foot has just been threatened by the members of the Eagle Soup family who are like hyenas. There are people from the 5 big gangster associations to back it up. I am very swollen. Although I don't know what the purpose of these 5 gangster associations is to support, but no one can stop my expansion. Be a big banner. Give me time, I can even turn the purple sweet potato essence. Mr. Wang can like it. Seeing that Wang Wei was very satisfied with these 2 contracts, Coulson couldn't help but nodded slightly. After all, it is not S.H.I.E.L.D. that really values Umbrella, but the master of S.H.I.E.L.D., the 5 rogue associations. Because of this, Coulson chose to come in person. Then I will leave. Welcome to come often, Mr. Coulson. With a kind smile, Wang Wei directly sent Coulson farewell out of the umbrella building. Coulson is not important. What is important is the power represented behind Coulson. This is Nima's big head. Wang Wei, who returned to the office, directly summoned all his 18 female secretaries. Don't worry about it. Now I'll give you a task. Bring me umbrella pharmaceuticals to all over the world. A bit of Wang Wei flashed in his eyes and directly ordered the 18 female secretaries. But, Master, if we want to spread all over the world, it will take us at least half a year. Among these, many countries need us to establish relationships. Although she didn't want to refute Wang Wei, Wang Yuan still stood up weakly and said the plan conceived by the female secretaries before. It's enough for us to have this. The priority is to start with these 5 countries. Then, follow the distance and start to build a global plan. Shaking his head slightly, Wang Wei directly took out the contract of the 5 big rogue associations. Global plan. This is a plan that Wang Wei envisioned with female secretaries before. Establish a plan similar to KFC stores on a global scale. Understood, Master. We will open umbrella all over the world as quickly as possible. Wang Yuan, who saw the general content of this contract, responded seriously to Wang Wei. In this look, there is a high spirit of fighting. Well, these are for you. Speaking of, Wang Wei returned directly to his beach villa with a blood sample under the protection of Alice. Welcome back, boss. Just returning to this villa, a group of virtual images unfolded directly in front of Wang Wei's eyes. A playful and cute blonde little Lily stood in front of Wang Wei sweetly. This little blonde Lily is no one else. It is the Red Queen of the super security system inside the honeycomb base projected over. I'm back. Queen of Red, open the gate of the underground base. Okay, boss. As the Red Queen's words fell, the fireplace on the side of this villa opened directly and slowly. A bright underground passage appeared in front of Wang Wei. Alice, who was carrying the refrigerated box in her hand, followed Wang Wei and quietly got on the underground maglev train. High speed. In about half a minute, Wang Wei and others went directly to the real honeycomb base under the sea. In the first half of the base under this bright ground, there are heavily guarded Red Queen automatic control armed systems, and security personnel on patrol. Coming to the second half of the hive, Wang Wei directly grabbed a set of protective clothing. Carrying such a box of refrigerated boxes into the laboratory. Although Wang Wei's previous life can be regarded as a scumbag. However, after obtaining the hive base of Resident Evil, Wang Wei's head was also filled with a lot of biochemical knowledge. Wang Wei has always believed in the saying that knowledge is power. A pair of unbearable hands made Wang Wei want to study the Hulk and his hatred blood gene samples. Hope, don't let me down. Under the protective mask, Wang Wei's eyes revealed a crazy look like a scientist. Gamma rays. Wang Wei can't get it out now, but copying and studying genetic samples are more than enough. The Tyrant Legion, Wang Wei, is set. While Wang Wei was studying the Hulk's blood sample, Natasha and Barton also came to this chaotic Middle East one after another. A mission to rescue Tony Stark began. At the same time, General Ross also began to hunt down the escaped Hulk. Time flies. Similarly, time flies slowly. Just 10 days. It was a torture for Tony. Alive, I want to live. I want to go back alive. I am Stark. I am Tony Stark. Looking at the dead companion beside him, a touch of sadness appeared in Tony's eyes. Grief can't stop Tony's pace of action. The Mark I battle armor built by Tony himself began to walk out of this cave. Here. He is here. Chapter 10, Invitation to the Prom. 4 changes, seeking flowers tickets, outside the cave. The gangsters who had already panicked were shooting wildly at Tony, who was wearing a silver-white bloated armor, holding the AK rifle in their hands. Da. The gunshots continued, and the bullets were flying wildly. Go to death, scumbags. There was anger and sadness in his eyes, and Tony Stark directly started the charging mode. Under the protection of this whole-body armor, Tony launched a one-sided massacre of these Middle Eastern bandits. There is too much anger in Tony's heart. Why do the missiles that are explicitly forbidden in the Stark group appear here? Why was he kidnapped in this Middle East? There are so many reasons why can't stop Tony's anger. A battle ahead? Go. Natasha and Button, who had just tracked down Tony's location, drove over quickly. When the two arrived, what was left for them was a corpse in one place, and the silver-white mecha that was stained with bright red blood under the sun. Is it you? After seeing Natasha's figure, Tony's tight body and mind was finally relieved. Time soon. 3 days later, Tony held a global press conference in Stark. I announced that Stark Industries, from now on, will close the arms manufacturing department. Thinking back to the doctor who died in front of him, the doctor who was nostalgic and chanting about his wife and daughter, Stark's eyes once again had a touch of sadness. After saying this, Tony left behind the shocking journalists. For these reporters, the closure of the arms manufacturing department of Stark Industries is no less than a severance. After Stark Industries closed its arms manufacturing department, Wang Yuan also started the global umbrella company construction task with a group of secretaries. First of all, start with the sale of drugs. 1 month later. Sir, you are about to reach an altitude of 12,000 feet. Tony Stark, wearing the Mark III series, was flying towards the sky at this moment. Mr. Beep. Suddenly, the direct connection of Jarvis's voice in Stark's ear was interrupted. Jarvis, are you okay? Tony, with an ominous premonition in his heart, suddenly felt his whole body stiff. Combustion promotion system, stop pushing. Boom! Exclamation mark. Like a meteorite in the sky, Tony fell directly from the air to the ground. Jarvis. Panicked. Tony panicked completely. At this moment, Tony couldn't see the situation outside the mecha at all, and didn't know where he fell. Specimen. Lack of experimental specimens. It seems that we need to do business with Wilson. Wang Wai, who had left the underground base of the hive, couldn't help but start muttering. It can be said that the internal experimental specimens of this honeycomb base have almost been used up by the 3 biochemical doctors. Nanas, I don't even know how many specimens they left for me. Alice, who followed closely behind Wang Wai, suddenly raised her head and looked into the sky. Master, something has fallen down. Looking at the falling object that was becoming more and more obvious, Alice's eyes began to flicker with a faint blue sheen. This is Mark's battle armor. When the falling object appeared in the air, Wang Wai settled down and became a little uncertain. Mark battle armor, or is it this falling situation? This seems to be the plot in Iron Man 1. Alice, use this armor. Seeing this getting closer and closer, the distance of 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters, and 300 meters is getting closer and closer. And it was his own house that fell. A smear of sweat appeared directly on Wang Wai's forehead. You can't fly, right? Sir, we seem to be caught by a force. After a distance of tens of meters from the ground, Jarvis directly restored the connection to the system. After scanning the surroundings, the scanning system respectfully reported to Tony. Well, let's go down first. It seems that our neighbor is not that easy to talk. Knowing that the place where he fell was above his neighbor's villa, Tony told Jarvis to get up. Okay, sir. Hello, this is Tony. I think you should know me. Tony landed in Wang Wai's villa, took off the mecha mask on his face and spoke to Wang Wai with a smile on his own. The famous playboy, the philanthropist in the city of Forum, or the chairman of Stark Industries, Tony Stark. How can you not know such a celebrity? Wang Wai, who shook his head slightly, said with a slight smile to Tony in front of him. After all, this is Tony, who can be compared to a god with a mortal body. But what Wang Wai is curious about is that Tony's wisdom is really only those Mark series mecha products. Sir, this person's name is Wang Wai and he is the chairman of Umbrella Group. He is also one of the hot spots in the world. This person has a lot of research on medical. In just 2 sentences, Jarvis has investigated all the information that Wang Wai can investigate. Chairman of Umbrella Group, medical research. Thinking of this, Tony's lips wriggled slightly. Tony knows what his body is like better than anyone else. It's not my style to cause trouble to my dear neighbor. but I still have something to deal with. You have seen it. I want to repair this thing. However, I can invite you to join me. A dance party 3 days later. While talking, Tony made a promise to Wang Wai to invite a dance party. Okay, then I am waiting for your dance party. Chapter 11, Red Police Gong Yui Base Car, 5 Watch, Request for Flower Ticket. Wang Wai, with a slight smile on his lips, didn't stop Tony from leaving. Alice, you can contact Mr. Wilson and say that we need some piglets, experimental. The price is good, but I want clean piglets. Seeing Tony's departure, Wang Wai, who was thinking about contacting Wilson himself, directly dispelled this idea. When the Mark Mesh officially appeared, the various blasting events in Marvel were not far away. It's time to try your luck yourself. Okay, Master. Nodding slightly, Alice went straight to the side and began to contact Wilson. System, start signing in. Look at the remaining 2 check-ins on your panel. A smile was raised at the corner of Wang Wai's mouth. Fortunately, this month's signing system is a little bit human, and I can accumulate the number of sign-ins. Otherwise, Wang Wai might really have a headache. Ding, sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the full version of the star map of the entire galaxy. Do you want to extract it? Ding, the sign-in was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Red Police Gong Yui base vehicle. Would you like to retrieve it? Boom. After seeing these 2 checked items, Wang Wai couldn't sit still anymore. The full version of the star map of the Milky Way, the Red Police Gong Yui base vehicle. Is this luck? With this thought, Wang Wai directly took out the all-universe version of any door. The all-universe version of any door allows me to walk in various places. This complete version of the galaxy style map allows me to find any planet in the galaxy. The Red Police Glow Base Car, Power Crystal. This is what allows me to build a transcendent force. When all these things appeared, Wang Wai knew that no one could stop his rise. On Earth, this Gong Yui base vehicle cannot be deployed. There are too many factors such as satellite monitoring. More importantly, if you want to deploy the Gong Yui base vehicle, resources are indispensable. Hundreds of tons, thousands of tons. Fortunately, the consumption of tens of thousands of tons of resources will definitely attract the attention of the 5 rogue associations. In other words, the only place for development is outside the Earth. Wang Wai, who rubbed his chin, immediately began to give orders. Alice, gather a team of commandos. Fully armed. Go somewhere with me. With his eyes widened, Wang Wai directly decided to start the Red Police Kahua base vehicle today. I'm excited to think about it. Gong Yui base vehicle. This is the rhythm of explosive soldiers. Special mothers. It's finally my turn to start a wave. Yes, Master. Without asking why, Alice directly summoned a team of 12 fully armed. All staff have all kinds of weapons and equipment. After seeing these people appear, Wang Wai directly took out a pale blue universe map device. Enter. Before this arbitrary door was taken out, Wang Wai entered this universe map device into it. As the map was entered, Wang Wai directly searched for this arbitrary door. A planet that is not discovered by various forces, a planet that allows mankind to survive, a planet with abundant resources. Just meet these 3 requirements. With this thought, Wang Wai searched for his destination on any gate in this universe. Go. When any gate searches for a planet that meets these 3 requirements, Wang Wai directly opened any door to this planet. Lush, grass grows, warblers fly, beasts cry and birds sing. At first glance, it is a planet that is very suitable for all people to emigrate. This is Wang Wai's most intuitive impression of seeing this planet. What a great place! Seeing this place surrounded by nature, Wang Wai couldn't help but nodded slightly. Good place, more suitable for the development of Red Police forces. Red Police Kahua base vehicle, pick it up. As Wang Wai's voice fell, a base vehicle that was nearly 100 meters long and more than 30 meters high was directly extracted by Wang Wai. If this is extracted on the Earth, it will definitely cause some problems, right? In the end, despite murmuring, Wang Wai quickly walked into the front of the car. Fingerprint authentication, iris authentication, DNA authentication. With a series of certifications, the red police Gongyui base vehicle was launched directly. Welcome back, Commander. A sound like the original red alert sounded naturally in Wang Wei's ears. Base car, unfold. After nodding, Wang Wei gave orders to the base vehicle. The deployment of the base vehicle requires an area of 10,000 square meters, which takes 3 hours. After hearing the request of the base vehicle, Wang Wei took Alice and the others and retreated a long distance. 3 hours, not long and continuous. Wang Wei quietly watched the base car build a huge surface base from a huge car body like building blocks. It would be great if these technologies could be applied. There was a gleam of scientist-like luster in his eyes, and there was an idea to study everything. Wang Wei also has a strong research interest in base vehicles. But don't worry, it's not the time yet. After the base car can be produced, I must dismantle one and have fun. Welcome back, Commander. After Wang Wei and others stepped inside the base, the voice of the Gongyui base vehicle rang out again. List what can be built currently: barracks, power plants, mines. Still the third child. Looking at these 3 buildings, Wang Wei nodded slightly. Just started some construction. It didn't last long. And it didn't last long. After the designated place, 3 buildings rose directly from the ground. A few hours later, Wang Wei couldn't help but twitched slightly when he looked at the super space mining vehicle that was more than 20 meters long. Soldiers start production. Huh? This ... Each soldier needs 10,000 units of resources. Chapter 12, Peter Parker, 6 changes, seeking flowers tickets. Each engineer needs 100,000 units of resources. This is custom production, 10 times the resources required. After seeing the various details in the head of the red police, Wang Wei's mentality is a little broken. Nanas originally thought it would be able to explode a wave of soldiers, 200 resources for 1 soldier, but who would have thought that the resources required by a soldier would be in units of 10,000. Fortunately, the resources needed to produce a dog are in units of hundreds, otherwise Wang Wei would really be a bit of a blow. First produce a few soldiers to come out and see. After a little thought, Wang Wei directly decided to produce 5 soldiers. After all, the resource units included in this red alert are no more, no less, exactly 50,000 units. Report. 10 minutes later, a hearty voice came directly from outside this door. Come in. Wang Wei, who heard the report, responded directly to the door. An olive green, armed with a squad gun, a big bag and a big tube behind him. Seeing this kind of Gongyui soldier, Wang Wei really couldn't help but twitch. It seems that among this red alert, Gongyui also has a deep fear of lack of firepower. Report Chief, Corporal, Xumyu. First Class Soldier, Li Yan. First Class Soldier, Jin Sheng. First Class Soldier, Lin Yan. First Class Soldier Zhao Miao. I have seen the chief. The sonorous and powerful voice began to resound directly in Wang Wei's ear. Seeing the olive-green soldiers in this water, the commandos closely following Wang Wei felt Alexander. This feeling is a kind of imposing feeling. Come here, try this. With that said, Wang Wei directly extracted the power crystal from this space. When I saw this huge crystal about 10 meters high, everyone's foreheads are buzzing. Put your hands on it and try it. Yes, sir. Hearing Wang Wei's order, the 5 Gongyui soldiers did not hesitate to put their hands on this power crystal. Accompanied by these 5 Gongyui soldiers put their hands on this power crystal. The power crystal emits a dazzling light directly. Boom! Exclamation mark. When this group of radiance passed, Wang Wei asked with an ardent smile. What did you get? Try it. The brilliance just now clearly means that these 5 glorious soldiers have accepted the power bestowed by this power crystal. Report, sir. You may not be able to use it here. Looking around, Xumyu saluted Wang Wei again. Go. After hearing this, Wang Wei took Xumyu and the others and left the base directly. Now you can try it. As Wang Wei's voice fell, the 5 Gongyui soldiers directly began to scramble. After the melee of these 5 Gongyui soldiers, Wang Wei could not calm down for a long time. Is it exciting, Madden? It must be exciting. Madden. I'm Cow. These 5 guys are clearly the 5 elements of wood, water, fire and earth. It matches their names completely. More importantly, These 5 guys gave Wang Wei a feeling of being no weaker than a hero. From now on, the 5 of you will become my close guards. After thinking about it a little bit, Wang Wei directly transferred these 5 people out of this Gong Yui army sequence. Yes, sir. For being transferred from this Gong Yui army sequence. These 5 people have no meaning at all. As a Gong Yui soldier, obeying orders is your bounden duty. Wang Wei, who was left with the hive commando guarding here, set up another construction and production order in this Gong Yui base, and left the Red Alert planet with Xumyu and Alice directly. Well, yes, this planet was officially named Red Alert Planet by Wang Wei. Master, Mr. Fisk said that the first batch of piglets is ready. When will it be shipped? When Wang Wei just returned to this Earth. Wang Yuan, who had been waiting in the villa for a while, reported directly. Let them transport the piglets to warehouse number 4. Upon hearing that the piglets were brought over, Wang Wei, who was thinking about fishing while the sun was shining, to relax, directly converged this thought. Piggy has it, and he has a fart. Just start doing it. Although the Hulk's blood genetic sample has not been thoroughly eaten, but Wang Wei had almost eaten the blood gene sample he hated. Now the production of tyrants in the hive base has also been put forward. Just miss Piggy. Okay, Master. That's right. After a short pause, Wang Yuan paused slightly. What happened? Hearing Wang Yuan's paused words, Wang Wei, who was about to enter the underground laboratory, also stopped his steps. Master, Peter Parker, who you made us pay attention to, his uncle is dead. Is Benjamin dead? Hearing Wang Yuan's report, Wang Wei stopped his steps. Benjamin is dead, which means that the story of Spider-Man has begun to unfold gradually. I remember I should have had a lecture invitation letter from Imperial University, right? After thinking a little bit, Wang Wei discovered a very interesting thing. That is the opponents who are against Peter Parker, Dr. Lizardman, Dr. Octopus, even the Green Devil, etc. Each of these is a talent. If these talents can be used for their own use, it would really be better. Imagine what would happen if you add Lizardman genetic elements to the body of a licker. How about removing those missile weapons from the tyrant and replacing it with the iron claws of Dr. Octopus? When these guys are remotely controlled by superintelligent AI after being popular, what kind of situation is it like? Wang Wei dare not say anything. Their Zitagri brought by the 3 princesses Loki will surely be swallowed by these. Chapter 13, Lectures at Imperial University. 7 changes, seeking flowers tickets. So can it also be said that the Tyrant Legion can also contend with the alien soldiers in Thanos' hands? Wang Wei has never placed his hopes on others, even the Avengers. Wang Wei wants to personally form a great force, a force big enough to tie up the purple sweet potato essence. Yes, Master. Help me respond to Imperial University. I accepted the lecture on Thursday. Nodding slightly, Wang Wei plunged into the underground laboratory again. Everything outside, how love drips and drips. The current Wang Wei only wants to create a tyrant with the power of the Hulk. As for Tony's battle armor development, this is the next research task. But the only pitfall is that most of the hive bases are biochemical research. There is almost no research on mecha. As Wang Weiser entered the honeycomb base, the identity information of the 5 Xumyu was also handled by Wang Yuan. Thursday. Wang Wei in a suit drove his thunderstorm directly on the streets of the city of discussion. Sitting in the passenger seat is Wang Wei's only personal guard. In front of Wang Wei, there are 2 Land Cruisers Land Rover domineering. Among them are the 5 people of Xumyu. Very fast. Under these circumstances, Wang Wei directly drove into the Imperial University. Hey, Peter, are you okay? As Peter's friend, Harry stepped forward and cared weakly. Hey, Harry. I'm fine. Before he got out of the shadow of Benjamin's death, Peter Parker smiled and grudgingly responded to Harry. Well, it's okay. The prisoner will be brought to justice. Okay, be alert, Peter. Do you know? The chairman of Umbrella Group, Wang Wei, Mr. Wang. He will come to our school for a lecture today. I heard that Jane will also attend the lecture. While cheering up on Peter, Harry started to stimulate Peter, and only Mary Jane could really stimulate Peter. Mary will go to the lecture briefly. What is the identity of this Mr. Wang? Hooked up? Perhaps for petty people like Peter, the chairman of Umbrella Group is a cosmopolitan identity. I'm just an ordinary scholar, just like you. Continue to learn on the path of learning. While talking, Wang Wei slowly walked forward from behind Peter Parker. Are you, Professor Wang? Harry, who was next to Peter Parker, was full of shock. After all, for Harry, the eldest son of the Osborn Group, Wang Wei's deeds can only be evaluated by cancer nemesis. You're welcome. I'm just a mere scholar. Slightly waved his hand. Wang Wei didn't really care about his false names. Strength is the capital that Wang Wei has flourished in this world. Hello, Professor Wang. Peter Parker, who was terrified in his heart, gave Wang Wei a grudging smile. But what shocked Peter Parker even more was that his spider induction didn't even sense the arrival of Mr. Wang. This is not normal. Very abnormal. By the way, it seems that class is about to start. Let's go. Looking at the time on his wrist, Wang Wei showed a kind smile at the two little guys in front of him. In Wang Wei's heart, Peter Parker's blood sample may be a good thing. Yeah, let's go. Harry. He took a deep look at the blonde woman in a secretary costume standing behind Wang Wei. Peter Parker grabbed Harry directly and started running. This blonde beauty is horrible in Parker's spider induction. A feeling like being caught by a beast. You scared our little spider. Gently pushed the head-up glasses on the bridge of his nose, Wang Wei said casually to Alice behind him. I'm sorry, Master. Although the wording is an apology, there is no sense of apology in the words. Forget it, let's go. Some slightly indifferent Wang Wei walked directly to the lecture hall of this Imperial University. After all, one of Wang Wei's purposes is to meet this Spider-Man who is nicknamed the Son of Iron Man. Peter Parker. Hello classmates. My name is Wang Wei. I am a scholar. At the request of your school, I am here to explain to you about biology. Although I don't know much about this aspect. Looking at the black and black in front, hundreds of students. Wang Wei threw the chalk head in his hand directly, and threw it on the desk. As for Alice, she quietly found a place to sit there, the closest place to Wang Wei. Hey, Jane, did you think Professor Wang was married? In this great hall, there are many students, and there are also many teachers who are listening. At this time, a better female teacher who played with Mary Jane directly poked Jane's arm and asked, "How do I know this?" With her eyes, Mary Jane became speechless directly at the female teacher. Does anyone have a girlfriend? Where do I know? Don't you think that the relationship between that blonde beauty and this Professor Wang is unusual? Although some doubts about whether there is a girlfriend. The female teacher looked directly at Alice who was sitting in the front row. Well-cut secretarial uniforms, plus the long blonde hair that has spread out. The face was slightly cold, and she looked like a pretty attractive big beauty. It may be his secret lover. Seeing Alice sitting in front, Mary Jane's words unknowingly revealed a slightly jealous feeling. Hey, Peter, have you noticed something wrong with Mary Jane? Chapter 14. Your question is a little bit superb. 8 changes, seeking flowers tickets. Although sitting in the seat while listening to Wang Wei's lecture, Harry still cares about Peter and Mary Jane. But after seeing Mary Jane's pouting little mouth, Harry felt that something was wrong. What's wrong? What's wrong? Peter, who was thinking about what went wrong with his spider induction, raised his head and asked for no reason. But when he saw Mary Jane who was lying on the table staring at Wang Wei constantly, Peter was a little hurt inside. Why is this feeling so painful? Well, let's stop here for the time being. If you have any questions, please raise your hands and ask. While talking, Wang Wei threw the chalk head in his hand directly on the table. I don't know how long it has been since writing on the blackboard. This is a blackboard full of knowledge points. I don't know if it is useful. Okay, it's you. Speaking of, Wang Wei directly nodded a female student wearing glasses to speak. Professor Wang, do you have a girlfriend? When this question was asked, most of the women in the entire Great Hall were attracted, including the female teacher and Mary Jane. Your question is a bit over the top. After all, this is not the content of my lecture. Okay, I don't have a girlfriend. Looking at the expectant eyes of many women, Wang Wei only felt a tingling scalp. How come I have never found myself so popular? In other words, What exactly has Wang Yuan made of her propaganda? You seem to be an instant. After Wang Wai said that he did not have a girlfriend, many women in this hall breathed a sigh of relief. Do I have any girlfriends that have anything to do with your relief? Wang Wai, with a face full of question marks, said that he is not very interested in these Western aspects. And Mary Jane, who was sitting behind, didn't know why she breathed a sigh of relief. In her heart, it felt like when I got the admission letter from Imperial University. Then Professor Wang, may I ask, is your umbrella group recruiting? If it recruits, I can quit my job as a teacher on the spot, he said, and cast a wink at Wang Wai. After Wang Wai asked the female student to sit down, he ordered the female teacher sitting next to Mary Jane to stand up and ask. Wang Wai regrets it. I thought you were reserved enough as a teacher, but I didn't expect you to tease me so much. Recruiting. Umbrella Group has been hiring employees. Please rest assured of this. At the female teacher's winking eyes, Wang Wai directly motioned to her to sit down without looking at it. Hey, did you hear that? Umbrella Group is hiring people. The female teacher who sat down said directly to Mary Jane with a smile on her face. Teacher, do you really want to quit your job as a teacher? After a little hesitation, Mary Jane asked the female teacher next to her. That's for sure. Looking at this smiling female teacher, Mary Jane only felt a little Alexander. With Wang Wai's repeated emphasis, these unreliable students finally returned to the topic, and Wang Wai also successfully concluded this lecture. Professor Wang. Mary Jane, who saw Wang Wai in the corridor and left after talking to the principal, walked forward and shouted at Wang Wai. What's wrong, classmate? Looking at the blonde Mary Jane, Wang Wai was a little confused. Who is this student? I don't seem to know each other. Hello Professor Wang, I am Mary Jane who just listened to your lecture. Student Mary, hello, what's the matter? That's it. Professor Wang, I will have an adult birthday party in a few days. Do you have time to come and participate? With a look of expectation, Mary Jane really hopes that Wang Wai can attend her birthday party. Look at Mary Jane in front of this. Then look at Peter Parker and Harry who are hiding behind Mary Jane behind the corridor pillars. Wang Wai probably has a little knowledge of this Mary Jane. It turned out to be Spider-Man's little girlfriend. Yes, but I want to see if I have anything at that time. If not, I will give you a beautiful gift. But remember to bring your boyfriend. While talking about Wang Wai, she left Mary Jane's contact information, and smiled at Peter Parker and others behind Mary Jane. Ah. Professor Wang, I don't have a boyfriend. Turning her head to look at Harry and Peter Parker hiding behind the corridor pillars, Mary Jane stared at these two playmates bitterly. Shouted directly to Wang Wai who went further and further away. After Mary Jane shouted this, Wang Wai just waved his hand to show that he knew it. How did Yan promote me? Why do you look strange to those students today? Sitting in the thunderstorm, Wang Wai asked Alice next to him. Well, Master, you should ask Miss Wang Yuan yourself. After thinking for a while, Alice still chose not to answer. After all, Wang Yuan's propaganda methods are really somewhat ... betrayal and handsome. Hey, Peter, are you disappointed? People feel that you are not a boyfriend or girlfriend. What they like is Professor Wang. Harry, who was behind the pillars in this corridor, stabbed the more uncomfortable Peter Parker beside him and said with a smile, although in Harry's heart, he had never thought of chasing Mary Jane, but as a friend of his, Peter Parker's dream lover, let's forget about this kind of harm and don't do it. Disappointed. But what is expected? After all, Professor Wang is really knowledgeable. No wonder he can be called a cancer nemesis. Chapter 15. Good Friends, for a Lifetime. 9 Changes. Seeking flowers tickets. I don't care, but who knows the real pain in Peter Parker's heart? By the way, you two. Soon it will be my adult birthday party. You two will come together too. Seeing these two people in front of me who made myself hateful. Mary Jane left such a sentence angrily and left directly. Let's go. Your dream lover is going to follow Professor Wang. Let alone Professor Wang doesn't have a girlfriend yet. Do you know how attractive this is to those innocent little girls? Let me go to work in the Osborne group. Don't say anything else. You can still do it if you are a brother. While putting Peter Pkla into his own Hungarian chamber, Harry patted the Hungarian and made a promise. No, I am going to enter the Umbrella Group for an internship next. Peter Parker, who shook his head slightly, said with a smile to Harry, "Damn, your head is mashed. Your goddess has gone with others. Are you still chasing after him?" Harry was really confused. "Go away. Your head has become muddy. I just think I like Professor Wang's style very much. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility." Didn't Professor Wang develop so many special drugs just because of the research on cancer series? And Professor Wang also said that he will continue to research and develop to overcome those cancer difficulties. This is a boon for people with cancer all over the world. So I decided to follow in the footsteps of Professor Wang. During the period when Benjamin had just died, Peter Parker could be said to be deeply poisoned by his words of greater power and greater responsibility. Okay, since you are ready to be so crazy, I will go crazy with you. Isn't it just going to the Umbrella Group for an internship? I will stay with you. The feeble Harry directly dragged Peter Parker towards the outside of the school. But today, you must buy me a cup of coffee. Otherwise, you can't be spared. Shield. Alexander Pierce is all bad. What does it mean? This is a few meanings. Why, don't you know about this? After the 5 big rogue associations issued a national notice. Did I know that the SHIELD Bureau had an intersection with the Umbrella Group? Do not understand. In this sunny office, Alexander Pierce really couldn't understand it. With the sound of knocking on the door, Pierce suppressed that matter and got out of his control, and responded kindly to the door. "Dugan, there is something I need you to arrange for someone to do it." Seeing that the veteran Hydra lurking personnel came in, and downplayed Dugan, Alexander Pierce immediately gave orders, bright or dark. Eyelids lifted slightly, as the captain of the SHIELD task force, Dimdan Dugan, said that he needed to know what force he was using. Dark. This is the person you want to use. This is in order to control him. While talking, Alexander Pierce handed a copy of the instructions on the draft paper to Dumba Dugan. "I see. Mission?" After putting these instructions and recording them in his head, downplayed Dugan and directly returned the draft paper. "Go and intercept the chairman of Umbrella Group," Alexander Pierce said coldly with the haze flashing in his eyes. The Umbrella Group is supported by the rights of the 5 major rogue associations. Alexander Pierce saw it better than anyone else. After all, he is about to take over the duties of the Secretary General of the 5 rogue associations. But precisely because of this Alexander Pierce is full of longing for the Umbrella Group. Take control of the Umbrella Group and add those special effects. A big net that can quickly make money is woven directly. First Street in Manhattan. At this moment, it is the time when there is a lot of traffic to go to get off work. Even if Wang Wei wants to drag a car, he can't do it. Traffic jam. A very serious question. At this moment, in an alley not far from Wang Wei's motorcade, a man in black sportswear walked out slowly. With a pair of sunglasses on his face, he held a rifle with a technological level in his hands. The real thing about this man is that his right hand is as white and bright as steel. After seeing Wang Wei's car, this man did not hesitate at all. Facing Wang Wei's direction, a shuttle bullet shot past. Da. With the sound of gunfire, this somewhat crowded road directly exploded. Fruit at this moment. Danger. Alice, who sensed a surge of danger, did not hesitate, and set up a barrier of thought power directly in front of Wang Wei and herself. Da. The impact of the bullet kept hitting the barrier of thought power opened by Alice. Looking at the man who rushed over with sunglasses, Alice did not act at all. The 2 Land Cruisers Land Rover, who protected Wang Wei in the middle, moved directly. 2 men quickly rushed down from the car in front. The 2 Asian men wearing black super special police did not hesitate at all. They rushed to the man with a rifle in front of him, and 3 people came down from the domineering Land Rover in the rear, firmly holding Wang Wei and Alice and others above the thunderstorm. "This is really courageous. Someone dared to intercept me in the street." Sitting in the thunderstorm, the whole face of Wang Wei, who was motionless, began to get cold. Although Wang Wei knows that he is attractive enough for Umbrella Group, but I didn't expect that people would directly commit street crimes. What is this? This special lady is a pig. Slap in the face. Chapter 16, Bucky Strikes. One more, seeking a ticket for flowers. Fuck. Although there is no slightest tension in his heart, there is still a look of anger in Wang Wei's heart. My lord, your assistant. Lin Yan, who was charging ahead, said coldly to Jin Sheng beside him. Understand. Without the slightest hesitation, Jin Sheng directly began to control the field and assist the battle. For their group of 5, this kind of thing that was directly attacked and killed in front of their faces is a shame. Had it not been for Alice's motivation to protect Wang Wei in time? How can they protect Wang Wei just like this? Protect your chief? The anger of the Gongyui soldier is terrible, especially the elite Gongyui soldiers who are responsible for close guard work. With the voice falling, this was just a few seconds, and 2 people rushed directly to the assailant. Drink. With Lin Yan's roar, 2 turbulent flame pillars emerged directly between the hands, and the appearance of these 2 flame pillars directly ignited the surrounding air. Flame? Can this guy emit flames? The melon-eating citizens who had been hiding in the distance couldn't help hiding a little farther after seeing this scene. Seeing these 2 flame pillars gushing out directly, Bucky, holding the rifle, knew that his assault mission would end in failure. With this thought, Bucky quickly threw away the rifle in his hand and prepared to escape. Huh? Want to go? Have you ever asked me? Jin Sheng sneered with both hands and claws in his eyes. Some steel products around here seemed to be attracted, and they started flying in the air. Barricades, fences, street lights, fire hydrants, mailboxes, etc. All steel products were directly controlled by Jin Sheng and took off. Boom! Exclamation mark with a trace of anger. Jin Sheng directly smashed all these things on this Bucky. Puff! With the piercing of an angular steel, Bucky's right sleeve was directly torn apart. Buggy, if I remember correctly, this guy should be a good brother of the US team. After seeing the man with disheveled hair and a silver arm, Wang Wei sat on the thunderstorm and began to think slowly. If this is the case, Bucky still has value that can be used. After thinking for a while, Wang Wei directly decided to get alive. Xemu, I want to live. With a hint of thought in his eyes, Wang Wei directly ordered the Guardian prologue. Yes, Master. Xemu, who nodded his head, directly ordered the 2 people in front of him in the headset. Catch alive. Understand. After hearing this news, the 2 directly switched their fighting positions. Jin Sheng is the mainstay, Lin Yan is the second. As the order was issued, Jin Sheng directly looked at the iron arm on Bucky's right hand, which was a crazy grasp. Under Jin Sheng's grasp of the void, this Bucky could not escape the rhythm of being taken to the sky no matter how he moved. Bang! With Jin Sheng slammed down, Bucky hit the ground heavily from 10 meters in the air. Even if he can't die, he will faint for a long time. Bucky, who was lying on the ground, paused for a few seconds, then he slowly stood up in a groggy manner. Damn! Is this guy a human? Lin Yan couldn't help but explode when he saw this scene. This guy was hit on the ground heavily from an altitude of 10 meters. Can you stand up just like this? It doesn't matter if it's a human being. The chief said that if you catch alive, you must catch alive. Jin Sheng, who had a glimmer of light in his eyes, scratched the nearby building woven with chains. The many iron chains on this building were torn down by Jin Sheng abruptly. Want to go? Can you go? Seeing Bucky, who was about to run as soon as he stood up, Lin Yan threw his hands. A long flame whip was directly hit by Lin Yan heavily on Bucky. What? A scream of screams radiated directly from the body of the Winter Soldier. Bucky can control Bucky's organization now. I think about it. Should it be Hydra? The Hydra people know my whereabouts very well, so it must be the Hydra inside SHIELD. Alexander Pierce. There is no end between us. While staring at Lin Yan, Jin Sheng and others who were fighting, Wang Wei's mouth raised a sneer. The mere Hydra, one of the 2 big dunk sticks in Marvel, the Hydra, dare to hit his attention on his head. It's really reckless. If Bucky's body is injected with T-virus or G-virus, will it trigger a mutation in the new biochemical series? When this thought flashed through Wang Wei's mind, it hovered in Wang Wei's thoughts for a long time. Zombies, lickers, creepers, tyrants, nemesis. These are all products in the biochemical series. But there is no such good raw material as Bucky in the biochemical series. Even the test product. Interesting. I really want to see you after being injected with 2 viruses. Or, how about adding hatred blood genes? With a greedy look in his eyes like a crazy doctor, Wang Wei stared at Bucky, who was trying to escape in front of him. Killed you, just liberated you. The real style is to make you the best combat product in your hands. Where else do you want to run? Looking at Bucky, who was beaten to the ground by Lin Yan with a flame whip, Jin Sheng directly controlled that metal arm and dragged Bucky into the air. The thick iron chains directly wrapped around Bucky is a crazy twist. Bucky in this situation is very much like the Statue of Liberty, but the difference is that Bucky is locked up and down by chains at this moment. Chapter 17. T-Virus Stock Solution. Second change, Seeking Flowers ticket. When all the iron chains were wrapped around Bucky, Bucky's half shape was no longer visible at this moment. There is a big iron chain up and down. Let's go. After seeing the matter resolved, Wang Wei shook his head slightly. I was planning to go to the umbrella building first, but now that I think about it, I should go back and try to biochemically transform Bucky. After all, when this kind of thought entangled in Wang Wei's head, it was a long time to let it go. Understand? Seeing this iron chain, Zhao Miao waved his hands, and a water dragon appeared directly under his control and brought it into the domineering Land Rover. After the convoy of Wang Wei and others had left, the agents of this city of forums were late to clean up the mess. Hive-based. Look at Bucky, who is tied to the test bench. Wang Wei looked at Bucky, who was struggling with all his strength, wearing a biochemical protective suit with a smile on his face. No need to move. The test bench under you is connected to the floor. And my restraint method is not simply restrained. Instead, every finger of yours is restrained. At this moment, under Bucky's somewhat fierce eyes, Wang Wei calmly took out a can of liquid from the refrigerated box beside him. A syringe slowly pumped out the light blue liquid inside. Outside this laboratory is a two-way biochemical isolation glass. Xu Yuran and Alice were all watching Wang Wei, who was experimenting inside the biochemical isolation glass quietly. Captain, the commander picked this? Why do I feel a little bit oozing? Seeing this jar of light blue liquid, Lin Yan always felt that she was getting goosebumps. Me too, Captain. I just feel uncomfortable for a while. It feels so oozing. Zhao Miao also scratched his back a bit, responding to Lin Yan. This thing is the original T-virus. If you can't fix it, the whole world is waiting for the crisis of explosion. That is the zombie movies you watched. With a squint in her eyes, Alice, who glanced at these two guys, slowly revealed some things she knew. Alice has also blended in this virus stock solution, but Alice is also the only person who can perfectly blend the two virus stocks without losing her mind. Because of this, Alice saw Bucky, who had been injected with the virus stock solution, and frowned slightly. I always feel that this guy will merge successfully. Is it an illusion? Alice, who shook her head slightly, stared at Bucky, who had become a bit savage after being attacked by the virus stock solution. Recording. Looking at the research assistant who was following him, Wang Wei slowly put the virus stock syringe in his hand aside. After all, this kind of thing will be destroyed in a unified way. Wang Wei does not want to break out a biochemical crisis here. Hold on for 30 seconds. 1 minute. A copy of 27 seconds. 2 copies of 13 seconds. Target shock. The blood pressure is beating rapidly. The pulse is beating violently. Heartbeat. Blood circulation speeds up. The target will wake up and run away at any time. After looking at the various indicators on the instrument on one side, the digital research assistant quickly reported to Wang Wei. Run away. Inject 3 times the tyrant's amount of anesthetic. Hearing what his assistants said, Wang Wei finally stopped the idea of continuing to experiment. After all, at this moment Bucky has not yet been implanted with biochemical chips, which means that once Bucky wakes up and ran away, this underground base is likely to be destroyed. Wang Wei will not allow this to happen. Since it is possible to wake up, Don't wake up. First implant biochemical chips under control. Understand? 3 times the tyrant's dose of anesthetic was injected into the man. Although these research assistants are a bit surprised, but still very loyal to complete the instructions given by Wang Wei. As a large amount of tyrant doses of anesthetic was injected into it, Buckina's crazy and somewhat hideous face began to gradually calm down. However, the constantly rosy, tinged skin on Bucky's body is all showing that the virus stock is running wildly in Bucky's body. Put it into the biochemical cultivation tank and implant the Nemesis-level biochemical chip. Note that this guy has been brainwashed and has interpreted instructions. What is the interpretation instruction? Unknown. After thinking for a while, Wang Wei slowly ordered the research assistants around him. Yes, boss. These research assistants who nodded slightly directly put the sleeping Bucky on another movable cart, and took the internal passage directly into a cultivation tank. Similarly, there are 6 culture tanks in this culture room, and each of these 6 cultivation tanks are used to cultivate Nemesis-level biochemical products. I really want to see the final form of this guy. After walking out of the laboratory, Wang Wei took off his biochemical protective clothing and stared at the direction of the incubation room. Among them, it was Bucky who was repeatedly asked by Wang Wei, "Master, there are still 2 hours before Tony Stark's dance party." Glancing at the watch on her wrist, Alice spoke respectfully to Wang Wei. 2 hours? Almost forgot Tony's dance party. Thinking of this, Wang Wei has a series of keen interest in Tony Stark's Mark series armor. However, if Wang Wei wants to put that arc reactor in his body, Wang Wei will naturally not allow it. Chapter 18, Racing Competition. 3 changes. Request flower tickets. Is the Mark series handsome? Very handsome. Also very good. If possible, Wang Wei prefers those armors after the Mark 7 series. A large part of those battle armors before the Mark 7 series need to rely on the Tony Hungarian front boat reactor to maintain energy transmission. Let's go. Talking that, Wang Wei, who had exercised his muscles and bones, went straight back to the villa and took a shower, changed into a casual outfit and walked directly towards his neighbor not far away. After all, being able to become neighbors with Tony Stark was something that Wang Wei did not expect. "Sir, Mr. Wang has arrived." Tony, who was changing clothes in this Bay Villa, suddenly heard Jarvis's voice. "Wang Wei is here? Could it be that this guy thought my party was held in my house?" Tony, with a weird smile in his eyes, doesn't know what to say. "Sir, you didn't give Mr. Wang the specific address of the dance 3 days ago." Okay, that's how it turned out." Tony shrugged. "Can only choose to go out to meet that Wang Wei." "Good evening, Mr. Stark. I don't think this is like a place to hold a dance party." Pointing to the deserted Bay Villa, Wang Wei said with a smile at Tony. "This can't be helped. After all, it is my private residence. I don't think you will use your villa as a place for dancing parties, right?" Tony Stark, who shrugged his shoulders, said that turning his private residence into a ball or something is simply too bad. "I think so too." "So, are you going to bring this charming young lady behind you?" Wang Wei nodded. "Well, but many people are plotting against me. Without this young lady, I'm afraid I won't even dare to go out." Tony smiled awkwardly and patted Wang Wei on the shoulder. Ha. "Yes, very strong, but my sports car can only sit on one person." "What are you going to do?" "Sports car?" With a slight frown, Wang Wei brought a sense of curiosity in his heart. "Well, this dance party is not here. In fact, it is correct to say that it is a racing game or a cocktail party. There are many people and it is very lively. How about, do you want to come?" "I think I am the little prince of racing." Tony raised his brow directly at Wang Wei. "Yes." "I don't know what you are betting on." "Hey, we just have a friendly discussion. As for what to bet?" "What do you mean?" "What am I going to bet on? If I win, I need you to do me a favor." "It shouldn't be difficult for you." After thinking about Wang Wei's title for a while, Tony Stark said to Wang Wei seriously, "Yes, But what if I win? What do you want? The armor set 3 days ago looks pretty good. How about giving it to me as a collection? Wang Wei, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, directly caught the attention of the Marquis. Although a large part of the Mark's battle armor requires the arc reactor for energy supply, the most important thing is the assistance of a superintelligent AI. If Tony did not have the assistance of Jarvis, Tony alone, no matter how advanced this armor, Tony would not be able to do it. The success of the Mark series battle armor, Jarvis occupies half. The other half is its creator, Tony. You guy. Hearing that, Wang Weijiang's attention hit his previous failed product and was above Mark's World War II. Tony couldn't help laughing and cursing. Okay, I agree. Looking at Tony, who nodded in agreement, Wang Wei waved his hand indifferently and returned to his villa to drive the thunderstorm out. Tony, who was about to get on his beloved red sports car, hesitated and placed the newly completed Mark III on the sports car. Wang Wei cherishes his life for fear of death, and Tony also cherishes his life for fear of death. Where is the location? Wang Wei, wearing sunglasses, waited quietly at Tony's door with a face of provocation. You guy, if you lose, treat yourself to dinner. Sure. The location is. As Tony's voice fell, Alice, sitting in the co-pilot's position, directly raised one of her hands. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, boom! Exclamation mark, boom! Exclamation mark. With two deafening sounds, the thunder roar under Wang Wei's seat and the red sports car under Tony's seat directly roared like monsters. Start in seconds. It is nothing to the sports car under their seat. On this road around the sea with little traffic, a blue sports car and a red sports car began to compete with each other. For a while the blue sports car is ahead, while the red sports car is ahead. In such a rapid competition, some passing vehicles pulled over, and they didn't dare to drive on the same road with these two vehicles. Entrance to the noisy Panshine racing venue. Everywhere are young people who come to watch the racing and enjoy the excitement. And these characters even have some hot girls communicating with some attractive men. Of course, it's more of those men who chuckled with these hot girls. However, as a place where you can race, the opening of the game is naturally indispensable. Boom! Exclamation mark, hum! Exclamation mark. With the sound of two ferocious racing cars, one blue and the other red, the two cars directly arrived at the entrance of the racing venue. You lose. Looking at Tony Stark, who arrived half a second late, Wang Wei smiled and got out of the car and bumped his fist with Tony. Damn it, okay. I really lost. When I have time, I will treat you to a meal. Feeling that he shouldn't have lost this round, Tony responded with a weak smile to Wang Wei. Chapter 19, I'm so upset. 4 changes, seeking flowers tickets, okay. With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, Wang Wei led Alice directly behind Tony into the building complex at the foot of the mountain. After all, this kind of racing place, to be honest, Wang Wei is also here for the first time. At this time, it's better to follow the predecessors honestly. Don't hit the swollen face to fill the fat man yourself. Don't know how to pretend to understand. Oh, my goodness, who are these two people? How could there be such a cool car? I don't know, but isn't this car the Blood Queen that was just released a few days ago? It's really cool. This is the first time I have seen the body of the Blood Queen. Number. I want to take a picture. My cow. This is the unsold Thunderstorm. This is the big guy's car again. How can you get this unsold car? Get out of the way and let me take pictures. After Wang Wei and Stark left, a large number of wildfire teenagers and hot girls began to take selfies and take pictures around these two sports cars. Tony, you haven't been here for a long time. This is my friend. I want to participate in this event together. Speaking, Tony introduced Wang Wei to the bearded man in front of him. Wang Wei, who smiled and nodded, just waited quietly. Soon, 12 racing cars gathered directly at the foot of the mountain. And these 12 high-end racing cars are all participating in this racing competition without exception. Everyone, there is only one requirement for this competition, and the one who comes back around this mountain track is the winner. With a bunch of nonsense from the commentator. 3, 2, 1, Go. Miss Commander finally sent out the command gun in her hand. Hum! Exclamation mark boom! Exclamation mark with a deafening sound. There is a female companion on each high-end racing car, and the female companion on Wang Wei's racing car is still his personal guard Alice. 12 cars, say no more, say less. But in the 4 lanes in the front part, 12 cars are still too many. Fortunately, Wang Wei and Tony have always firmly occupied the first position. Not only that, the two also joined hands to leave the lane of the 10 cars behind. Each of the 10 racing cars behind this is anxiously trying to scold his mother. How come there are such people? Tony Stark. You are like your father. All betrayers. No, you are all bastards. Above a testing station in this Banshan track, Ivan Fank's eyes revealed a hatred look. That is a kind of light that can't wait to tear Tony Stark to pieces. While listening to the voice in the walkie-talkie, Ivan Fank began to erect the block rope beside him. According to Ivan Fanko's analysis and understanding of Tony, the pushy Tony Stark will never allow anyone to run in front of him while racing. Then, this blocking cable is definitely the best interception equipment. When the blocking rope was successfully erected, Ivan Fank held the walkie-talkie in one hand and a sparkling iron chain in the other. An electric protective suit has long shown that you are ready for your own safety work. Hum! Exclamation mark boom! Exclamation mark. At this moment, when Tony Stark and Wang Wei entered the 2-lane section together, the 10 cars behind did not know where they were dumped. You can't even eat car exhaust. Not good. Danger. Even though she felt a little faint, Alice still clearly saw the blocking rope at the corner of the mountain in the distance. If you just hit it like this, either they will knock the blocking cable away, or the car will be blocked by everything. With this thought, Alice directly stretched out her hand to wrap Wang Wei and herself under the heavy thought drive. As for the Tony Stark and the bunny girl in the other car, Alice has long been too busy. Boom! With a fierce collision sound, Wang Wei's car slammed directly on the blocking cable. Under this impact, the first half of Wang Wei's thunderstorm was on the verge of being scrapped. A group of sparks began to shine directly in the front of the thunderstorm, and some oil was slowly flowing out. Wang Wei, how are you? It was a momentary impact, but it was precisely because Wang Wei's speed was a bit faster than Tony that Wang Wei was hit first. And Tony immediately parked his bloody queen, and started searching directly on the car. This is very abnormal to stop the cable. This is either someone wants to kill Wang Wei, or someone wants to kill himself. Wanting to understand this, Tony wants to dig out the Mark III suitcase in the car. Boom! Exclamation mark. Unexpectedly, Tony felt a sense of crisis all over him. Hastily ran off the car. An iron chain flashing an electric arc hit the bloody queen heavily. The bunny girl, who had not had time to get down from the bloody queen, was directly electrified by the electric arc chain into semi-mature coke. Fack. Tony, who rolled to the side, looked at Ivan Fank, who was walking down the hill step by step, and couldn't help but mumble. Mark's battle armor still failed to come out. Just don't know how Wang Wei is doing, I said. The bad boy over there with the iron chain. You really make me ignite. Slightly shook his head. Fortunately, it was under Alice's mind power protective cover. Otherwise, Wang Wei is sure that he will be cut off by the iron chain. Thinking of this, Wang Wei couldn't help but burst into anger. Fuck it. Chapter 20. Who did you say lost the game? 5 change, seeking flowers ticket, not dead but soon to. Fortunately, after all, you have Tony Stark to accompany you. Take a look at the Wang Wei and Alice, who came out of the thunderstorm sports car. Ivan Fank shook his head slightly nervously. Dead? Ha 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 ha. It's really interesting. You are the first person I came here to tell me to die. Wang Wei, who was slightly gagged, felt very bad all over. Let me die? Let's see if you have this ability first. Alice. Do it. The corner of the mouth is cold. I can give an order to Alice, who is directly next to me. Hearing Wang Wei's order, Alice rushed forward without hesitation. Under that calm and unusually beautiful face, there was an angry look. For Alice, who is a personal guard, it is also a shame to be attacked this time. If the 5 guys knew about this, they might laugh at themselves. Woman. See Alice rushing over. Ivan Fank, who had a deep hatred of Tony Stark, was taken aback for a moment. But in Ivan Fank, a moment of effort. Alice directly controls the power of thought. Boom! Exclamation mark. The iron chain that Ivan Fanko used as a blocking rope was directly pulled by Alice in her hand. At this moment, the thick and long iron chain was like a soul-locking whip, smashed heavily towards Ivan Fank. Not good. Ivan Fank's scalp became numb after seeing this scene. What's happening here? Does this guy really have such power? As a scientist in physics, Ivan Fanko can't understand this kind of thing at all. I want this guy's life. After walking slowly to Tony Stark, Wang Wei's first hand pulled Tony up on the ground. With a cold expression on his face, he said seriously to Tony Stark, "Oh, my God, it's no wonder you always carry this hot chick with you every step of the way." So hot chick has such a strong strength? Seeing that the heavy blocking cable is constantly beating Alice against Ivan Fanko, Tony couldn't help but was slightly stunned. This kind of hot chick is really full of conquest. Unfortunately, it is Wang Wei's. Okay, this guy's life is yours. But I think I probably know who this guy is. Under Wang Wei's gaze like death, Tony Stark could only helplessly raise his hand to surrender the life of a terrorist who wanted to kill them. Isn't it a mountain in Tony's heart or Wang Wei's heart? At Yingjiang's house, as long as you have money, you can buy countless lives. Who is it? Hearing what Tony said, Wang Wei expressed a little curiosity. After all, this is here to kill Tony. Wang Wei was only affected this time. The scientist on the northern side of the bear. It seems to be related to my father. I think about it. While digging out the Mark III battle armor among the retired Bloody Queen, he explained seriously to Wang Wei. As for the dead bunny girl sitting in the car, well, Tony might be sad for 2 seconds. It should be a research with my father, but in the end it seems to be fired by my father. This guy should be that person's son. If I remember correctly, after a moment of contemplation, Tony, who was wearing a battle armor, stood in front of Wang Wei and explained to Wang Wei, "Well, so what does it have to do with you wearing the armor?" Looking at Tony Stark, who was babbling and standing beside him in battle armor and not going forward to fight, Wang Wei rolled his eyes and squinted directly. "Oh, you said this, among the 3 people present. Your bodyguard Spice is very strong and should be able to beat this guy down. Then only you and me are left. Both of us are ordinary people. If an assailant pops out, then neither of us can escape. So I'd better put on the armor, and if there is any danger, I can take you to fly." While smiling happily, Tony gave Wang Wei a thumbs up. "It's very straightforward. Don't worry. Your hot chick is fighting in front. I will protect your safety." "Then I really thank you." The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and Wang Wei weakly thanked Tony. After all, Wang Wei really cannot refute such things. "I just don't know what I can sign in next time. I hope I can sign something useful." "You said who lost our game this time?" Looking at his destroyed thunderstorm, Wang Wei felt a little lost in his heart. After all, Wang Wei liked this thunderstorm, so it was scrapped. "Oh, I lost this time. If it weren't for you, maybe I would die in this person's hands." Looking at his Bloody Queen sports car, Tony said weakly. "The game belongs to the game. At least Tony is quite righteous." Tony did not hesitate to admit defeat. Okay, there was a little excitement in Wang Wei, who was about to get Mark II. After all, Wang Wei's knowledge of mechas can be said to be blank, but not afraid. Wang Wei has a Red Police Kahua base. In Wang Wei's feelings, the Red Police Kahua base was definitely underestimated. Regardless of other things, perhaps the soldier is a type of armed consumption. What about engineers? People who can be named engineers are not just simply repairing bridges, activating oil wells and other functions. If it is just that, it is better to call it an engineer. Perhaps each of these engineers has the ability to host a large-scale project! Chapter 21, Do Me a Favor. Don't help. 6 changes. Seeking flowers tickets. It's time to go back to Red Alert Planet and recruit an engineer to take a look. Wang Wei, standing beside Wang Wei quietly watching Alice beat Ivan Fanko violently, Tony suddenly became serious with Wang Wei. What happened? With a slight frown, Wang Wei, who knew the meaning of Tony's words, responded casually. "You should be good at treatment, right? It's okay. If you have any incurable diseases, you can find me. If it is a surgical operation, at least it can guarantee that after the donkey is put on you, you can still ask for magazine girls. Wang Wei shrugged and joked at Tony indifferently. Go. I'm absolutely 100 times stronger than you. Oh, can you really put the donkey on someone, and let people stay the same? Who knows? Do you want to try? Squinting at Tony, who was silent for a while, Wang Wei smiled and said with a teasing look, do me a favor. What? Busy? Have an operation. It should be considered a surgical operation. What surgery? A friend. There are shrapnel residue and debris in the heart. Can this kind of surgery be done? Yes. Don't do it. Why? Hearing that Wang Wei could perform this kind of operation, Tony Stark couldn't help but breathe tightly. If he could do this operation, would Tony still put the arc reactor in his Hungarian cavity? Very tiring. This kind of surgery is the most exhausting. Turning their eyes, Wang Wei explained to Tony directly and clearly. What do you need to pay for this operation? Tony was silent for a while and asked Wang Wei word by word. Is this you? Put away your slightly smiling face. Wang Wei looked at Tony and asked seriously. It's me. Tony was silent for a while, and finally said a positive answer to Wang Wei. I don't know why. Maybe Wang Wei didn't abandon himself in this situation, right? Or maybe it is the identity of fellow scholars. Who knows what it is? In short, Tony Stark has a natural goodwill for Wang Wei. When I was in the Middle East, I was kidnapped. At that time, fragments of shrapnel entered my Hungarian cavity, very close to my heart. I have looked for many people. They all said they couldn't do this kind of surgery. With a touch of sadness in his eyes, Tony explained seriously to Wang Wei. It's not that they can't do it. They don't dare to place their bet on you. The Grand Prince of the Stark Group. With his eyelids rolled, Wang Wei knew which bird people were thinking. If Tony Stark is another disease, these guys dare to pat their chests and say they can do it. But this kind of surgery has a fatality rate of 90%. The shrapnel fragments that the heart does not work. These things will directly pour into the heart if they are not dealt with, and they will not be peeled off if they want to peel them off. Do you? Tony still knows a little bit about the careful thinking of these guys. Now, the only thing Tony can count on is Wang Wei. After all, putting an arc reactor in front of your chest feels weird no matter how you think about it. Without hesitation, Wang Wei nodded and walked straight ahead. Ivan Fank can be regarded as an excellent physical scientist, but in front of the non-physical Alice, there is only one to be beaten. At this moment, after Ivan Fank was completely beaten by Alice, the whole person was in a bloody state. Is there no price? No. Thank you. Say it first. You guy. Wang Wei, who was bickering with Tony, came to Ivan Fank. You guy can barely be considered a talent. Although I regret my talent, I don't include you. Wang Wei, wearing casual shoes, kicked Ivan Fanko, who was somewhat delirious on the ground, with a smile raised at the corners of his mouth, slowly speaking. Bye-bye. Looking at Ivan Fank, who was struggling to raise his head to look at him, Wang Wei waved his hand with a kind face. Boom. Under the power of Alice's thoughts, Ivan Fank's head was directly turned 365 degrees like a twist, and turned in a circle. Ivan Fanko can't die anymore. At this time, the sound of the club and the police car hosting the event are constantly approaching. It is said that all the policemen from Yingjiang's family came out to wash the ground. This is really nothing. Wang Wei, who smiled slightly, patted Tony, who was in battle armor next to him. Tony also smiled slightly, turning the armor into a suitcase and holding it in his hand. Let's go. After gently wiping off a trace of blood from Alice's face, Wang Wei directly took Alice's little hand and walked down the mountain. Hey, are you two really okay? Seeing the actions of Wang Wei and Alice, the gossip in Tony's heart burned blazingly. Huh? It really doesn't matter. It's normal. Looking at Alice's little hand that he subconsciously pulled up, Wang Wei was slightly taken aback, but he didn't let it go. Should I say that Alice's little hands are really slender fingers? It's very touching. And Alice, who was picked up by Wang Wheeler, was as sweet as honey. The little hand pulls it up. It feels beautiful. It's okay. Where is this normal relationship? Tony, who was complaining, missed his own little pepper. By the way, If little Chili knew that he was attacked again, would he have to slap himself again? This is a serious question. Shield. This. Nick Fury, who saw this report, had a headache. How did this guy suffer 2 attacks in just one day? First he was blatantly attacked on the street. Then he was attacked again on the penchant circuit with Tony Stark. Chapter 22. Hill and Natasha, who were jointly sold 7 updates, seeking a ticket for flowers. Is this guy a hatred? Have you investigated? In this report, some people from all walks of life have been investigated. It's all investigated. The attacker, based on the cameras near us and the comparison of the database, can analyze that he is the former Winter Soldier, Bucky. Sir, Coulson, standing in front of Nick Fury, also had a slight toothache. It's just been a month since the handover with this guy. They were attacked one after another. What about these 5 Asian men? Nick Fury, who glanced at the 5 photos, raised his brows slightly. These 5 people are not others, but Xamu and other 5 people. A heavy military presence can't cover the eyes of these people. The more important thing is that the 3 of Lin Yanjinxing and Cao Miao have exuded the abilities of mutants. So what about the remaining 2 people, Xamu and Li Yan? Does it also have mutation ability? Unable to find out. Unless we use the high-level spies inside the Eastern Kingdom. Rabbit, you have to know, sir, the Eastern Kingdom is the most difficult place for us to intervene so far. After all, they also have their own internal organizations to guard against us. While talking, Coulson smiled bitterly. If there is any place in the world where Aegis's situation is the weakest, then I believe that only the rabbit from the Eastern Kingdom is there. It's totally a pit. Some have been reported by residents, some have lost their way, and some have even been reported by subordinates for not accepting gifts. This is not a pit, and what's more, there is one that was sold to a black mine in Africa. This Nima is playing a hammer. Okay, it seems that these 5 people should have been secretly sent by the rabbit to guard him. After all, you also know that people like this are the best talents in the world. When mentioning the rabbit in the East, Nick Fury also got a headache. Finally chose to give up investigating the background of these 5 people. But this Alice is also capable. Is she a mutant? It should be. According to our analysis, the ability that Alice possesses should be the motivation to read. After a short pause, Coulson explained to Nick Fury. As for the man on the Panshine track, according to the results of our investigation, it is the scientist of the Northern Bear. It is implicated in Tony's father. But unfortunately it was killed by the angry Mr. Wang. Otherwise we can also dig out something. Come out. It seems that we need to let people be by Mr. Wang's side. After all, I heard that this guy is going to publish medical papers and put new special drugs. Nick Fury, who scratched his big bald head, wondered who he should put in. Actually, I don't think this is necessary at all, Director. We can analyze it from the highest level of Umbrella Group. This Mr. Wang has always adhered to the principle of distrust of outsiders. It can be said that in the Umbrella Group, Mr. Wang's right to speak is the first, followed by the CEO, Miss Wang Yuan, followed by the secretarial team formed with the executive officer Wang Yuan. All decisions are from this secretarial team. Personal suggestion: it is better to approach slowly from the perspective of a friend. But I heard that Agent Hill seems to have a house nearby. It seems to be very close to Tony Stark and the residence of Mr. Wang. While talking to the big bald Nick Fraken, Coulson sold Agent Hill without leaving a trace. After all, no matter how you look at it, Mr. Wang is also a romantic figure. The 18-member secretarial corps are all the prosperous looks of Eastern faces. Plus Miss Alice, who is personally guarded. Only women can deal with men. What's more, our Agent Hill should also talk about a boyfriend. Well, with an old father's thoughts, Coulson arranged Agent Hill clearly. Well, let's do it. Hasn't Natasha always lived in the headquarters? Let Natasha live with Agent Hill. It's good to have some help. After thinking about it a little bit, Nick Fury sold Natasha directly. Anyway, selling one person is selling 2 people is also selling. Make a pair. After all, Tony Stark and this Mr. Wang deserve their attention. What did you say? Looking at Wang Yuan standing in front of him at this time, Wang Wei has a little bit of a circle. As soon as he returned to the villa, Wang Yuan came over to report! That is to say, Mr. Fisk not only sent a batch of excellent piglets, there are about 100 people. A bodyguard was sent. Upon hearing this, Wang Wai was a little confused. What did Mr. Fisk think? Mr. Fisk not only sent more than 100 piglets, but these piglets have been safely transferred to warehouse number 3. A ninja lady was also sent here. They said they came to serve as your bodyguard for the young master! Holding the folder in one hand, Wang Yuan respectfully reported to Wang Wai. Reason: Fisk will never do such things without a reason. He is the underground emperor. His eyes narrowed slightly. Wang Wai was determined not to believe that Fisk had sent a bodyguard so freely. He still endured the lady. Is it a bodyguard or surveillance? People who can be reviewed by Fisk are definitely not ordinary people. 10 days ago, a batch of 30 piglets trade was destroyed by the superhero Daredevil in Queens. The chief assassin of the Empire State Building had a bullseye contest with Daredevil in 5 hours. After that, Mr. Fisk added these piglets again. Furthermore, Mr. Wilson said, "Master, you are preparing to invest in new special medicines, which may easily arouse some people's greed and may cause assassinations. Therefore, this excellent anti-assassin ninja lady was sent here." Chapter 23, The Power Crystal Fits the Gongyui Soldier. 8 changes, seeking flowers tickets. After a short pause, Wang Yuan seriously and respectfully reported to Wang Wai. Super brave? Sure enough, Piggy's trade will always be involved in the eyes of these superheroes. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Wai sat on the sofa and quietly tapped the back of the sofa and began to think. Superheroes are bluntly divided into 2 categories, high-end rounds and low-end rounds. Like the Daredevil, this category of heroes are all low-end games, and they all play in one region. Like the US team, Iron Man, these games are all high-end games, and they all save the world. As for Spider-Man, this is a bronze player. You can madly hammer the purple potato essence, and you can fight the green demon. Where is the ninja lady? Outside the villa. Let her in. A grid-shaped ninja suit. The 2 samurai swords behind that are all revealing that this is an excellent ninja. You are ordered to protect me. Can you follow my orders? His eyes lifted slightly. Wang Wai really has no idea about this Miss Ninja. Not a famous person. Wang Wai knows a hammer can. The voice was a little low and the ninja lady was guarding her surroundings vigilantly. In other words, I was guarding against Alice standing behind Wang Wai and Xumyu, who gradually formed a tendency to encircle. The 6 people present put a lot of pressure on this Miss Ninja. What's so special? You let me come to protect this kind of strength? Could it be that I ate too much arsenic? Are you kidding me? Well, what is your name? Wang Wai nodded slightly and expressed his satisfaction. It would be good to be able to follow his orders. Erica, from now on, your task is to protect Wang Yuan and the secretarial groups that follow her. Please be assured that those secretarial groups are group actions, and basically you will not be troubled by traveling alone! After thinking about it a bit, it seemed that Wang Yuan and the 18 secretaries needed protection by his side. Although it is a biochemical man, it is basically a human category. Not much detached. It is good. After hearing that she didn't have to suffer so much pressure around this person, Erica could not help but breathe out. It's to Alexander to make contact with such a person. The figure shifted, and he quickly stood behind Wang Yuan like a well-behaved baby, always following Wang Yuan's instructions. Okay, you all go back. Speaking, Wang Wai waved his hand and signaled Wang Yuan to take Erica to leave this place. Go, let's go to the Red Alert planet. Looking at the darkened sky outside, Wang Wai directly took out any door. With the appearance of any door, Wang Wai took Alice Xumyu and the 5 directly to the Red Alert planet. When Wang Wai arrived at this Red Alert planet, the scene around here changed slightly. Magnetic power plants, mines, barracks. This is the 3rd child. But now there are 2 more magnetic power plants and an air command in this base, plus the tank workshop under construction. Boss. After seeing Wang Wai's appearance, this assault team belonging to the biochemical system came out directly from one side. Well, thanks for your hard work. Throwing these guys to this place. Wang Wai nodded slightly. You guys try it too. try this power crystal if it works for you. Looking at the tall power crystal in this master control base, Wang Wei suddenly remembered a question. Is this power crystal capable of performing awakening powers for everyone? If so, what kind of change will it be? Yes, boss. Hearing Wang Wei's order, this team of 12 members did not hesitate, and put their hands on this power crystal one by one. Boom! When the 12 hands were placed on the power crystal once again shone a wave of light. But this time the degree of light spot is far less than the degree of light spot produced by Xemu urine. Among the power crystals, Wang Wei could clearly see that there was a ripple on the top of the crystal that was undulating. This should be the energy stored inside the power crystal, right? How about it? Confused Wang Wei looked directly at the 12 commando members in front of him. Boss, I should be considered as having a power? With that said, the commando captain also looked at his hand with a feeling of uncertainty. Go out and try. While talking, Wang Wei led everyone toward the outside. What are your abilities? Looking at the commando captain, Wang Wei asked with a look of curiosity. Blessing. Just like this. While talking, a milky white light radiated from the hands of the commando captain. When these lights wrapped the assault rifle in his hand, after a pause, the ready commando captain fired directly into the distance. Boom! Exclamation mark boom! Exclamation mark boom! Exclamation mark! Each of these bullets was like a grenade and exploded frantically at a distance. This feeling is even more exciting than losing hundreds of grenades. But after seeing Xumu's 5 abilities, Wang Wei raised his brows slightly for this ability. It's okay, just barely make a living. What about yours? Nodding slightly, Wang Wei, who signaled that he was very satisfied, looked directly at the commando members behind him. We too should have gained physical gains, right? As for them, it seems that they have not been able to obtain the ability. Among these commandos, the two walked up to explain to Wang Wei. Physical gain. Xemu. After a slight pause, Wang Wei called Xemu directly. Yes, sir. Xemu, who came in front of the two men, directly stretched out his hand to signal them to attack. Chapter 24, The Unexpected Engineer. 9th change. Request for flower ticket. Regarding Xumu's provocation, the two men did not hesitate to drop their equipment and attacked. After some big friends beat up kids, Wang Wei finally understood what this increase in physique was all about. To put it bluntly, it is resistant to playing. Rough skin and thick flesh. I probably understand what's going on. After thinking about it a little bit, Wang Wei discovered that the people in this biochemical series did not have many abilities after they came out. I just don't know if the Gongyui soldiers have a chance problem just like the people in the biochemical series. What about the people in the Marvel world? Can you have an ability? But how do people in the Marvel world control loyalty if they have abilities? For this, Wang Wei scratched his head. After all, these things rewarded by the monthly sign system can guarantee a loyalty issue. In other words, is it possible for biochemical products to gain abilities? Suddenly, Wang Wei thought about such a question out loud. If the biochemical products can control the power, does this mean that the power of the biochemical system can be strengthened by another step? Worth thinking and researching. Postpone it. While thinking about it, Wang Wei came to this master control base and began to choose to build it. Are there more than 1 million resource units? Let's recruit 3 engineers first. Then I am recruiting another class of Gongyui soldiers. Well, this is a customized version. In this case, let's try this customization technique, right? Recruit 2 to try the water. While muttering, Wang Wei was building in this master control base. After waiting for a while, 3 groups of people stood quietly in front of Wang Wei. They were all recruited by Wang Wei before. First, there are 3 engineers wearing academician robes with a suitcase at their feet. The second squad of Gongyui soldiers, a total of 12 people, can be regarded as a standard Gongyui soldiers, but Wang Wei, who looks at the firepower, has a scalp num. 1 class, 12 people, 6 bobbins, 2 flamethrowers, 3 submachine guns, 1 sniper rifle, 4 grenadier barrels, 2 class machine guns, and the rest are semi-automatic rifles. Rabbit. Yot Niang's lack of firepower directly alludes to the Red Alert world, right? The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Wang Wei looked directly at the other two custom Gongyui soldiers. These two are said to be customized Gongyui soldiers, but in fact they are not customized, they are just a gender choice. Therefore, there is a reason why female soldiers are expensive. Try putting your hands on this. Yes, sir. Accompanied by Wang Wei, he set his sights on the Gongyui soldiers of this squadron behind the two female soldiers. These 14 people directly put their hands on this supernatural crystal. What is this? I don't know, but it feels like it has something to do with the inner power of the human body. Then this is not my research direction. On the other side, the three men in their 30s, wearing academician robes, squatted together and mumbled. Boom! Exclamation mark with another light spot shining. Wang Wei knew that among the 14 people, there were people who could produce supernatural powers. Go out and try your abilities. When these Gongyui soldiers opened their eyes, Wang Wei walked outside with a group of people. Try it. Report. Before Wang Wei's words were finished, the two customized female soldiers directly reported to Wang Wei's respectful salute. Say, what's the matter? Reporter sir, the two of us only have all the physical augmentation effects and no special abilities. Hearing the words of the two female soldiers, Wang Wei frowned slightly. Shouldn't it? The custom female soldiers recruited by 100,000 unit resources have no ability to appear? Weird. Really weird. Then you two stand aside and take a look. What about you? Don't tell me there is no power. Looking at the 12-man Gongyui soldiers, Wang Wei asked a little bit unkindly. Report to the commander, we all have abilities. Just what? It's just my ability. Before he finished speaking, the squad leader drew the bayonet directly from his leg, and hit his arm. After the knife was cut, the blood flowed out. The squad leader pressed a hand on the wound, and a touch of turquoise light began to flicker directly in the palm of his hand. In a short period of time, a scar appeared on the arm of the squad leader. Your ability is to cure. This novel was first published by Dragon QQ4929238872. Don't be fooled by other fakes. Unique fellow novel backup group 672,171,357 fellow novel internal group 1,142,529,731 fellow novel internal group 2,929,082,961 more exciting fellow novels are in the hands of the owner. Welcome to the group. I hope you will not be fooled by those deceptive groups. Attachment. This work comes from the internet and published books. The work is only for readers' preview. Please delete it within 24 hours of downloading. It must not be used for commercial purposes. If you think this book is good, please buy a genuine book. Thank you for your support. Key points. I hope I can keep this paragraph when reprinted. It's a bit hard to organize, but retention is a virtue. Yes, sir. What about you? Wang Wei, who nodded slightly, directly turned his gaze to the numerous Gongyui soldiers on that side. Following Wang Wei's verification, Wang Wei really has a bit of toothache at this moment. The ability of these guys, don't you think you don't? Actually there are two, if you say yes. But what's the use? For example, what kind of ability? Acceleration, ability suspension, ability control, ability shaping, etc. Wang Wei was a little speechless to complain. This power crystal is really excellent. Very talented. Everyone listens. Yes, Commander. Your class will shoulder the important task of guarding the base from now on. Yes, Commander. Nodded slightly, and waved his hand to indicate that the Gongyui soldiers of this squad would disperse. Wang Wei directly directed his eyes to the three engineers. What ability do you three gentlemen have? With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Wang Wei looked at the three engineers in front of him with a hint of kindness. Master Commander, I don't have those magical abilities. I am a scholar. The main direction of attack is to write intelligent AI for virtual networks. Chapter 25, Mary Jane's Birthday Party. One more, see flower ticket. As the first engineer spoke, the remaining two engineers also spoke about their abilities. Hi, I don't have any special abilities, I just like to make some mechas. I'm relatively simple. There is still a little bit of research on various cancers. When these three engineers said their best areas, Wang Wei's eyes burst out with a different brilliance. 3 gentlemen, can you enlighten me? These 3 engineers are secret treasures in Wang Wei's eyes. It can be said that an engineer in 100,000 units is losing money, no loss. Even if his mother is an engineer with 1,000,000 unit resources, Wang Wei feels that he is earning blood. These years, what the most valuable is these talents. Those who dare to wear academician robes are the most precious. After all, Gong Yui's academician robe must be as precious as the rabbit's academician robe. Good. Good. With the participation of the 3 of you, many of my things can be done easily. Wang Wei, who nodded slightly, felt that he was almost unable to restrain his inner joy. Isn't Iron Man's Mark series armor great? Not awesome? Amazing. Awesome. Wang Wei wants it. Wang Wei wants it. But I can't speak. Simply Wang Wei made a bet with Tony before and returned the bet to the Mark II battle armor. As long as you have a sample, are you afraid that you can't make it? Then you really underestimate these engineers who can wear academician robes. Ken Jarvis. Do you like it? Do you want it? No man does not like the super smart AI like Jarvis. Wang Wei likes it too. The Red Queen is very awesome. But that is only limited to the Red Queen of the biochemical world becoming the big boss behind the scenes. In the early stage, the Red Queen was just a super security system. Therefore, if possible, Wang Wei is also very happy to have a super smart AI butler similar to Jarvis. The appearance of these 2 engineers directly told Wang Wei that what Iron Man has, we can also have it. The 3 of you come with me. You assault team follow me back to the base. As for the 2 of you, temporarily assign you a task to form an archive department, and sort out the types of abilities each person has. Looking at the 2 custom-made female soldiers standing aside as if they were marginalized, Wang Wei thought about it a bit and gave the task. Although I don't know the specific advantages of this customized female soldier, let's choose this for now. Yes, sir. The eyes of the 2 female soldiers who heard that they also had a mission became bright. For the 2 of them, they are not afraid of tasks, they are afraid of being marginalized and ignored. Wang Wei, who shook his head slightly, took these people back to the hive base. Alice, let Yuan take the 3 of them to the umbrella building first. At that time, they will be assigned their own laboratory. Research Institute. Regarding these 3 treasured engineers, Wang Wei directly chose to put them in the umbrella building. Yes, master. Nodding slightly, Alice directly contacted Wang Yuan. And the assault teams have all returned to the hive base. It seems that we need to increase the security of the umbrella building and set up several special bases. Sitting in this villa, Wang Wei thought about it slightly, and he had a certain definition in his heart. Time is fast. In an instant, 10 days of effort had arrived, and this day is Mary Jane's adult birthday party. Sitting on the silver gray sports car, under the protection of Xu and 5 people, Wang Wei rushed to the home address given by Mary Jane. In these 10 days, Tony also gave the Marquis to Wang Wei. Wang Wei changed hands on the spot to the engineer in the mecha research room in the umbrella building. In the past 10 days, these 3 engineers have been absorbing some knowledge points of the Marvel world, and they have begun to continuously manufacture and experiment in conjunction with the Red Alert technology tree. Hey, Mary Jane, you see a silver gray sports car parked in front of your house. The many classmates who were frolicking in this room suddenly shouted to Mary Jane, who was choosing clothes in the room. Silver sports car? Who is this? Mary was taken aback when she heard that it was a silver gray sports car. After all, there is no one I know who drives a silver gray sports car. Even Professor Wang is driving a light blue Thunderstorm. Wow, so handsome. But unfortunately he is an Asian. Look, there are a few bodyguards by his side. What kind of big man is this? Wow, this is a banquet with a female partner, but the female partner feels so cool. Under these babbled classmates, Mary Jane directly pushed the crowd aside and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked outside. Professor Wang saw Wang Wei wearing a silver-white suit and carrying a gift box in his hand. Mary Jane was slightly caught off guard. One side was surprised that Wang Wei had really arrived, and the other side was a little upset, His clothes must be very unbeautiful. In front of such a handsome Wang Wei, he couldn't show his charm at all. "Hey, Jane, what are you going to do?" Seeing Mary Jane running directly to the door, the classmates in this living room started talking. "Isn't this Professor Wang?" "When you said it, I remembered it too, but this outfit is really handsome." Those onlookers also recognized that this person was Professor Wang, who gave them a lecture before. "Happy birthday, little beauty." Looking at Mary Jane in a flaming red dress, Wang Wei smiled slightly, and directly passed the gift box in his hand. "Thanks, GSGSFJ, little brother, for a reminder ticket, although I don't know if I can get it." "Thank you, Kijun, for the 3 monthly passes of my little brother." Comparison. Chapter 26, Call from Jarvis, Second Change, Request for flower tickets. "Thank you, Professor. I didn't expect you to come over today." After closing the gift box with a look of joy, Mary Jane, who covered her mouth lightly, gave Wang Wei a big hug. Said with some excitement, "No way, who is my previous promise to a classmate?" Wang Wei, who lightly half-held Mary Jane, patted his back twice, and said with a smile on his face, "By the way, Professor Wang, your sports car." Looking at the silver-gray sports car, Mary Jane also looked curious. The price of this kind of sports car is not very low. It is definitely a luxury accessory among high-end products. "This is the Polar Silver Fox. The previous thunderstorm had a little accident. Let's go. Your classmates are waiting for you." While talking, Wang Wei pointed to the many classmates who formed a circle in front of the French windows. "Okay." Looking at this kind Wang Wei, the shy-faced Mary Jane greeted Wang Wei directly. "Hello, classmates." Looking at these young students, who were all 17 or 18, Wang Wei said hello with a smile on his face. "Hello, Professor Wang." "Professor Wang, how old are you?" "It feels like you are super young." "Yes, it feels like you are so young and able to achieve such a high status. It's really amazing." With Wang Wei's entry, these classmates who were a little bit cautious began to curry favor with Wang Wei. "No way, who made Umbrella Group recently because of various special effects, coupled with its internal generous bonus system and promotion system, has made Umbrella Group one of the most desirable groups in the world." "Ha ha ha, I'm only 24 years old this year, not much different from you, don't be so cautious." While smiling, Wang Wei gave an and chose to let the protagonist Mary Jane appear. "Hey, Peter, look, this seems to be the bodyguard next to Professor Wang." Harry, who drove his sports car with Peter Parker, looked directly at Zhao Yan, who was guarding outside. "Well, let's go." After all, the birthday party is about to begin. Seeing these cars parked nearby, Peter Parker felt a little bitterness in his heart. After all, the goddess she had admired for a long time turned her head to the embrace of others. How can this not make people sad? "Hey, Jane, this is your birthday present." While talking, Peter Parker took out his gift box. "This is mine." Harry, who hooked up with Peter Parker, also handed over another birthday gift box of his own. "Thank you." Seeing these two bad friends who sometimes made her hate her teeth, Mary Jane seldom chose to confuse these two silly things this time, and directly put the two birthday gift boxes aside. "You guys play for a while, I'm going to change a suit." Taking a look at Wang Wei, who was sitting there laughing and not speaking, Mary Jane waved to everyone, and ran directly to her room to change into a dress. "What's wrong? You two seem to have a lot of questions to ask." Watching Peter Parker and Harry, who were a little hesitant on the side, encouraged him. Wang Wei turned his head and smiled at Peter Parker and asked, "Hey, Professor Wang." "This is Harry." Seeing Wang Wei turned his head and asked himself and others. Harry stretched out his hand to Wang Wei and said with a smile, "Harry, I remember you." "It's really an honor for me to be remembered by the professor." "By the way, Professor, I would like to ask if your group recruits interns?" As Harry's words fell, Peter Parker, who was on one side, also became nervous. After putting all this into his eyes, Wang Wei couldn't help but show a smile, and those students who were chatting around were also directly attracted by Harry's words. After all, this is a very important thing. If it's someone else, it's really not clear. But if it's you. Okay. At that time, You can just report my name. If you get fired because you are lazy at work, don't blame me. Ha ha ha. While smiling, Wang Wei left a reassurance in the hearts of these students. If Peter Parker joined the Umbrella Group to work, it must be a very interesting thing, right? With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Wang Wei nodded slightly when he looked at these jumping classmates. Wow, Jane, you look much better. It's so beautiful. Before these students had time to thank Wang Wei, Mary Jane, who was dotted with stars in a silver-white veil, walked out of the bedroom. Not bad. Seeing Mary Jane in this costume, Wang Wei rarely applauded and said with a smile, "Thank you." After hearing the compliments she wanted to hear, Mary Jane showed a joyful smile. "Professor, I think." Ding ding ding. Before Mary Jane's words were finished, the phone ringing on Wang Wei's body suddenly rang. Wait a minute. Wang Wei, who picked up his mobile phone, saw the caller and couldn't help but frown. What did Tony call me for? Hey, Mr. Wang, there is one thing that needs your help. Mr. Stark is now fainted in the basement. I think even if it is sent to the hospital, it will be of no avail. I can only call you. Jarvis's voice suddenly rang in this phone. Okay, Jarvis, I'll go back right away. You tell me his current situation first. While talking, Wang Wei smiled unapologetically to Mary's briefing and whispered, I'm very sorry, I have a patient here and need my help. I have to go first. Chapter 27, On-Site Surgery, Fast. 3 shifts. Seeking flowers tickets, Wang Wei, who was too late to care about Mary Jane's response, hurried back with Alice and the others. After all, in Wang Wei's heart, Tony's weight is much more important than Mary Jane. Okay. Looking at Wang Wei, who had an anxious face and hurried back, Mary Jane's original desire to invite Wang Wei to dance directly turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared in the air. Hey, Jane, what's wrong with the professor? In such a hurry. Harry, who was bragging to a group of people, came over and asked. The professor said he has a patient who needs his help. Mary Jane replied feebly with a little loss. Polar Silver Fox. While driving the car, Wang Wei rushed towards the villa. Jarvis, tell me the specific situation first. Okay, Mr. Wang. Since a few days ago, you told your husband that he was going to be operated on. He didn't choose to use the reactor to pull shrapnel debris from his heart. Just now, the husband suddenly fainted in the basement. So, can you please help Mr. Stark? I don't know if it was Wang Wei's illusion. In this Jarvis communication, Wang Wei seemed to hear a pleading voice. I try my best. Wang Wei pursed his lips slightly and hit the accelerator to the end. The 2 Land Cruisers, Land Rover Domineering, who followed closely behind him, were far behind. For Tony, Wang Wei still has a good impression of him. Mark World War II. Give it as you say. It was delivered to Wang Wei's villa on the same day. More importantly, Wang Wei and Tony are also very playful, although it's a bit stinky sometimes. Under this speeding situation, Wang Wei finally rushed to this Tony Stark villa. With the arrival of Wang Wei's vehicle, Jarvis directly opened the door of the villa. I need supporting facilities. He glanced at the pale Tony who was lying on the ground and was assembling the mecha. Wang Wei directly began to give orders to the basement. Good Mr. Wang. When Wang Wei rushed to this Tony, Jarvis, who had already taken over all the equipment in the basement, directly bought Wang Wei a set of equipment that was not very complete, but enough to save his life. Wang Wei did not hesitate at all. Put that white coat directly on his body, and directly used the scalpel in his hand to perform an operation on Tony in this basement. Time waits for no one. If Tony's current situation is delayed, there may be accidents. Huh? Why did they rush to Tony's villa? Did something happen? Natasha, who was drinking strong wine on the balcony, was immediately puzzled. Accident? What accident? Hill, holding a cup of coffee, felt a little uncomfortable with Natasha moving in too. After all, when you live alone, you can play with a lot of hobbies. If there is another outsider, these hobbies are about to converge. I don't know, let's go and see. With a hint of doubt in her eyes, Natasha dragged Hill directly towards Tony Stark's villa. In any case, these 2 people are people that S.H.I.E.L.D. cares closely. If something goes wrong with these 2 people, then they will have to waste a lot of trouble in S.H.I.E.L.D. Sorry, miss. The owner of the villa is discussing things with my young master. Please come back later. Seeing a black widow in a black leather jacket, Hill rushed over with a casual outfit. Zhao Yan and Lin Yan, who were guarding the gate of the villa, stepped forward and stopped these two men. Although I don't know why these two people came here, but according to the captain's previous instructions, this place cannot be disturbed for the time being. Oh, sorry. The main reason is that I and Tony are friends. Some things need to be dealt with by him. I am very anxious. Can it be convenient? Looking at Zhao Yan and Lin Yan with serious faces, the Black Widow blinked with a wink. He straightened his hair and prayed to Zhao Yan. I'm sorry, miss. No way, no way. Zhao Yan ignored Natasha's winking eyes. No way, no way. Is it really bad? No. If I have to go in, you can't get in either. You. Natasha, who was slightly angry, looked at Zhao Yan, who was a little stubborn in front of him, and her teeth tickled with hatred. Okay, Natasha. Hill, who pulled Natasha behind him, directly asked Zhao Yan, Lin Yan and others. I'm sorry, but I see you rushing over in such a hurry. I feel like you need help. I live there. The owner of this villa and I are considered neighbors and friends. So, can you tell me what happened? Agent Hill, who rubbed his eyebrows, said seriously to Zhao Yan. Agent Hill. Agent Natasha, I'm sorry. They stopped you. But you really can't come in right now. At the gate of this villa, there are also cameras and voice control devices belonging to Jarvis. Before Zhao Yan had time to refuse, Jarvis directly stood up to Agent Hill and Natasha and tactfully refused. Agent Lin Yan and Zhao Yan, who heard these two words, became vigilant. After all, anyone who dares to be involved in an agent is not a good bird. What does it mean? Looking at Zhao Yan, who was about to fight, the Black Widow's teeth tickled. Excuse me, what happened to Mr. Stark? Now that you know who we are, then you should also know what we represent. Seeing Jarvis's appearance, Hill asked directly. Thanks to Rao Pikes Yuan, my brother's monthly ticket support. Thank you? My brother's monthly ticket support. Comparison. Chapter 28, Tony's Life. I am sure. 4 changes. Seeking flowers tickets. I can let you in, but can you keep calm after you come in? Mr. Wang is operating on Mr. Stark. Jarvis, who was silent for a while, can naturally find most of the information about SHIELD. But because of this, Jarvis finally chose to let these two people in. Surgery? What's the situation? Natasha, with a slightly raised brow, is about to break in directly to see what happens. Boom. At this time, a fiery red flame jetted out in Lin Yan's palm. Please calm down, can you? And even though Mr. Jarvis said he can allow you to enter, we haven't allowed it yet. After all, you are a big threat to my young master. With a wink in his eyes, Lin Yan looked at this irritable Natasha in a black leather skirt with a cold face. Please calm down. Miss Natasha. Mr. Stark received some shrapnel while in the Middle East, and it remains in his body. Mr. Wang was also asked by Mr. Stark to come and remove the shrapnel. Drop. Very succinctly explained the cause and effect of the matter. Mr. Wang is operating on Mr. Stark. Is that so? Can we go in and find out about the situation? If necessary, I can contact the internal medical department of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hill, who directly gagged Natasha, smiled and said softly to Jarvis and the 2 Asians in front of them who were not easy to get along with each other. As for what Natasha wanted to say, how could Hill, an old friend, fail to understand? Natasha is good in everything and excellent in every aspect. It's this kind of hot temper. Ugh, forget it. Don't want to control it. Zhao Yan, Lin Yan, let them in. We are still there. Just as Zhao Yan and Lin Yan wanted to refuse, Xumu's voice suddenly rang from the headset. Go in. I hope you don't mess around. After a heavy glance at these 2 men, Lin Yan and Zhao Yan let them go. Jarvis, will Tony have a date next? While bothering to perform surgery on Tony, Wang Wei asked casually. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Mr. Stark has a dinner party with Miss Pepper Potts. Push it. This operation may last 5 or 6 hours. At this moment, Wang Wei really feels his head is big. Originally, Wang Wei overestimated Tony's physical condition. I didn't expect this shrapnel debris to be so close to the heart. This made Wang Wei, who was undergoing the operation, feel a burst of stress. if it is possible. Wang Wai would rather choose to reject this operation. No wonder no one wants to perform this operation on Stark. Okay, sir. Jarvis, who cares very much about Tony's life, directly made up the white light to Miss Pepper Potts. Perhaps this is the first white lie since Jarvis became Tony's personal butler. Help me get Alice in. I need help. Wang Wai felt that Tony's physical condition was a bit unbearable. This feeling really needs a helper. Where did a doctor start doing it? This is completely nonsense. Miss Alice, Mr. Wang said he needs your help. Alice, who was waiting in the living room, suddenly heard Jarvis' summons. Without hesitation, Alice walked directly into the basement. Jarvis, can you tell us the details below? When entering the living room, Hill and Natasha also clearly understood the seriousness of this matter under Jarvis' explanation. After all, the operation has now started. It's useless to stop again. The only thing I can pray for is that Mr. Wang can really rescue Tony Stark. There is Mr. Wang down there. Please trust him. Tweezers, pliers, hemostatic cotton, needle, gut surgery needle. Under Wang Wai's command, Alice, who had changed her outfit, immediately started to bustle. Jarvis, is there anyone on it? Suddenly, Wang Wai lowered his head and asked Jarvis. Your 3 bodyguards, Agent Hill and Agent Natasha. Let them all come down. Wang Wai with trembling eyelids directly threw out such a sentence. No solution anymore. Now we can only let these guys who don't know anything about medicine come in and help. Grandmas, I don't believe in evil anymore. This Tony is fate. I can't keep it. In his eyes, Wang Wai with such a touch of perseverance decided to go to the end. Under Jarvis's orders, these people finally came down one by one in full service, and Wang Wai didn't hesitate at all, and immediately began to give orders. Natasha, who had many problems but could only hold in her heart, was almost out of breath. But at this time, both Natasha and Hill had only one idea, and that was to assist Wang Wai in rescuing Tony's life. One day and one night passed. After Wang Wai cut the last surgical line short, he passed out on the operating table. Master, Mr. Wang. Mister. When everyone was exhausted, Wang Wai's fainting directly brought a situation no less than a crash to everyone. Master is tired and fainted. Alice, who was already very tired, started directly and helped Wang Wai up with the help of Natasha. Thank you all. Even though Mr. Stark didn't wake up, I think Mr. Stark would be happy for you to rest here. Please allow me to show you the way. Jarvis, who quietly followed the one-night operation, naturally knew that Wang Wai was really tired. Thanks, Kiaozike, Miss Sister. It should be Miss Sister, right? After all, the name is so cute! Thank you for your monthly pass. Chapter 29, Technological Magic Treasure House of Knowledge, 5 watches, seeking flower tickets. A small and cute robot is directly in front and guides everyone to rest. I don't think so. Let's go back and rest. After all, we live not far from you next door. Alice, who was silent for a moment, resisted Jarvis slightly. After all, Alice herself is also very tired. Plus Xumu's exhaustion. If they rest in this Tony's villa, they will not have better ability to protect Wang Wai. Okay, Jarvis is very grateful for your help. Speaking of, Jarvis directly sent Alice and others out. As for Natasha and Hill, they both went back to their villas and fell asleep. In Tony's bedroom, several hours passed. Tony reluctantly opened his eyes. Jarvis. I'm here, sir. Fortunately, you are fine. Otherwise I really don't know what to do. After seeing Tony waking up, Jarvis, who had no sense of humor, rarely said a cold humorous remark. What's wrong with me? Sir, you fainted in the basement. I called Mr. Wang Wang. With the joint efforts of him and Alice, Xumu, Zhao Miao, Jin Sheng, Hill, Natasha and others, finally you saved it. But they were exhausted a few hours ago, and Mr. Wang fainted even more tired. Not only that, but also the shrapnel residue in your body is completely removed. Congratulations, sir. There is no need to install the arc reactor in front of Hungary in the future. With a feeling of joy, Jarvis seriously reported to Tony. Except for Wang Wai, none of them seemed to be doctors, right? A drop of cold sweat from Tony, who seemed to remember something, dripped directly from his forehead. "Yes, sir." "Then really thank Wang Wai." "I don't know how he is now." Tony, who was deeply grateful to Wang Wai in his heart, fell into a deep sleep again. "In a few days." I won't mess around with the knife anymore." Wang Wai, who had woken up a long time ago, looked at his own one that still had something similar to sequelae, and his hand was always trembling slightly, wanting to cut something with difficulty. This feeling made Wang Wai very uncomfortable. Wang Wai also knows why this is. The body's sub-health response, a mental muscle twitch caused by excessive fatigue. System, I want to start signing in. Today, it is this new round of sign-in rewards. Wang Wai has been thinking about this idea of enhancing his personal strength for a long time. Wang Wai doesn't really want to own a crystal or something. As for the battle armor of the Mark series, the engineer hasn't worked it out yet. As for the virus stock, forget it. Wang Wai can't believe that he can have the same luck as Alice, and can be perfectly integrated. I hope the sign-in rewards this time can be helpful to me. Wang Wai, who kept talking in his mouth, started a new round of sign-in. Ding! Congratulations to the host, a treasure house of scientific and technological magic knowledge. While Wang Wai was praying, suddenly, Wang Wai felt that his head was hit hard. This feeling seemed to be a surge of intellectual power constantly pouring into Wang Wai's head. My cow! Wang Wai, who has a straight face and a hideous face, was almost overwhelmed by this new treasure house of sign-in rewards. Bang! It seems that something has been linked up. Suddenly, Wang Wai felt that his spiritual world had directly extended a path from his small square world. Looking along this trail, there is something similar to a library not far away. System, tell me why this time the reward is pouring directly into my head. Some Wang Wai who gritted his teeth coldly questioned the monthly sign system. Ding! All knowledge rewards are directly invested in the host's spiritual world. Don't worry, the host. This is the first time to open up the host's spiritual world, so this will happen. Link in a more peaceful way. As if to give Wang Wai an answer, the sign-in system slowly responded. Wipe, you are right. The corners of his mouth twitched. Wang Wai immediately felt a little weak to vomit. This dog system. Although some wanted to complain about this system, Wang Wai was still a little impatient to check this treasure trove of technological magic knowledge. Technological magic, a treasury of knowledge. The end of science is theology, and the end of theology is science. When science has developed to a certain extreme, magic is just an application of energy. A treasure trove of knowledge. A total of 180,000 scientific magics are recorded. Please use it wisely. Hiss! Exclamation mark. After seeing the introduction of this technological magic knowledge treasure house, Wang Wai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What is magic? It is a product of occult. But when the occult can be explained by science, how can there be such a feeling as if it's hanging up to the sky? Am I taking off too? Wang Wai couldn't help but twitched his lower nose and directly withdrew his previous abuse of the monthly sign system. This is not a dog system. This is Lao Tzu's baby system. Alice, let me postpone the next unimportant things. I want to retreat. After snarling at Alice who was guarding outside, Wang Wai happily walked into this treasure house of knowledge and began to choose one book after another to learn about the science and technology magic. Encyclopedia of Basic Principles of Technological Magic, Encyclopedia of Basic Material Cognition of Technological Magic, Encyclopedia of Basic Attributes of Technological Magic, Encyclopedia of Basic Production of Technological Magic. Note: the ideological source of technological magic comes from the anti-Chinese drama, Master Si Bo. Kaifeng also watched the 2 or 3 episodes and basically didn't look at it. Chapter 30, It's Scientific Magic, Not Mysterious Magic. 6 Changes, Seeking Flowers Ticket. After looking at the rows of books on this shelf, Wang Wai's heart was excited. Nanas, it's finally talking about me coming to master the power myself. While thinking about it, Wang Wai flipped down a book related to technology and magic from the bookshelf to try his best to absorb the knowledge points. When magic can be explained by science, magic is no longer magic. Now, in Wang Wai's worldview, knowledge points are constantly being expanded. A few days later, Mr. Stark, Mr. Wang said, there is something I want to ask you. While Tony Stark was enjoying the blameful care of the chili peppers, Jarvis suddenly rang in Tony's ear. Wang, why? Is there anything he would like to ask for? Let him in. Perhaps it was a life-saving grace and was unable to repay it, or perhaps it was because Wang Wai tried his best to heal himself. In short, Tony's favorability for Wang Wai has risen infinitely. It's almost time to cut chicken heads and burn yellow paper to worship the handle. It looks like you have enjoyed it recently. Seeing the little pepper who left with the tray and smiled at him kindly, Wang Wai smiled at Tony with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. Sit down. There are some of my favorite wines in there, no need to be a pity. But Wang Wai, can I really not drink? You know, these days without wine are really. While letting Wang Wai sit down, he pointed to the small refrigerator on one side and said to Wang Wai, for Tony, who likes to drink 2 glasses when he is fine, not being able to drink is simply the biggest torture. Not yet. Although you can barely walk on the ground now, but your internal body has not fully recovered. It's better not to drink. While talking, Wang Wai took out the bottle of high-end wine from the small refrigerator and began to sip it. How long will it take for this kind of day to pass? Soon, just 2 or 3 months. By the way, what do you need my help for this time? Oh, yes. There is one thing I want to discuss with you. Isn't your umbrella group determined to specialize in medicine? I am Stark Industries. There are also some medical institutions in the group. I don't need it, so I'm going to give it to you. While smiling, Tony decided to give some medical institutions in Stark Industries to Wang Wai. For Tony, this is just an insignificant department missing, but for Umbrella Group, it is equivalent to an expansion. You don't have to give it to me. Cooperate. I requisitioned your medical institutions. Also, borrow some energy from your Stark Industries group to help me sell. Recently, Yu Yan complained to me that the factory was squeezed a lot of goods. Because of the non-cooperation of some countries, it has been slow to make progress in those places. Wang Wai, who shook his head slightly, directly refused this shift. Let's do it. Jarvis, go back and draft a contract to spin off all the medical institutions, form a new Stark subsidiary group, and give 50% of the shares to Wang Wai. Tony nodded slightly and gave part of the shares to Wang Wai. In this way, Wang Wai's umbrella group has joined forces with Stark Group. The link in this is the medical group affiliated with Stark Industries. Okay, thank you. Tell me, what are you looking for me this time? I need you to help me collect some element materials. While you said this, Wang Wai handed a list to Tony. After all, a large part of the lists handed out by Wang Wai were beyond the reach of Umbrella, and some of them were elemental resources that were not collected by the Gongyui base on the Red Alert planet. All these are precious and rare elements. This is not very easy, but it doesn't get in the way. Sweeping up and down, Tony directly contracted this precious and rare element. What are you doing with these? I suddenly became interested in scientific magic recently, so I'm going to study it. Science magic? Are you a doctor of medicine interested in science magic? What about this? As if he heard the feeling of sliding the world, Tony felt that the world was a little abnormal. A medical doctor interested in science magic? This shouldn't be a joke made by God. It's scientific magic, not mysterious magic. Scientific magic is a kind of magic explained by science. With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, Wang Wai slowly explained it. Although this scientific magic may become a benchmark of one's own strength in the future. But, just like that, Wang Wai hasn't had any intention of concealing Tony in the early stage. After all, to make friends is to make friends. Wang Wai didn't mind to touch him a bit. Okay. Science magic. I will help you get these things out as soon as possible. Tony shrugged while feeling a little curious about Wang Wai's sudden interest. Yeah, I'm going back first. Suddenly I found that a lot of experiments have been accumulated recently. Wang Wai nodded and left the Tony Stark villa directly. Come often when you have time. He waved his hand at Wang Wai, who had left, and continued to lie down on the sofa for salted fish. Since passing such a major operation, Tony feels that enjoying the service of pepper is also a beautiful thing. Okay. Wang Wai waved his hand slightly and returned directly to his villa. For Wang Wai, There have been a lot of squeezing things recently. The first is the progress of the Tyrant Legion, which is almost coming to an end. As long as the last level is overcome, then Wang Wei can form a Tyrant army on the spot. Chapter 31, Tyrant Experiment, 7 updates, asking for flower tickets. The thought of having a Tyrant army in his hands made Wang Wei's heart a little excited. On the other hand, Bucky's biochemical chip implantation and anti-brainwashing have finally come to an end. However, Bucky in the culture tank was not only not controlled by the T-virus stock solution, but also directly counter-controlled the virus stock solution. Take this T-virus stock solution directly into your own power. If it weren't for the implantation of 3 biochemical chips in Bucky's body, and back brainwashing several times, it is impossible for Wang Wei to wake him up. Boss. After returning to the underground base, Bucky stood quietly on the test bench with a cold face, receiving data analysis from a group of researchers. After seeing Wang Wei's appearance, Bucky's eyes slowly sparkled with a glorious look. If we say that, facing other people, Bucky is a cold-blooded face that strangers don't enter. So when facing Wang Wei, Bucky can put down all his disguise. This is the anti-brainwashing method planned by Wang Wei. Brainwashed Bucky thoroughly. Some thoughts hostile to the Hydra were added deep in his mind. More than half of his original memory was directly restored, and the US team, KT agents, etc. all resurfaced in Bucky's mind. Even the influence of the accidental killing of Tony's parents is being played back in Bucky's mind. The result of this manslaughter is that Bucky has a sense of guilt for Tony. However, the result of the greater anti-brainwashing influence is that a deep loyalty to Wang Wei has been implanted in Bucky's mind. It's not an exaggeration to say that Bucky now is Wang Wei's most loyal dog leg. Well, how do you feel now? Wang Wei nodded slightly and directly asked Bucky. Very good, although the virus stock solution may kill me. But thanks to the boss, if it weren't for the boss, I wouldn't be able to get this power now. As he stretched out his hand, Bucky opened up and smiled at Wang Wei with a kind smile. For Bucky at the moment, the person he trusts most is Wang Wei, followed by his good teammates. Come on, let you try another power this time. Speaking of Wang Wei, he took Bucky directly to another laboratory. In this laboratory, Wang Wei was wearing protective clothing and carefully took out a cold storage box. In this cold box is another virus stock solution, G-virus stock solution, that is more brutal than T-virus stock solution. Alice can have the strength it is now because of the 2 original liquids. Boss, if I can't hold on, please kill me. I don't want to be such a monster. Bucky, who was honestly tied to the test bench, suddenly said seriously to Wang Wei. It is good. Wang Wei nodded slightly and directly injected this special needle into Bucky's body. With the entry of the virus stock solution, Bucky's entire figure began to gradually twist. The ruddy skin rolled directly on Bucky's body. It gives people a feeling as if blood is boiling and burning. Tyrant anesthetic, 10 times the amount. Looking at Bucky, who has a tendency to mutate gradually, Wang Wei said helplessly to the research assistant behind him. After all, deep in Wang Wei's heart, it is really rare to have an excellent experimental material like Bucky. If it were not for accident, Wang Wei didn't want to just play Bucky like this. Following Wang Wei's orders, the anesthetic sufficient to anesthetize the tyrant was directly delivered to Bucky's body, and 10 times the equivalent. Let's go to the next place. At the time when scientific magic has not been fully experimented, Wang Wei will not give up his own safety issues. As Wang Wei's words fell, Alice, Xumyu and others followed Wang Wei through that arbitrary door to this Red Alert planet. Near the Gongyui control base of this Red Alert planet, there is a small building complex. And this building complex is nothing else, it is Wang Wei who relocated a part of the honeycomb base. After all, what the tyrant is about to face is the test product that this tyrant is about to complete. If the rampage is carried out in the hive base, then the problem will be a bit playful. That's not the result Wang Wei wanted. Although the virus stock is in hand, Wang Wei always has the whole card to set the table. Just like the upper leg, the 5 gangsters will not use this thing when it is not necessary. The same goes for Wang Wei. Continued to experiment. With the arrival of Wang Wei, This already formed tyrant was directly injected with a part of the Hulk blood gene. The tyrant in front of him is extremely hideous, and the red-skinned tyrant is the product of the tyrant who has been injected with some hate genes. But Wang Wei really doesn't like the gene of mere hatred. What really showed Wang Wei was the blood gene of the Hulk. Injected. Start fusion. The target tyrant's body has mutated. On the record. With this one there is a researcher's instruction operation. In the sealed laboratory in front of him, in the solitary cultivation tank, the tyrant's figure began to slowly change. Gradually change from red to green, from green to dark blue, and from dark blue to red. Just keep changing over and over again. The target's genetic chain is breaking down. Suspected of an irreversible collapse. Record query. At this moment of transition, the tyrant's gene chain has directly and irreversibly collapsed. Upon hearing this result, Wang Wei weakly showed a look of disappointment. Still not able to succeed. If it succeeds, this tyrant will be formed directly. After all, the strength of the original tyrant in Resident Evil is obvious to all. Sorry, my eyes were blurred today, but I hurriedly pushed out these 3 chapters and posted them all at once. Finally, I begged for a wave of support. Really, brothers, please O_O. Chapter 32, The Liquor with No Face, 8 Changes, Seeking a Flower Ticket. Although people hate in this Marvel world like a weak chicken, the opening scene is abandoned. But it also has not weak strength. Plus the Hulk, who is enough to call Marvel's #1 brash man. Wang Wei's heart hurts when he thinks of this. Is it found for any reason? The specific situation is still derived from the blood genetic sample of the Hulk. 4 or 5 doctors of biochemistry muttered to each other for a while and then nodded to Wang Wei and reported Hulk's blood gene sample. Standing in the experimental control room, Wang Wei couldn't help but start thinking about how to copy the Hulk's genes into it. Even if you can't copy all of it, you can't copy half of it. Copy 1/10, or 1%. Although hatred can fight against Hulk in the early stage, hatred does not have an ability of Hulk that is unlimited. Theoretically, the more angry the Hulk, the stronger the power it exerts. For the tyrant controlled by the biochemical chip, he will reach the point of anger at any time. Try to weaken the gene of the Hulk, and then fuse the gene of hatred. First solve this genetic problem, and then directly integrate it into the tyrant at one time. Wang Wei, who was silent for a while, directly instructed the biochemical doctors beside him. Understood, the fusion gene will be used as a prerequisite next. Well, lickers, crawlers, these things are still not improved? Wang Wei nodded slightly and asked again. In the world of Resident Evil, although there is a virus stock that can't beat the table, but in Wang Wei's layout, the real enemy is not these little shrimps on Blue Star. It's the entire Marvel Universe. This is the problem. It is estimated that the tyrant can only be a charge unit in the entire Marvel Universe. As for the liquor crawler, throwing it away is not enough to give food. Perhaps the liquor, the biochemical product of the creeper, is already a big killer on this Earth. But in this Marvel Universe, it is really not Mao. What's more, does it agree that the 3 princesses got? That is a cosmic wandering force. What laser weapons, small airships, biological battleships, etc. Don't mention that purple potato essence has become the overlord of the universe. People don't know how many subsidiary civilizations there are to provide them with armed forces. I still can't make improvements. Then keep the relevant technology and seal it up. The next focus is on tyrants and nemesis. Yes, boss. Wang Wei, who nodded his head, left the delineated biochemical base directly. In Wang Wei's plan, some things related to the hive base must be gradually moved to this red alert planet. At that time, the hive base became Wang Wei's exclusive experimental base. It's similar to Tony's basement. When Wang Wei was busy with a backlog of experiments and various things in his hands. Shield is also a bit big. Earlier, Hill and Natasha, who had returned to the villa, directly chose to report on Wang Wei's rescue of Tony after they slept, and Nick Fury, who received this report, looked dumbfounded. What a fat thing. How can this be done like this? You know, the predecessor of SHIELD, but the Strategic Science Corps jointly formed by Father Tony Stark and Agent Carter take care of Senior's child like this. Believe it or not, his father jumped out of the coffin board in minutes and directly tore SHIELD bureau. But Nick Fury had a headache. There is still a little worry. Tony's health is okay, right? With a little uncertain voice, Nick Fury slowly asked Natasha and Agent Hill, who participated in Wang Wei's operation. Tony's body is no longer a problem. With Tony's personal butler, Jarvis is staring at Tony the whole time. The more important, Tony has a good neighbor. Agent Hill, who shook his head slightly, reported directly. Speaking of this, Agent Hill inevitably felt a moment of fear. After all, removing all the shrapnel debris from the heart part is a very tight operation. Even if they were just passing tweezers next to them, Hill and Natasha, who wiped their sweat, felt that Wang Wei was really a medical master. Under the circumstances that required extremely high equipment and environmental requirements, Tony's life was saved with a simple operating table. Abruptly, "It's okay. Thank you for your hard work. How does it feel to participate in such an operation?" Nick Fury, who was relieved in his heart, asked Agent Hill and Natasha with a smile. "Tiring. Very tired. If this Mr. Wang Wei can enter our shield, I think our gods gambling will largely avoid casualties." Some hot-tempered Natasha couldn't help but admire Wang Wei's medical skills at this time. Although Natasha was injected with serum, the body will not undergo aging changes for a long time. Even when he was injured, his recovery ability was much higher than that of ordinary people. But there is a good saying that people who live longer are more afraid of death. Natasha is no exception. In Natasha's careful thought, an idea of befriending Wang Wei rose. After all, who knows if he will be seriously injured when he is on a mission in the future. The medical level of SHIELD is the level of black technology. But because of this, Tony doesn't come to SHIELD for treatment. Can't believe it. Black technology has the benefits of black technology, and for SHIELD, black technology also has certain unstable factors. I have added a few hundred words and posted them all at once. The eyes really can't stand it anymore. Today's update is over. Finally, I begged for a wave of support. Little brothers. O_O. Chapter 33, Vehicle Modification. One more, see flower ticket. Well, as for pulling this Mr. Wang into SHIELD to see it. You guys go to rest first. Give you a week of vacation. Involuntarily thought of the rabbit in the 5 gangster associations showing kindness to Mr. Wang. But Nick Fury is not cautious. Although the SHIELD is affiliated with the 5 gangsters. But who made the headquarters of SHIELD in Yingjiang's house? I can't believe the rabbit. For Agent Hill and Natasha, getting a 1-week holiday in itself is a very worthwhile thing. You slip away, don't you wait to be grabbed by the big bald Nick as a coolie? The world is getting more and more chaotic. It seems that it is necessary to form an extraordinary institution. Sitting in the office, Nick Fury was wondering whether to form an extraordinary institution. The candidates for this organization are all those who can deal with the occurrence of supernatural phenomena. Alexander Pierce felt very dazed. Who is the Winter Soldier? That was the killer that once caused a lot of harm to the Allied forces. That is to say, the former US team was able to restrain it, and their Hydra dug out the Winter Soldier. But they didn't bother to think about it. Just got caught. I am tired. Where does this matter go? As for whether the Winter Soldier would betray or not, Alexander Pierce did not believe at all. After all, the Winter Soldier, who has experienced all kinds of brainwashing first, can be said to be the most loyal hound as long as he has the password. But the only trouble is that the Winter Soldier can't get it out for the time being. After all, in Wang Wei's villa, there is a security dedicated to the Umbrella Group, and the place where Wang Wei lives is with Agent Hill, Natasha, Tony and others. In such a place, if you want to bring the Winter Soldier out of it, you really want to eat fart. There are many people staring around. Since the Chariot Workshop and the empty headquarters have been built, let's recruit first. Seeing that some recruitable information in this main control base has increased, Wang Wei decisively started a new round of recruitment attempts. A grizzly tank with 200,000 units of resources? Cow. Would you like to be so cruel? 100,000 unit resources for an intruder aircraft. It is worthy of being a Gongyui base that has been united by 10,000. While complaining, Wang Wei recruited all of these vehicles. As for the overtime mining vehicle, Wang Wei was ruthless and directly built dozens of mining farms, directly distributed around them. Hyperspace mining vehicles, directly in units of hundreds. Regardless of your price, I will recruit first before talking. After all, resources are the primary productivity. This novel was first published by Dragon QQ 4929238872. Don't be fooled by other fakes. Unique Fellow Novel Backup Group 672,171,357 Fellow Novel Internal Group 1,142,529,731 Fellow Novel Internal Group 2,929,082,961 More exciting fellow novels are in the hands of the owner. Welcome to the group. I hope you will not be fooled by those deceptive groups. Attachment. This work comes from the internet and published books. The work is only for readers' preview. Please delete it within 24 hours of downloading. It must not be used for commercial purposes. If you think this book is good, please buy a genuine book. Thank you for your support. Key points. I hope I can keep this paragraph when reprinted. It's a bit hard to organize, but retention is a virtue. Fortunately, the resources brought back by this super-time mining vehicle are in millions each time. Otherwise, Wang Wei can't help but scold his mother. Time was fast, and Wang Wei directly recruited a grizzly tank in constant time. Looking at the light tank in front of him, it is really difficult for Wang Wei to classify it into the light tank theory. Starting with the weight of the car body of 30 tons, the 130mm caliber barrel is all showing its brutality. Above this grizzly tank, there are two firepower ports similar to heavy machine guns. This is more than that. There is a small cannon inside this grizzly tank. It's a cannon if you read it right. Your mother told me this is a light tank. How do I get this stuff? Seeing such a vehicle being sent out of the vehicle workshop, Wang Wei was directly puzzled. Reporting, sir, the grizzly tank requires us to drive both manually and automatically. In this Gongyui base, Wang Wei also recruited about 200 soldiers of Gongyui. These Gongyui soldiers were directly thrown under the command of the two customized female soldiers by Wang Wei. What about your previous military rank? People's costs are higher than yours. Even if they don't have any supernatural powers, you have to obey their management. It's such a bad-tempered management method. At this time, this custom-made female soldier in a captain's costume reported to Wang Wei's respectful salute. How many people are needed for manual driving? What is the combat level? What about automatic driving? With a slight frown, Wang Wei directly asked the customized female soldier next to him. After some explanation, Wang Wei finally understood a little bit. This manual driving is nothing more than making the grizzly tank more flexible. As for this automatic driving, it is unified to accept the control of the control base. It may be crushed forward like a steel trend, but it is far from the agility that is like manual driving. It's almost similar to the difference between manual and automatic driving. After seeing this grizzly tank, Wang Wei also saw the remaining vehicles such as multi-purpose infantry vehicles and intruder aircraft. In fact, they are all similar products. But when the firepower of these vehicles actually released, Wang Wei shook his head slightly. This kind of firepower is similar to the firepower of the 5 gangsters on the Blue Star, and it can also become a modern machine, or a modern tank. This level alone is not what Wang Wei wants. If it is a vehicle of this level, what method does Wang Wei have to compete with Purple Sweet Potato? Still not. These vehicles still need to be restructured. Wang Wei, who shook his head, directly rejected the mass production of these vehicles. Tell those engineers to find a way to modify these vehicles. Otherwise, I don't need these vehicles. Wang Wei, who ordered the customized female soldier behind him, directly rejected the requirements of the vehicle. Chapter 34. Xioki Battle Armor. Second change, Seeking Flowers Ticket. However, even if these vehicles were ejected, Wang Wei still issued 100 units of production requirements. Even if it can't run rampant in the universe, there is still need on this red alert planet. For Wang Wei, the most important composition of combat power writing now is the great soldiers. If it is said that those cheap cannon fodder Gongyui soldiers are thick and durable, so the current Gongyui soldiers, 2 can deal with a self-driving grizzly tank, and 3 can overturn it. The source of everything is the gift of power crystals. It is not that Wang Wei did not try to use biochemical products, Marvel humans, or some biochemical series of populations to try to match the problem of power crystals. The final result is that people in the Marvel world are rubbish. None of the 100 people can match the power crystal. Although there are some weird things awakened by Gongyui soldiers, they are basically able to achieve more than 90% of the fit and awakening. Yes, sir. Upon hearing Wang Wei's order, hundreds of engineers have already been recruited on this red alert planet. Among them, some are currently available to Wang Wei, while others are not. It is like an engineer of genetics, an engineer of biochemistry, and an engineer of human modification. These are all advanced talents who can be formed with the biochemical base gone. Speaking of, Wang Wei directly returned to his hive base with any door. For Wang Wei, the top priority now is to create his own set of scientific magic equipment. This is the improved version of the armor you built. At this moment, in the umbrella building, Wang Yuan looked at the engineers in front of him, and asked with a suspicious expression on his face. "Yes, Miss Executive. This set of armor is armor we built. We named it the Snapdragon armor. It's completely different from the armor that the commander got before. Among them, we have enhanced the functions of protection and speed. As for the attack, we are not behind. As I said, if we were not exposed to the technological level of this world, we would have doubts in many aspects. But it is precisely because of this that we were able to build this Snapdragon battle armor." "What is the cost? How about the manufacturing time? What about the service life? What about the efficacy?" Seeing the appearance of such a suit, Wang Yuan couldn't help asking the key questions directly. Some engineers who couldn't stand these triumphant boasting, Wang Yuan directly asked in turn. "The cost is not expensive, just the cost of 5 grizzly tanks. As for the manufacturing time, as long as it is entered in the vehicle workshop, thousands of sets will be thrown out for you every minute. The service life is theoretically able to sustain it's a big battle, but then it needs to be maintained. After all, this kind of armor is a sophisticated product, incomparable to the simple and rude Rhino tank of Mao Xun. As for the effect, I dare say that this valiant armor can single out 10 apocalyptic tanks." These engineers, with a confident tone, directly explained the Snapdragon armor to Wang Yuan word by word. "In other words, this battle armor can be put into the battlefield?" Wang Wei, who had just returned to the hive base, suddenly thought of the engineers who had previously explained that the engineers in the umbrella building had attacked the Marquis mission. Some were curious about the progress, and directly chose to open this arbitrary door into the mecha laboratory of the umbrella. Fortunately, the people in this mecha laboratory are all recruited by Wang Wei from Gongyui. Otherwise, Wang Wei would not dare to do this. "Yes, Commander. This Snapdragon battle armor is fully capable of being put into the battlefield." After seeing Wang Wei's appearance, these engineers seriously reported to Wang Wei. "For these guys, it doesn't matter whether the appearance of the armor will cause the death of innocent people. The important thing is whether to obtain research funds, as well as research materials, and most importantly, that is Wang Wei's approval." This armor was originally born from the Mark armor application in Tony's hands. But half of the credit for Tony's Mark's armor belongs to the superintelligent AI Jarvis. "What about this? Is there any auxiliary superintelligent AI? Look at the one in front of me that looks exactly like the war machine in the follow-up Iron Man series." Wang Wei shook his head slightly. "The war armor of Gears of War." Wang Wei dared to say that it was a castrated version made by Tony. That bloated figure, plus some extra functional weapons. Watching Wang Wei frowned. "And what if Tony's own is not a sophisticated high-tech product?" "This is naturally the two. My main responsibility here is the development of superintelligent AI. However, What I developed is a bit different. The name I developed is an auxiliary intelligent AI called Yuxing. In every Snapdragon battle armor, there will be a subsystem of stars, to assist in the operation when necessary. The main system of the stars can directly control all the star subsystems, turning the entire Snapdragon armor into the most sophisticated army. No matter what tactical operation, or what kind of advanced cooperation, these stars have been able to fully maintain their abilities. It's like a sharp knife division made up of a SEAL team. With the response of the engineer who is mainly responsible for the development of intelligent AI, after listening to Wang Wei, he only felt a tingling scalp. Gears of War, although Wang Wei looks down on it. But this valiant battle armor can compete with the war machine, which is nothing. After all, it is the castrated version that Tony sold to the military. However, this star system is a bit awesome. Chapter 35, Development of the Yuxing System, 3 watches, asking for flower tickets. Every Snapdragon battle armor carries a star system, as long as there is a need. Gather the sand directly into a tower, bringing you a large-scale and organized armored army. Fuck. I thought of the appearance of this kind of armored legion. Wang Wei is sure that even Tony in Iron Man 3 can't deal with it. After all, the Iron Man army at that time was controlled by Jarvis Jin alone. The Xioki battle armor is coordinated by the star system, and the star system is individually controlled. Awesome. At this moment, Wang Wei just wants to blow up the engineers who are in the common glory. As expected, engineers who can take on an important project. Very good, very good. I like this thing very much. I give you the permission to go back to the Red Alert planet to test this Snapdragon armor. After getting the experimental data, modify it. When the time comes to form an army, it will be named after the Xioki battle armor. After receiving various explanations from the engineers, Wang Wei understood it. These Kahu engineers are not unbelievable. But the science and technology tree of the Red Alert world has long been crooked. A variety of workshops capable of modular assembly line production. What is this not black technology? Apart from other things, in the later stage of the base's deployment, what is it like the Macross, the frozen helicopter, etc.? What is the black technology? But it is this kind of black technology that uses the weapons of World War II to develop the science and technology tree with the war mindset of World War II. Under this circumstance, it would be strange if the science and technology tree of this Red Alert world is not crooked. Don't forget, in the follow-up to Red Alert 2, that big bald head directly formed a Yuri camp with the technology that stole Mao Xung. Forcefully fight the Bear camp and the Eagle Source camp against each other. In the end, it directly caused the rise of a certain chicken. It has become a teddy bear and Yingjiang teaming up to deal with this 25. So, is there any potential in the Red Alert world? But all the cases where the technology tree is crooked just support correction in this Marvel world. Wang Wei is still afraid that this will not create a force that can turn the purple sweet potato essence. Yes, Commander. After getting Wang Wei's approval, these 30 or 40-year-old engineers were happier than each. Directly brought this battle armor and some miscellaneous equipment back to the Red Alert planet for experimentation. After all, the battle armor has not experienced actual combat training. It is difficult to find the advantages and disadvantages. It really gave me a big surprise. But the relationship between me and Tony now seems to be a bit good. Say hello to him in advance for this matter. After saving it, it will be unpleasant. Wang Wei, who suppressed the unbearable joy in his heart, looked at his side. There was Wang Yuan, who hadn't left for a long time. What's the matter? Just talk about it if you have any questions. Looking at Wang Yuan, who was afraid to speak, Wang Wei smiled gently. That's the young master. Our umbrella group has finally established 42 branches in the world. After a few months, each of the 5 rogue associations has established 3, and the rest are distributed in go to the capitals of every country. However, some of these countries are not friendly, so, having said this, Wang Yuan's words did not go on. Not so friendly? Presumably it's not that it's not so friendly, but rather focused on Umbrella's technology and want to embezzle it. Why didn't Wang Wei, who had a fierce look in his eyes, know what was behind this unfriendly. It is nothing more than some small countries, relying on their bare feet and not afraid of wearing shoes, directly stumbling on umbrella. If you want to embezzle some of these technologies, if there is no secret manipulation by some big gangsters or big organizations, you wouldn't believe it if you killed Wang Wei. Yes, master. Hearing Wang Wei's remarks, Wang Yuan could only nod her head in response. I'll take care of this matter. Be prepared and clean up all the necessary departments. Since someone wants to play dirty, then I don't mind having a good time with him. With a sneer from the corner of his mouth, Wang Wei walked directly into this random door. The rise of Umbrella Group can really be said to be a dramatic rise. First of all, at the beginning, Wang Wei only had a full version of the hive base. In other words, Wang Wei has nothing but such a honeycomb base which is rewarded by the system. As for the building at the beginning, Wang Wei directly invested a lot of money to buy it. A few small umbrella institutes were simply established in this city of forums. Act as a research institution on the bright side. This is the capital that Wang Wei has in his hands. To put it bluntly, if Wang Wei had a complete umbrella group at the start, would Wang Wei still be afraid of a hammer? That is the influence of Umbrella Group that can directly affect the presidential election. In his hand, he holds a special force, the Umbrella Group of Armed Forces. It's a pity that Wang Wei didn't. Just because Wang Wei did not have it, Wang Wei chose to allocate his sales quota to Wilson. Will choose to assign sales quotas to the 5 rogue associations. Who can't lift the table? Directly smash the virus stock solution in your hand all over the world. Go and beg. I go directly to find a planet to play. The problem was that Wang Wei didn't have a star map in his hands at that time, so he could find a planet to play with. Can't find it, just have fun. Believe it or not, the Supreme Mage directly pulled Wang Wei out of the solar system. The Supreme Mage has been guarding this planet for thousands of years. One of your unhappy things is to lift the table and play with biochemical marvel without hammering you to death. Her Supreme Mage directly chooses a dog belt. This is only the Supreme Mage. If the Thunder God and his further Rodin knew about it, haha, the whole universe is chasing you. Believe it or not. Chapter 36. Let's recruit 10,000 people first. 4 changes. Seeking flowers tickets. Although this blue star did not have troops stationed because of the Supreme Mage, it was also one of the refuge places for others. You are really slapping your face like this. When the time comes, the 2 masters of the universe who can make the purple sweet potato tremble chase you down and ask you if you are afraid. Unless you want to experience a crossing again. Many times it is not afraid to lift the table. It's because the cost of lifting the table is far more than the cost of not lifting the table. But now it's different. Wang Wei, who holds the Gongyui base in his hand, doesn't care if it's dirty or not. As long as the last step is reached, it is impossible to lift the table. However, since these countries want to play it thoroughly. Wang Wei, who returned to the Red Alert planet, did not pay attention to the battle armor experiments of the engineers. Go directly into the control base to recruit Gongyui soldiers. First recruit 10,000 people in assorted order, and then talk about it. 42 branch companies, plus some future security issues of some sub-bases, and some research institutes, are now handled all at once. While muttering, Wang Wei set the recruitment number of Gongyui soldiers at the starting point of 10,000. According to Wang Wei's vision, each of these branch companies will have 100 soldiers. These Gongyui soldiers are not simple Gongyui soldiers, but those who have received power crystals. This is more than that. Wang Wei is going to organize these Kahua soldiers with abilities according to their attributes, and finally can ensure that each branch can have a complete combat squadron. In addition to these, Wang Wei plans to open dozens of research institutes and bases in Yingjiang's home and Rabbit's home. After all, as a big boss in the future, if you don't have a few special bases in your hands, it's a bit unreasonable, right? The research institute and the base have to separate some people. In the end, there may be a few hundred people remaining scattered on this Red Alert planet. Engineers still have to be recruiting. Although there are many engineers studying weird and strange aspects now. But they don't care about the scarcity of talents. With a ruthless attack, Wang Wai directly chose the preparatory sequence of 800 engineers. A large part of these engineers will be sent to the Research Institute to serve as Wang Wai's influence on the bright side of the Marvel world. Maybe this institute is studying plant growth. Maybe that institute is studying nanoproperties. Who said that a medical pharmaceutical group could not open a research institute of this nature? That kid also directly entered the catering industry to rate the catering. This is a spy. When the recruitment information was pulled down by Wang Wai directly saw the recruitment price list for the young man in suit and shoes. Not expensive, only 150,000 units per person. The two spies of this Niang are about to catch up with the price of 3 engineers. If I remember correctly, spies can steal money and technology in the game. If this becomes a real situation, it must be far more than that, right? After a little thought, Wang Wai directly recruited 100 spies. If these spies can really sneak into the political system of a small country as Wang Wai imagined, then it would be really interesting. The SEALs? No. This is a special team. When the equipment as much as possible, then the Gongyui soldier appeared in front of Wang Wai. Wang Wai's eyes lit up when he didn't come. Perhaps, how about letting people from these special teams control the Snapdragon armor? After all, if you talk about the quality of soldiers, education and so on, the comprehensive level of the special forces is far away from the ordinary Gongyui soldiers. Although the Gongyui soldiers are cannon fodder in Wang Wai's heart, they are limited to the level of cannon fodder in the war against the overlord of the universe like Thanos. Now these Gongyui soldiers with abilities will be the most desperate force on Blue Star. However, Wang Wai, who was thinking this way, directly recruited a special team of 100 people. The special team is worthy of being a special team, and its recruitment price has reached the price of customized female soldiers. If you are customizing a special team member, then the price is definitely a headache for Wang Wai. After preparing these recruitment settings, Wang Wai returned to the villa again. It will take some time to recruit the Gongyui soldiers. Go and see Tony. Wang Wai, who took Alice and the others back to the villa, took a shower, and led a group of people toward Tony's villa. Hey, Wang Wai, you will really step on it today. Tony, who was basking in the yard, smiled and said to Wang Wai, "What happened?" Hearing Tony's remarks, Wang Wai raised his brows slightly. After all, I asked Tony to find some special elements before. These special elements are exactly the raw materials used by Wang Wai to make scientific magic equipment. Wang Wai is obsessed with science magic. One thing that must be customized every day is to read the knowledge points of scientific magic. The element materials you need were just shipped to the Stark Mansion half an hour ago. I have sent someone here. While talking, Tony smiled and explained to Wang Wai, "Well, thank you. But there is one thing I want to tell you in advance." While talking, Wang Wai was unconscious, and he found a bottle of red wine from the refrigerator again and started drinking it. "What's the matter? Don't tell me what else you are interested in." "I want to study." With a jump of his eyelids, Tony couldn't help but smile. For Tony now, the surgical trauma on his body is almost healed, and he only needs to rest. Chapter 37, Anti-Tony Warframe, 5 Change, Seeking Flowers Ticket. The only headache is that Jarvis is too obedient to the doctor's advice. As long as he stays in the basement for more than 2 hours a day, he will definitely let himself go to rest quickly. "Don't do research or something?" "Good afternoon, Mr. Wang. The things you need have been delivered to your door." At this moment, Jarvis suddenly spoke to Wang Wai. As Jarvis's voice fell, trucks stopped directly at the door of Wang Wai's house, as if waiting for something. "People sign for it." "Oh, thank you so much." "Xemu, take someone to sign for it." Looking from a distance, Wang Wai directly waved to Xemu, who was following him. Xemu, who saw these trucks, hurried back with the 4 brothers directly to sign for these things. "Tell me, what are you interested in again?" Tony is very curious about Wang Wai's hobbies. After all, who can be curious about this for a while like Wang Wai? "Your armor." "My armor?" "Puff, are you so curious? Didn't I give you a set?" Upon hearing such a thing, Tony couldn't help but laughed. The battle armor is really nothing to Tony. If Wang Wai needs he can make a customized version for Wang Wei. Yes, your armor. Prepare to research and make armor of mine. Not only that, I am also preparing to make a batch of armor. Do you have any experience in this area? Hearing Wang Wei's words that didn't seem to be joking, Tony's face became heavy. For Tony, it is really unnecessary to blame Wang Wei. The important thing is whether Wang Wei has experience in this area. No, but I slowly learn it myself. What a simple thing. Wang Wei, who shook his head slightly, didn't care about this at all. The Xiaoqi battle armor is barely okay, but it doesn't fit Wang Wei's aesthetics at all. So Wang Wei is ready to make a battle armor of his own. Possibly, this armor must be integrated with science magic. The difficulty is great. When I think of it, there are various knowledge points about mechanics, nanoscience, dynamics, energetics, etc. Wang Wei felt that he was a little bit big. What kind of armor are you going to make? Do you need me to teach you? For this friend who can make him trust, Tony feels he needs to help him complete this hobby. You may not be able to help. After all, my idea is to make a battle armor of scientific magic. With a weird smile at the corner of his mouth, Wang Wei looked at Tony a little bit maliciously. You know, Tony has made many sets of armor: anti-Hulk armor, anti-Thor armor, anti-Three Princess armor, anti-magic armor, and even finally came an anti-Tony armor. It's safe to have trouble with yourself. But what makes Wang Wei a little excited is whether Tony will make an anti-Wang Wei armor in the end. Or an anti-science magic battle armor, anti-science magic warframe, science magic. Is this thing you're talking about reliable? In the dark, Tony always feels that his friend is using himself. Look at it then and you'll know. With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, Wang Wei did not directly respond to this question. What do you plan to do for mass production of battle armor? Do you sell it? Tony must have no idea about Wang Wei's own production of battle armor. But for this batch production, Tony doesn't think much about it. After all, these days the military is constantly in contact with itself in an attempt to obtain the manufacturing technology of the armor. You can rest assured of this. Nothing related to the armor will be sold. Wang Wei, who shook his head slightly, directly rejected Tony's remarks. The person who sold the armor to the Marvel Universe? Do you believe that a few years later, the whole world will be full of battle armor? The morals of the people in the Marvel world are simply unreliable. Not only that, Wang Wei believes that for a long time to come, this Xiaoqi battle armor will be Wang Wei's most important combat power trump card. Don't you see how powerful the Iron Legion built by Tony in the later period? Although the cost of each set of armor is over hundreds of millions of billions of meters of gold. But Wang Wei doesn't care. There is Umbrella Group in the front to collect money, and the Red Police Base in the back to gather resources and conduct mass production. After all, it is precisely because of the Red Police Base's confidence that it can be modularized and mass-produced that Wang Wei dared to build a steel army. But this kind of steel army is only popular. Well, that's fine. Then you can do it whatever you want. If necessary, I can give you some tips. Hearing that these armors will not be sold, Tony breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. After all, Tony can still trust Wang Wei's morals. Well, that's it for now. I'm going back and preparing to make my science magic equipment. While talking, Wang Wei got up and went straight back to his villa. After waiting for so long, it's finally time to make my own scientific magic equipment. Inside the hive base. At this moment, the inside of the hive base has almost been transferred. All things related to biochemistry have been transferred to the Red Alert planet, and inside this honeycomb base, there is only an empty shelf and a laboratory independently belonging to Wang Wei. Now the super-intelligent AI inside this hive is the Red Queen strengthened by Gong Yui engineers. The entire base is under the control of the Red Queen. Boss, everything is ready. Because there are no biochemical and other dangerous products inside the hive base, Alice and others do not need personal protection inside the hive base. Chapter 38, Fully Automatic Magic Pistol, 6 updates, request flower tickets. Now everyone is drinking tea and chatting on the balcony of the villa. Well, Then let's go. I took a look at the Red Queen, who was projecting a virtual projection around me. Wang Wei nodded slightly and walked directly into this scientific magic equipment research room. As he walked in, Wang Wei began to pick up things and prepare. Melting of materials and shaping are not a problem. The main point of the problem is how to build energy transmission channels. Scientific magic, after all, is to show magic in a scientific way, and if you want to fully display a magic, then you need several different carriers. One is the carrier of magic equipment. The carrier of magic equipment is related to the operation of this scientific magic. It is roughly equivalent to building a rifle butt barrel, etc. In addition, it is the description of the line. The description of the line, which is equivalent to the rifling aiming point on this rifle and so on. And in this, there are two key factors, magic energy, and magic card reading and other issues. If the magic energy is equivalent to the gunpowder inside a bullet, then this magic card reader is equivalent to the shell of this bullet. But I don't want such magic equipment. Shaking his head slightly, Wang Wei directly forgot the image of such magic equipment. If a magic or a magic is burned on a bullet, then Wang Wei won't have to do anything in the future and concentrate on burning magic. And scientific magic is not just a few simple ones, but 108,000 scientific magic. This method simply doesn't work. If you use scientific magic, then the carrier must be the most comfortable one. If this is the case, then it is a gun. While sitting on the chair of the portrayal stage, Wang Wei began to conceive. After all, with my current level, only practice guns can I get the fastest. Among them, rifles are abandoned, and pistols are the main ones. Automatic pistol or revolver? With a slight squint in his eyes, Wang Wei began to think slowly. The automatic pistol and the revolver each have one advantage. Fully automatic pistol can achieve a steady flow of energy. If the magazine of an automatic pistol is compared to magical energy, then the revolver of the revolver can be replaced with a magic package. Try it first. After all, no matter which one it is, you can't escape the bullet element. After thinking a little bit, Wang Wei directly decided to make a bullet reader card depicting the magic circuit first. While thinking about it, Wang Wei began to fuse and extract the surrounding materials. A card reader the size of a pistol bullet appeared in Wang Wei's hand. The difference between the ordinary bullets is that the card reader bullets depict 3 or 4 layers of magic lines inside. As long as these magic circuits are infused with energy, a small magic array will be condensed directly in front of them. There is a magic card reader, but what about the carrier? After all, the carrier has a crucial factor, that is, whether it will explode. This is a critical question. With magical energy, Wang Wei is ready to continue filling it with the magazine mode. When the magazine is inserted into the pistol, the trigger will trigger the firing pin inside the carrier to activate the magic card reader and energy magazine. Once the magic card reader and energy magazine are activated, then the magic in the energy magazine, the energy will gush out, spray directly along the barrel. At that time, a magic attack will condense in front of Wang Wei's pistol. Bang! This magical attack is like an ordinary magician, smashed by a wielding staff. Try it first. According to this scientific magic theory, there are countless ways of portraying magic carriers in this treasure house of knowledge. There are a lot of magic rifles, or magic machine guns, etc. What Wang Wei is thinking about is which one is better for pistols, and whether your own production will fail. While thinking about it, Wang Wei began to portray this magic circuit. After all, it is the first time to make this scientific magic equipment. The scientific magic pistol is different from the gunpowder pistol. The scientific magic pistol requires great equipment quality. While thinking about it, Wang Wei began to portray the materials at hand. A few hours later, Wang Wei, who looked at the automatic magic pistol in his hand, couldn't help but nodded slightly. This magic pistol was slightly modified by Wang Wei. The magic card reader was placed in the bullet slot of the barrel by Wang Geng. In this bullet slot, 2 magic card reader bullets were installed. Where this was originally a magazine, it is an energy magazine full of energy. The only thing Wang Wei changed was that he added an aiming assist magic to the magic pistol. Try it first. Holding this scientific magic pistol, Wang Wei went directly to the underground shooting range on the other side. "Do you need to record, boss?" There was nothing to say beside Wang Wei, but the Red Queen, who was watching quietly, suddenly asked Wang Wei too amusingly. "Recording?" Wang Wei, who nodded his head, directly signaled to Red to record the magic pistol experiment this time. The first is energy filling. After a little preparation, Wang Wei directly pressed the trigger in his hand, and a flaming light beam began to condense on the front end of the magic pistol. A short moment, that is, within a second or two, this magic pistol is directly condensed in front of a magic array. As this road was only 10 centimeters wide, after the magic array appeared, a fiery line of fire sprayed out. Boom! Exclamation mark! It's like a powerful machine gun. The target 100 meters away was abruptly destroyed. Chapter 39, Supreme Master Gu Yi, 7 updates, request flower tickets. Not only that, but the wall behind the target also showed a deep groove about 5 or 6 centimeters deep and more than 1 meter wide. "Is this the magic equipment you made?" "It's amazing. With the power of mortals, you can apply magic energy." Just when Wang Wei felt that his experiment had been successful, the voice of a middle-aged woman in her 30s rang slowly in Wang Wei's ear. This voice contained a little bit of surprise. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Hearing this voice, a drop of sweat rolled directly behind Wang Wei's forehead. The Red Queen next to Wang Wei was even more like a hedgehog with exploded hair, and the alarm began to ring non-stop. "Please don't be nervous. My intention is not malicious. I just want to see the effects of your scientific magic." Gu Yi, the Supreme Mage, who was a little embarrassed by the noisy alarm sound of the Red Queen, smiled slightly. After the Red, "Stop the alarm." After seeing the middle-aged woman in a golden mage gown behind him, Wang Wei wiped his cold sweat slightly, and then softly ordered the Red Queen beside him. "Supreme Master, Gu Yi, this is a big guy. It's an existence even bigger than the boss." Because of the existence of the Supreme Master, the Dark Dimension would never succeed in invading this blue star. Because of the existence of the Supreme Mage, Odin, who put the blue star into his rule, only has a nominal rule, and even has no real power or garrison power. Similarly, because of the existence of the Supreme Master, the purple sweet potato essence in the depths of the universe, who is staring at the blue star, even dare not put one. The existence of this kind of person, even if Wang Wei has all his cards, directly exploded all. The final result is only one, that is, Wang Wei is waiting to be thrown off the table. As for whether he can cross again, it depends on Wang Wei's own luck. Exclamation mark! Don't be so nervous. Because above, where are your people guarding? I don't want to cause too much trouble, so I am here directly. For this, I apologize to you. Looking at the Red Queen with a hostile face, and Wang Wei with a tight look, Supreme Master Gu Yi said with a kind smile again. "Okay, then this unknown strong man, I don't know what you are doing here. Stop me from experimenting with the scientific magic." With a slightly raised brow, Wang Wei directly asked the Supreme Mage unceremoniously. "My name is Gu Yi. I am a mage scholar. As for coming this time, it's just because I felt your scientific magic. To be honest, I never thought that magic could work through scientific means." "So does it mean that you can create a lot of mages in this way?" With a look of curiosity on his face, Master Gu Yi found a place and did it directly and grandiosely, asking Wang Wei with a smile. "Should not. After all, the materials for this scientific magic equipment are extremely in need of financial support." Wang Wei, who shook his head slightly, refused directly to Master Gu Yi. Apart from other things, the materials prepared by Wang Wei alone cost almost 1 billion meters of gold in terms of value alone. Even more. Yes, money, although not very important, but sometimes it is very important. When I heard that it took more than 1 billion yuan to build this set of scientific magic equipment, Master Gu Yi shook his head slightly. "These magics of yours are very strange, and the same. They are also very good. Make good use of the power of magic, child. If you encounter any difficult things, you can find me through this." After the Gu Yi Mage, who nodded slightly and dropped the hanging ring at Wang Wei, the whole person disappeared without a trace in this shooting range. "Boss, there is no way for this person to disappear." As the chief manager inside the hive base The Red Queen feels very negligent. He didn't even notice the entrance or such a big living person. No need to search. This person is one of the strongest people in the world. Not what I can handle now, at least now. Wang Wei, who slowly put down the scientific magic automatic pistol in his hand, took the hanging ring and looked at it for a while, and finally decided to put such a hanging ring in his hand. Anyway, this is a ring that the Supreme Master threw out to himself, isn't it? The minimum identity value is still there. Go, let's continue to study new magic equipment. Because of Yu Yi's experience, Wang Wei became more anxious about the new magic equipment. Magic energy can be supplemented with scientific quantum energy. In the treasure house of knowledge, there is also a conversion device that supplements magic energy with quantum energy. This kind of equipment needs to be made. Because I am now in the category of ordinary people, so for now I need to be like Tony and continue to carry out Krypton Gold, improve the quality of scientific magic equipment, and supplement all kinds of scientific magic equipment. While thinking about it, Wang Wei continued to make scientific magic equipment. This kind of automatic magic pistol is not enough, at least a few, and the revolver magic gun that can continuously transform magic attributes also needs to be built. The most important thing to be made is the bullet reader. Every time a bullet reader comes out, it means that I have a means of attack and protection. While thinking about it, Wang Wei began to tailor his own scientific magic equipment. Time is fast. Within half a month. In this Marvel world, as usual, some black technology groups continue to rise, and similarly, some black technology groups have fallen. Chapter 40, Spider-Man, Dr. Lizard, 8 updates, request flower tickets. It is not known who gains and loses in this. However, Wang Wei's umbrella group has rolled the eyes of the whole world with one-handed operation in the past 2 weeks. Every branch did not know where it came from. The mutants are stunned by those who want to threaten the umbrella group's organizations, individuals and even some of their strength. Not only that, the research institutes and research bases have quietly risen silently, and because of the appearance of these mutants, everyone thought that behind Umbrella stood a rabbit, one of the 5 gangsters. Just because these mutants are all Asians, they are also talking about rabbits. This makes some rabbits with a blank face wonder what to say. But this kind of thing was not explained. Just leave everyone with an intriguing look. Even the small countries that were once hostile to the Umbrella Group, the organization began to welcome Umbrella's presence at this moment. This is the scientific magic equipment you built. At this moment, Tony has put on his re-improved Mark IV battle armor. Looking at Wang Wei in a trench coat in front of him, no matter how puzzled Tony is, he wonders if this thing is so-called scientific magic equipment. Yes. Would you like to give it a try? With a smile on his mouth, Wang Wei directly smiled at Tony next to him and asked. After all, at this moment, Wang Wei doesn't look like Tony's armor in any way, and can give a deep sense of security. Try it. Tony, who helped Wang Wei experiment with his own scientific magic equipment, also became indifferent. After all, his Mark IV battle armor is a lot better than the previous Mark III battle armor. I know what you are worried about. While talking, Wang Wei directly inserted a bullet reader card into the specially made scientific magic equipment around his waist. The bullet slots on this piece of scientific magic equipment similar to a belt have a full 8 bullet slots. On the left and right sides of this belt equipment, these 2 packages are hung on each. The ones closest to the outside are 2 small leather bags with a lot of energy magazines. Inside the 2 leather bags that are slightly closer to the waist, there are the attack model, the defense model, and the auxiliary model, the support model for seed bomb card reader. While talking, Wang Wei took out his 2 automatic magic pistols from his armpits. The effect of this fully automatic magic pistol in the left hand auxiliary and supportive. The effect of this fully automatic magic pistol in the right hand is to attack. As for Wang Wei's own defense, they were all concentrated on the brooch-like product in front of Wang Wei. This is a magical defense array that can defend itself. The scientific magic belt on the waist is mainly used for assistance. When necessary, you can also load some defensive bullet reader cards. Go. While talking, Tony flew into the air. After all, The best way to experiment is actual combat. Okay. The smiling Wang Wei also moved his mental power slightly. The feet are directly suspended in the air. The piece of scientific magic equipment on his waist directly took Wang Wei away. If it weren't for the existence of a treasure trove of knowledge in my mind, Wang Wei also couldn't brand his spirit on this scientific magic equipment. Seeing this scene, Alice also followed Wang Wei in a leather jacket and flew. For Alice, who has the motivation to read, flying is nothing at all. What the hell are they doing? Cow. Can this guy fly? What kind of black technology is this? Natasha, who was enjoying the night view on the balcony, was a little confused. This is a long time with people with high IQ and high-tech players. Did you follow the high-tech? Alice is a mutant, and things that have the motivation to read have been put on record in this shield. But the fact that Wang Wei can also fly is very unexpected, really unexpected. Maybe it's some kind of black technology. But listening to Tony said Professor Wang seems to be doing some scientific magic recently. Agent Hill, with a weird look, is also dumbfounded by this situation. Hill's vacation time is running out now. It won't be long before Nick Fury, his boss, will transfer himself away. The thought of this made Hill a little headache. My dying vacation. Hey, don't run. Where are you going to run? At this moment, a chase is taking place in this city of forums. A man wrapped in a red mesh tights jumped back and forth on this floor. And in front of this man, there was a monster like a lizard man escaping in haste. Spider-Man. At this time, Wang Wei, who was flying in the air with Tony Stark, saw the following: Peter Parker, who was throwing spider silk while maintaining law and order, and felt a slight twitch. On this trip, I ran into a small intern from the headquarters of the Umbrella Group. You know him? At this time, looking at the chase below and feeling quite interesting, Tony turned his head and asked, "Forget it. This guy is a righteous policeman in the city of Forum. I have cracked down a lot of bad guys. Likewise, it has caused me a lot of trouble." Wang Wei, who shook his head slightly, said with a smile to Tony. Regarding the trouble to Wang Wei, Tony also secretly asked Jarvis to track down. After all, Wang Wei made those piggy be sold to Wang Wei after signing a series of contracts voluntarily. Wang Wei also paid a lot of money for this. Chapter 41, The Beginning of Technological Magic, 9 Updates, Request Flower Tickets. Here, Tony really has nothing to say. They are all capitalists, they are all dirty. Besides, everything about them complies with laws and regulations. The only troublesome thing is that the underground emperor Mr. Fisk intervened. What? You want to suppress him? Looking at Wang Wei with a wry smile, Tony became a little curious. Suppress? After all, our medical research really needs human experiments. In such a place where human rights are emphasized, there is no way to get volunteers properly. This guy can be regarded as a stunned young boy with a lot of blood. With a slight smile, Wang Wei directly took off a demon mask from his face. The figure turned around, turned into a glorious dash and rushed down. If the evil spirit's mask does not take off, then Wang Wei can guarantee that he will be famous. Being famous is not the result Wang Wei wanted. Bang! Exclamation mark. Dr. Lizardman, who was fleeing in front, suddenly felt a sense of crisis ahead. Hastily, like a real lizard, he directly grabbed the fire hydrant on one side. With a fierce impact sound, in front of this Dr. Lizardman, a huge fireball appeared. This fireball directly exploded within a radius of tens of meters. The raging fire immediately ignited. Wow, so cool! Peter Parker, who was jumping in the air, saw this huge fireball burst out suddenly, and the whole person jumped as if he had seen a scene in a magic novel. Hey, don't run! Looking at Dr. Lizardman on the ground trying to escape, Peter Parker's hands flashed quickly. A strip of spider silk started to spray directly towards Dr. Lizardman. Shoo! Under the agility of Dr. Lizardman, these spider silks have no effect at all. Are you trying to start a fire? At this moment, Tony, who flew down from the sky, spit out the slightly excited Wang Wei with a speechless expression. So, sorry. While talking, Wang Wai turned the bullet slot of the magic automatic pistol. Another shot at the fireplace. Bang! The 3 water dragons leapt out directly from the small magic circle on the muzzle. Each of these 3 water dragons is about tens of meters long. Wow! Hey, buddy, I know you. You are Iron Man. Who is this cool devil mask beside you? For the fleeing Dr. Lizardman on the ground, this was a disaster that made worse. But for Peter Parker, this is a very advantageous helper. While chasing Dr. Lizardman, Peter Parker's attributes of tuberculosis are displayed vividly under the appearance of Spider-Man. Directly at Wang Wai and Starks began to chatter. Does anyone know you? Why don't you talk? While making fun of Tony Stark beside him, Wang Wai turned the bullet slot on the magic gun. Dozens of wind blades flew out directly. The somewhat embarrassed Dr. Lizardman was shocked to the place. Not only that, but also a magic attack. A cold ice mist started to freeze directly around Dr. Lizardman. Before this, Dr. Lizardman escaped from all around. This cloud of ice mist directly freezes Dr. Lizardman in the present. Seeing the thin layer of ice crystals covered, Wang Wai fired 3 shots again. Bang bang bang. After 3 shots, a thick cloud of ice mist directly frozen Dr. Lizardman completely. Holding the Dr. Lizardman in the thick layer of ice, Peter Parker went up and knocked on the ice layer slightly curiously. Wow, this guy is like a little bug trapped in amber. While Peter Parker is talking about the ice cubes, he is full of curiosities like a curious baby. After seeing this scene, the onlookers around, they all walked out from all around. For the citizens of these forums, the battle between righteous heroes and criminals has seen too much. I think we should leave. Otherwise, I'm afraid we will be surrounded by water. Looking at the many citizens who took out their phones and started taking pictures, and talked a lot, Wang Wai became speechless. This kind of melon-eating spirit can really be said to be a city of forums that is exploded at every turn. Leave. Tony nodded slightly to the Spider-Man like curious baby. Also agree to leave. As Wang Wai's words fell, Alice, who was like a transparent person behind Wang Wai, grabbed it with a big hand, and directly took away the Dr. Lizardman ice cube on the ground. Hey, wait for me. Where are you going to take this big lizard? The big lizard is going to be punished. While chattering, this Peter Parker is like a flea in a steel jungle city, jumping back and forth between floors. Shoo. I don't know if Wang Wai and Tony are waiting for Spider-Man. In short, when everyone came to a building near the Umbrella Building, everyone stopped and waited for the Spider-Man who came after him. What's the matter, curious baby? What do you want to do after you come here? Wang Wai, who put away the 2 magic guns on his body, took off the evil ghost mask on his face with a look of doubt. After all, among the people present, only he himself knew the identity of everyone. Wow, you are the chairman of Umbrella Group, Wang Wai. Professor Wang. When he landed at the top of this building, Peter Parker looked at Wang Wai under the goblin mask. The whole person could not help being stunned. Although Peter Parker is currently doing an internship at Wang Wai's Umbrella Group headquarters. Chapter 42, Fire Seed Source Rubik's Cube, 10 updates, request flower tickets. The problem is that the number of times you can see Wang Wai is very few. Most of the time Wang Wai was not in Umbrella's headquarters. Wang Yuan and other 18 secretarial members are also handling Umbrella's affairs. Wow, it seems our curious baby knows you. Wang Wai. Tony Stark, who fell straight down, made fun of Wang Wai beside him. I'm very curious, how did you know me? Or, you are someone I know? After all, there are not many people who can call me a professor. With a weird smile on his face, he looked at Peter Parker, who was bewildered when he heard his words. There is always a strange feeling in Wang Wai's heart. Is it really good to tease Spider-Man like this? It may be a certain student who has heard your lecture. After all, many people call you a professor now. Tony shrugged, directly took off his iron mask. Then I'm even more curious. After all, there is only one lecture I attended. That is the lecture of Imperial University. I still have something to do. I need to leave first. Also, Mr. Stark, your armor is really cool. Some bewildered Peter Parker worried that the more he stayed, the easier it would be for Professor Wang Wang to expose his identity. I didn't even care about the lizardman who came here. Let's run first. He also praised Tony's armor. After all, there is no mecha dream in that man's heart. Just let him go. Watching Peter Parker leave, Tony leaned on the wall and said with a smile, "Well, but I think I should know who this guy is." While smiling, Wang Wai and Tony leaned against the wall on the roof and said with a smile, "Who is it?" "Remember the intern boys who were in your Stark group a few days ago in my group? Is that little baby?" Upon hearing Wang Wai's words, Tony immediately had some memories. After all, there is only such a person who can bear the name of the Umbrella Group in the Stark Group as a rash intern. Peter Parker, a very interesting kid, isn't it? With a smile, Wang Wai did not directly admit that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. "Indeed. But what are you going to do with this guy?" Pointing to the lizardman who was frozen in the ice, Tony became a little curious. After all, according to Wang Wai's behavior, if you don't want to care, just throw it away. Bringing it back directly like this is definitely not something that can be solved simply by throwing it to the police station. He has his place. "But, Tony, do you believe in aliens?" Wang Wai, who looked up at the starry sky, suddenly asked Tony next to him, and those Umbrella security personnel who had been summoned long ago also transported this block of ice away. "Lizardmen have places for lizardmen. He will use his biological knowledge to glow and heat the body of the Red Police." "Aliens. It may exist." Tony is not sure if aliens really exist. "After all, I have never seen it." "Okay, go back." Wang Wai, who shook his head slightly, and Tony Stark returned to their respective villas. Time has to be hurry. These monthly visas cannot be accumulated in the future. When the Tony Mark IV armor is made, Wang Wai knew that this was not far from the first blasting event of the City of Forum system. "I want to sign in." Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring silicon-based life-form fire source. Accompanied by the sound of the system fell again. An object like a huge Rubik's Cube appeared in Wang Wai's line of sight. Fire. The source of fire? After seeing the appearance of such a thing, Wang Wai's whole person is a little unwell. "My cow." Looking at the fire source in the system backpack, Wang Wai really felt that it was a bit crazy. What does the fire source represent? I think everyone knows it. The source of fire, on behalf of the Transformers. The original Transformers are rolling stock, and many more. When he was about to give the source of fire to Wang Wai, who had been extracted, to give his polar silver fox a fire gift, suddenly, Wang Wai was stunned. Fire source. Locomotive carrier? Isn't that the life of the numerous tanks and airplanes in the Red Police? Thinking of this, Wang Wai pulled out any door without saying a word. Commander, I have good news to report to you." Wang Wai, who had just walked into the Red Alert planet, heard several engineers waving and smiling at himself. "Good news? What good news?" Regardless of the good news, today is the greatest good news for Wang Wai. "That's it, Commander. The Snapdragon battle armor has now been improved. Some of the problems have been solved. Not only that, the energy transmission of each Snapdragon armor is also solved. We directly combine the magical energy conversion circuit given by you, the Joint Commander of the Magnetic Energy Reactor. I have made such an energy reactor the size of a 9th order Rubik's Cube. This energy reactor can at least supply several battles. The only pity is that there is no way to supply unlimited energy." Having said this, these engineers couldn't help but shook their heads slightly. It would be great if the nuclear reactor could be reduced and miniaturized. According to the reduction and miniaturization of nuclear reactors, this valiant armor is supplied. Gee, think about it, it's fine. Unfortunately, the combat laboratory has not yet been constructed. Otherwise everything is much simpler. Is that so? Anything else? Wang Wai also valued the Xioki battle armor. After all, the Snapdragon army is the one that Wang Wai was ready to show off in the Three Princesses invasion of the Zetagrian. Chapter 43, Transformers, Thunderstorm. One more, seeking a flower ticket, and these. Zeuxing system. We put the host in the Umbrella building. But there is also a backup here. The system can be connected at any time. The biggest improvement is that I have installed the star system into every Snapdragon battle armor. That is to say, The star system can be free from electromagnetic waves and other factors. Even if you leave here, you can operate alone! While talking, the engineer about intelligent AI reported to Wang Wei with a good mood. After all, this kind of means that can match intelligent AI to the battle armor, coupled with many attacks, protections, and assistance, and under the scattered things. It is not easy to be able to maintain the maximum high speed, high attack, and high sensitivity of the Snapdragon armor. How much does it cost? Wang Wei nodded slightly and asked the guys beside him directly. Cost is the most critical. The cost of a Snapdragon battle armor is 10 million units of resources, the same as an Apocalypse tank. But speaking of this engineer also has a look of pride. The Apocalypse tank is very powerful, and it can be regarded as one of the biggest land killers of the Allies against the Bear. But the high cost of 10 million units of resources made the Allies unable to build many Apocalypse tanks to fight hard. 10 million units cost? Not expensive. Now start production. First make 300 Snapdragon battle armors. In addition, I heard that this red alert planet has native creatures resisting. Speaking, Wang Wei turned his eyes to the other two people. Those two customized female soldiers. Yes, sir. Because of the expansion of the base, we have now begun to gradually plan out of the control range of the control base. But it is precisely because of this that several times space mining vehicles that had gone out to gather resource units were attacked. According to our investigation, this is a local power and a primitive man who is entering the Stone Age. Nodded in one side. The customized female soldier gave a respectful report to Wang Wei. These primitive people who have just entered the Stone Age are not considered their own in the hearts of these red policemen. Even these primitive people have the same appearance as humans. It's not human after all. It's like not treating slaves as human beings during the feudal society. Is that right? For these primitive people, first expel them. Then catch some primitive people over and see if there is a way to maximize profit. Wei thought about it, and Wang Wei directly determined the future destiny of these primitive people. For Wang Wei, if these primitive people have enough value, in other words, it can create a tyrant, then Wang Wei will not hesitate to push the people out of the Marvel world. No need. Don't say Wang Wei is cruel. Primitives are not humans. But the fact is that Wang Wei is not a primitive man, and Wang Wei dares to conduct biochemical experiments like piglets in the Marvel world. Why dare you not regard these primitive people as controllable piglets? Understood, sir. The two sisters who understood the meaning of Wang Wei's words also turned around and gave orders and got ready. When everything was done, Wang Wei went directly to another place. This red alert planet was because of Wang Wei's constant construction plan and recruitment plan. At this time, it has been classified into several major urban areas. The most central is this control base area, and this control base is also the most central area of this area. In this central area, there are quite a few research institutes and the like that have been established scattered around. The front and back are the production recruitment area, barracks area, resource area, and vehicle area. In addition, it seems that the biochemical base has been directly independent on a small island not far from this continent. And Wang Wei's goal is very clear, that is the vehicle area. Extract. Needless to say, Wang Wei directly extracted the 81 Tier 1 fire source Rubik's Cube. Following Wang Wei's actions, this huge fire source Rubik's Cube was directly extracted. Looking at the tank garages, multifunctional infantry vehicle garages, helicopter hangars, invader aircraft hangars and so on, Wang Wei couldn't help but produce a heroic temperament in his heart. If these guys are converted to Transformers, what kind of power should it be? Is that thunderstorm before me still there? Suddenly remembered the car that was on the verge of being scrapped. Thunderstorm. To be honest, Wang Wei likes it too. It's a pity that there was an accident, and Wang Wei was directly thrown to the red alert planet for repairs. It's fixed. Bring here. Following Wang Wei's order, Thunderstorm was directly carried over by several Gongyui soldiers. Look at the thunderstorm in front of here. With a big hand, Wang Wei grabbed a small spark directly from the burning seed source. Accompanied by this spark slowly entered this thunderstorm. Click, click, click. The sounds of mechanical deformation began to sound slowly, and Alice Ximu and the others who heard these voices took a step forward and firmly guarded Wang Wei behind them. With a jitter, or the new life of this thunderstorm, a Transformers robot about 5 meters tall appeared directly in front of Wang Wei. The whole body of gold is glowing with blue luster, coupled with the strong mechanical metal feeling. Wang Weina is a passionate person. Silicon-based life form, Transformers, Thunderstorm. I have seen the leader. After being completely transformed, this thunderstorm knelt down in respect of Wang Wei. Cool. Seeing the appearance of such a transformer, Wang Wei's heart surged with an urge to take it apart. Chapter 44. Transformers Legion. Second change, seeking flowers ticket. But Wang Wei also knows that this is too much. After all, it's the car that I used to take down. It's not good anyway, isn't it? Not bad. Looking at the shape of the thunderstorm, Wang Wei nodded slightly. To be honest, does that man have a wave of Transformers dreams in his heart? Both. But I can't get it. Now, Wang Wei not only got it, he will also have a Transformers core soon. When he thought of this, Wang Wei felt a little pissed. If all the locomotives in the Red Police are fired, then Wang Wei will also have the most terrifying army in his hands. Second only to the Gong Yui soldier who accepted the mutation of the power crystal. Thanks, the leader praises. Thunderstorm, half kneeling on the ground, suddenly raised his head and said eagerly to Wang Wei, "Chief, can I continue to follow you? Although I have been injured, but now I am not what I used to be. I will use my life to defend the dignity of your leader." The voice filled with high spirits roared directly through the car speakers of the thunderstorm. "Defend your dignity with your life." I don't know if Ivan Fank's incident caused this thunderstorm to have some different emotions. But at this moment, Wang Wei knew that loyal blood in the depths of Thunderstorm's heart. "Yes, from now on, you will continue to return to my command. Become my car." Wang Wei, who nodded slightly, recognized the oath of allegiance from Thunderstorm. "Chief Xi." The extremely excited Thunderstorm nodded to Wang Wei quickly, then directly transformed into the former Thunderstorm sports car and followed behind Wang Wei. "This look is like a most loyal dog leg. By the way, have these tanks been modified?" Suddenly, Wang Wei directly caught the customized female soldier next to him and asked. After all, the modified Grizzly tank is undergoing incineration, which is much better than unmodified for incineration. "Report, sir. These tanks have been modified by those engineers combined with modern tank data from Marvel World. Multifunctional infantry vehicles have also been upgraded. Not only that, the intruder aircraft and armed helicopters in the hangar have also been modified. There are only hyperspace mining vehicles and no cases, so there is no action for the time being." While talking, this custom-made female soldier stood up her Huangsu and seriously reported to Wang Wei. "Well, just modify it. Send the modified design drawings to the vehicle workshop. After that, every vehicle must be modified." Wang Wei didn't even look at this customized female soldier with her head upright. What happened to the female soldier? What's wrong with looking good? What about white and beautiful skin? Now I'm most interested in these Transformers. "Woman, step aside and wait." Wang Wei, who shook his head slightly, directly pointed the Tinder Source Rubik's Cube in his hand at these garages. The tanks, infantry vehicles, helicopters, and planes in the hangars swayed a lot. With Wang Wei's sway, the vehicles have undergone earth-shattering changes. A giant Transformers 5 meters, 7 meters, and 10 meters tall walked out of the hangar and garage. Slowly, I came directly to Wang Wei and knelt on one knee in front of Wang Wei respectfully. It was almost instantaneous. All the Transformers roared at Wang Wei at the same time. Grizzly tank, multifunctional infantry fighting vehicle, military helicopter, invader plane. "Yes, boss." Boom! Exclamation mark. This roar is no less than the amazing horn given out in a concert, making people buzzing. "Yes, they are all good. I like them very much. From now on, I am making you a Transformers core." Each vehicle type and airborne type belong to a core. Each core belongs to a core and is promoted in accordance with the Red Police rank system. Among them, the Transformers who belong to the Legion are the heads of the Legion. and all the heads of the legions come together to form the Transformers Legion. Every legion leader is the deputy commander of the Transformers Legion. Any objections? While talking, Wang Wai relocated the rank system of the Red Police. Why not have a Red Police rank system? Isn't this unpleasant to find? I will follow the leader's order. Hearing Wang Wai's attitude, many Transformers members nodded and said that this result is still acceptable. After all, the predecessor of these guys is a war machine prepared for war. Well, you guys will leave here later and find a place to stay again. While talking, Wang Wai generally waved his hand to let these hundreds of Transformers leave the vehicle area. After all, these guys are not very suitable here, and there are contradictions between the arms, let alone between the vehicles. It's like the army was scolded and turned into a turtle. The Air Force was scolded as a house bird, and the Navy was scolded as a turtle. Among these vehicles, even if they became Transformers, this fine tradition must have been inherited. Just don't see the heart, just blast it all out. Yes, boss. The Transformers who received Wang Wai's instructions left and reverted to vehicles and left these vehicle areas. They want to find a new place to be the garrison of their Transformers army. As for the hyperspace mining vehicle, after a little hesitation, Wang Wai still chose to tinder all the hyperspace mining vehicles. However, more than 300 vehicles have been developed for this hyperspace mining vehicle. These mining vehicles that have been made with hyperspace science and technology need more fire sources, 10 times as much as those Transformers. Chapter 45. The name of your organization is really good enough. 3 shifts, seeking flowers tickets. Also because of this 81 rank fire source Rubik's Cube was simply consumed by a wave of fire energy. It's all gone. With a wave of his hand, Wang Wai directly let these gathered superspace mining vehicles also disperse. If those Transformers were members of the main battle faction before, the hyperspace mining vehicle is a diligent farming player. The armed mining vehicle is a barbed farmer. That's it. Nothing wrong. Looking back, I dismantled a few supertemporal mining vehicles. I want the principle of supertemporal transmission, even if it is to dismantle 1 or 2 mining farms. I don't know why, since meeting the Supreme Master Gu Yi, Wang Wai has felt a sense of crisis. The invasion of the 3 princesses is just the countdown for Marvel Purple Sweet Potatoes. This feeling is getting closer. The forces must be formed, must be. When the 3 princesses invade, they will be beaten back. On the one hand, announce the energy of Umbrella Group to the world. On the other hand, it is also in order to stand out in this universe. Wang Wai, who returned to the Honeycomb base, directly began another round of retreat and development. As for Mary Jane's various attempts at the Umbrella headquarters to coincidentally encounter the Wang Wai incident, without exception, all have come to an end. Not only that, but Natasha, who wanted to have a good chat with Wang Wai a few days ago, was stunned. In a blink of an eye, another month has passed. And this month passed because of Tony Stark's invitation. By the way, what do you invite me to do? With a look of doubt on his face, Wang Wai drove the incinerated Polar Silver Fox and asked Tony. The 2 people directly started a round of drag racing on this endless traffic road. In this month's time, Wang Wai has made many scientific magic equipment. Because of the appearance of heavy equipment, Xumi Yuran and Alice and others are gradually relieved of Wang Wai. After that, the 5 members of Xumi started to sit in the headquarters of Umbrella Group. Alice is even the minister of the Umbrella Group Security Department. Take charge of Umbrella's security companies or members of the security department around the world. As long as Alice is willing, she can pull out an army of nearly 10,000 supernaturalists anytime, anywhere. But these things are not important now. The important thing is that Tony said he wanted to take Wang Wai to see the market. Kids, I have a lot of question marks now. What you call seeing the market? Is there any other market I haven't seen? Wang Wai, who was curious in his heart, followed Tony to a remote official building. Looking at the signs on the building, Wang Wai was a little clear. Really see the market? So, what did you get me here for? While talking, Wang Wai, who got out of the car and followed Tony inside, became a little confused. As for Wang Wai's Polar Silver Fox, and Tony's Dark Knight, They ran towards the parking lot automatically. No need to worry about it at all. Well, let's put it this way, although I hate the organization of this place, but this organization can get you some elemental resources you want in some cases. After a short pause, Tony Stark, who didn't know how to explain it, grumbled uncomfortably at Wang Wei. You hate this place, what are you doing here? Wang Wei, whose eyes were scurrying, also murmured, if it is said that this institution is an unpopular government department, it is only the appearance. But it is used in the interior. People come and go. After all, this is the place that criminals in the world most want to blow up, and there is no one. Shield. You haven't been making your science magic equipment these days. As soon as he heard of the person who took down the platform, Tony felt a little ill, and he turned his gaze to one side and started talking aimlessly. That's all right. Let's go. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei's eyes immediately measured. After all, there are a lot of exotic metals in the Marvel world that Wang Wei did not find. To put it another way, the Marvel world is a deadly world. Directly overthrow the periodic table of elements that Wang Wei once knew. Go to Grandpa. Mr. Wang, Mr. Stark, welcome to the land strategy. The moment he saw Wang Wei, Coulson had a slight accident, but he was interrupted by Wang Wei before he finished speaking. Okay, don't talk about your names with more than 10 words, isn't it SHIELD? I know. While talking, Wang Wei waved his hand casually. While thinking about this, Wang Wei secretly observed SHIELD. Long ago, Wang Wei sent a large number of spies to various parts of the world every week. Among these organizations, Wang Wei sent the most spies. The first to bear the brunt is the Hydra, especially. Wang Wei still remembers that Hydra once attacked and killed Wang Wei. But now Wang Wei is not panicking at all. Although Hydra hides very deeply, the various Hydra branches are also old-fashioned. But even with this, Wang Wei just found out the locations of the 3 Hydra branches through spies. It is constantly injecting spies into it. Wang Wei was even more concerned about the biggest Hydra in S.H.I.E.L.D. Wang Wei never worried about whether he could kill him. Wang Wei only wanted to kill him all, leaving him no room for counterattack. It is precisely because of this that Wang Wei hasn't done anything for a long time. It's not the time yet. After all, the Hydra now wears the coat of S.H.I.E.L.D. The second is this SHIELD Bureau. As the saying goes, it has become the organization that terrorists most want to kill in the world. Inside, there are countless double agents and even generalists, including some colleagues and colleagues! Chapter 46, Individuals dug out of the ice. 4 changes, seeking a ticket for flowers. Finally, the other institutions of the Yingjiang family. Parliament bears the brunt. Wang Wei is a grudge, no matter what you have done. Wang Wei has a grudge, then be prepared to be guarded for a lifetime. SHIELD. Hearing what Wang Wei said, Coulson was slightly taken aback. Isn't the abbreviation of your name just S.H.I.E.L.D.? With his eyelids turned slightly, Wang Wei didn't know what to say at this moment, because he had just met an acquaintance, and a spy who had penetrated into the SHIELD Bureau seemed to have reached the middle level. Wang Wei couldn't help covering his face at the thought of the spies in S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury, you, SHIELD, can directly make bases all over the world under this circumstance, and several aircraft carriers have developed. Really? You are awesome. Indeed. This name is too long. It seems that I need to suggest a change to the director. While talking, Coulson took the 2 men into Nick Fury's office. Meeting for the first time. Hello. Nick Fury, seeing Wang Wei's first side, the big bald head directly extended his hand to welcome Wang Wei. Wang Wei, while smiling and shaking hands with the old fox, Wang Wei whispered in his heart. Let's talk about it. What do you plan to do when I come here this time? Taking a look at Tony, who was sitting directly drinking coffee and didn't want to take care of anything, Wang Wei directly sat opposite Nick Fury and asked with a smile, Professor Wang, I know you are one of the best medical professors in the world. Then I have a question to ask you. A person who has been frozen for decades suddenly appeared in this world. What methods should we use? Let him accept this world. While talking, Nick Fury leaned on the chair and smiled at Wang Wai and asked, "Has the US team started to recover?" Hearing Nick Fury's inquiry, Wang Wai began to think in his heart. Once the US team starts to recover, then it is not far from the invasion of the three princesses and his own legions. Thinking of this, Wang Wai makes a headache. It's not enough, it's a lot worse. But isn't it that Thor appeared before the American team? Where is Thor? Could it be that Lao Tzu left Thor in the corner when he was in retreat? I am super interested in what kind of magic puppet machine of Thor. Wang Wai, who was a little off thinking, didn't think about how Nick Fury said that people who have been frozen for decades should accept the world when they wake up. Tony Stark, who saw Wang Wai a little lost, moved Wang Wai under his feet and coughed directly. 2 ways, talk about it. When Wang Wai said 2 ways, Nick Fury looked at Wang Wai with a smile on his face. 1. It should be the point that the public thinks the most, that is, to slowly approach the world through the people around them, so that they can start to slowly touch the world. However, this one is a bit time-consuming. Secondly, it is also a bit cruel. If the relatives of this person who has been sleeping for decades are still there, letting the relatives intervene, although there will be factors such as birth, old age, sickness and death that will directly affect the person's heart, but it is also the fastest way. As for the third point, it's actually very simple. Give him a break and then take him to understand the world forcibly. While talking, Wang Wai shrugged. After Tony on one side heard these 3 points from Wang Wai, the whole person was a little bad. Have a fight? Do you believe this big bald head hit you? Mr. Secretary, who is this person? Some Tony Stark who could not stand directly turned their heads and asked Nick Fury. This person, I must know you all. It's him. While talking, Nick Fury threw out a file. Look at the photos on this file and the promotional video. Tony almost spit out coffee. Is this true? After all, this man was a figure in World War II and a propaganda hero. Steve Rogers, the famous American team. Oh, look, this hip. Wang Wai, who received this file, directly showed Tony the classic butt of the American team. But let's not say, the beautiful team's butt really makes people want to slap and try to react. It's pretty good. At this moment, Tony Stark, who has countless readers, nodded and agreed that the beautiful team's buttocks were full. As for Nick Fury, he looked at the 2 unscrupulous guys in front of him with black lines. Sir, there is one thing I think I want to report to you. While talking, Coulson walked in and took out a folder to Nick Fury. Nick Fury, who looked at the folder, frowned slightly. The mysterious hammer? What's wrong? Could it be that the aliens came here? If this is the case, I'm going to pack up and run away. While talking, Wang Wai thoughtfully pondered the plot line of Marvel. There must be something wrong. I remember correctly, Brother Hammer came out much earlier than Kyozi. Why don't I have any information about Brother Hammer? Since possessing technological magic, Wang Wai has expanded. He changed the state of being a little cautious and required the close protection of Alice and others. Now Wang Wai can be said to be a true self-releasing, a bit crazy, just to be happy in everything. Although this happiness is only temporary. After all, there is still a purple sweet potato essence pressing on it. Mom sells batches. It's not over yet. It's said that there are 5 more powerful guys on the purple sweet potato essence. It's really a pio. In fact, it's nothing. The main thing is that a hammer carrying wind and thunder fell from the sky, destroying a part of the village. In Mojozu Chapter 47, Brother Hammer's Hammer, 5 watch, request for flower ticket. While talking, Nick Fury explained with a smile. Why, you 2 are interested. Seeing Nick Fury's indifferent look, Wang Wai's heart was overwhelmed. I was really interested. I have some thoughts. How about you? While talking, Wang Wai turned a pair of hand straps on his wrist. Not only that, this Tony Stark was also presented by Wang Wai with a pair of bracelets. The energy source of this bracelet was Tony's arc reactor, but it can bring Tony 2 or 3 technological magic increases. A hammer that carries the power of wind and thunder. Maybe some ideas. Maybe Wang Wai has taken it astray. At this time Tony was also curious about these unknown things, like the magic side. This is not over yet. Tony is more enthusiastic than before. At every turn is to modify his steel armor. It's not that Wang Wei didn't mention helping Tony portray one or two scientific magic on the armor, but without exception, Tony refused. In Tony's words, the two of us have already taken different paths, so we shouldn't converge on the same path. You follow your path of scientific magic, I take the path of my technological battle armor. Regarding this statement, Wang Wei just shrugged. To put it bluntly, it's just a deadly arrogant, scientific magic that doesn't want to admit that his armor will be defeated by Wang Wei. Well, let's go. While talking, Wang Wei and Tony rushed to the place where the Mojezu hammer landed in a shield plane. This is the hammer? Seeing that Tony smashed the ground out of a deep pit, he was a little confused. Is this a hammer? You said that this is a ground-penetrating missile. I believe it. Is there a hammer that can smash the ground into a pit of several meters? Don't tell me, this guy is really a hammer. While talking, Wang Wei began to observe around the hammer. As for Coulson, who brought these two men over, he was a bit speechless. After all, when it comes to black technology, these two are their real technologies with black technology, right? Especially that Wang Wei, Professor Wang, obviously able to throw others far away in the medical field. He was interested in the magic of occult. It's not too late. People just relied on scientific methods to assemble these occult magic. Are you irritating or not? Tayo, start data scanning. Some curious Wang Wei directly pressed his head-up glasses a few times. The scan data was unfolded directly in front of Wang Wei's eyes. The Tayo system can also be regarded as a research assistant system of Wang Wei. This is the first research assistant system developed by Wang Wei after learning from those engineers. Okay, sir. A crisp and lovely Lilai sound came to mind directly in Wang Wei's ear. So, women are all big pigs' hooves. Only Lilai is true love. You brought Tayo Lake out? Hearing Wang Wei's voice, Tony, who was also squatting in the pit and looking at the hammer, was a little confused. Brother, how many guys did you bring with you? Well, always carry it with you, after all, when it's always useful, don't you think? Right? As if it was a huge irony. He slapped Tony in the face. I'm the person on the scientific side, okay? Are you someone who walked crookedly on the magic side came to me to grab the shining spot on the scientific side? As long as you are happy. After experiencing such a thing as Wang Wei, Tony understood. I can't just leave it alone. When I look back, I am ready to take Jarvis with me. Sir, after a simple data collection, it is found that many of the metals on this are not in the record, and there are turbulent powers in them, as if they can explode at any time. While talking, Tayo Lalita reported to Wang Wei. Thank you, Tayo. Speaking, Wang Wei got up and left the big pit. This is over. It's over. We can't use this thing. While talking, Wang Wei shook his head. Sir, there is a lunatic outside who has been rushing in, saying that there is something about him here, and the brethren are almost unable to stop it. While talking, there were more than a dozen sturdy men who clung to a beggar man with a disheveled hair not far away. Seeing this, Wang Wei was a little cautious. Thor, this is Thor. I just don't know what will happen to Thor's genes. Wang Wei, who was twitching his brain, hit his thoughts on Thor. After all, that is the heir of Odin's bloodline. If the gene chain of Thor is broken, will he be able to have a Thor army? And why is this idea more and more lingering? You better let him in. After all, this hammer might really have something to do with him. While talking, Wang Wei tried to stop Coulson's blocking behavior, but it was only a suggestion. Wang Wei also knew that he had no right to speak in S.H.I.E.L.D., and he had no superb fighting power. Is that so? As if listening to Wang Wei's words, Coulson nodded directly and let the guy in front of him in. Father, I'll be back soon. While whispering Thor began to put his hand on the Thor's hammer, wanting to directly pick up the hammer and prove himself to Thor Odin. Crackling. As if it were a joke, this hammer directly emitted a large amount of lightning, which made Thor directly stunned. And many of these S.H.I.E.L.D. agents also stepped back after seeing this situation. What's the situation? Chapter 48, The Silly Son of the Landlord. 6 changes. Seeking a ticket for flowers, Tony, who was a little startled, was almost about to call for Zani directly. This thing is so scary. That thing should be Thor's hammer, and this guy, no surprise, should be Thor. While talking, Wang Wei was thinking about what method should be used to fool Brother Hammer to do things. Thor? I'm already surprised when you have created magic. Don't tell me that God really exists. Tony, with a bewildered look, said that today this thing is a bit ruinous. Does this God really exist? It really exists, but how do you say it? If you go to a primitive civilization now, you can also be a steel god. Likewise, they used to be. Because they are stronger than us, they are gods. While talking, Wang Wei nodded, while Coulson continued to listen without speaking. Used to be? Well, because there is a real boss on the Blue Star, who directly drove those gods back. If not, the small country next to the rabbit is an example. The right to station troops and other rights are in their hands. Is that clear? While talking, Wang Wei walked in the direction of Thor. Is that so? Hearing Wang Wei's general description, and don't know why, Tony suddenly looked up at the sky. His eyes under the sunglasses began to narrow slightly. If the gods are like this, then Tony doesn't mind letting these gods go. Thor? It seems that we need to make an anti-Thora armor. While thinking about it, Tony followed Wang Wei and walked towards the Thor. Hey, brother, are you dead? While talking, Wang Wei kicked Soul on the ground. It's not dead, but it's coming soon. The weakened Thor tilted his head slightly to look at Wang Wei, and directly moved his head to the other side. A mere Blue Star man. Whispering sound. Wang Wei didn't see Soul's gaze, but Tony who followed him could see clearly. Under these sunglasses, Tony has a lower degree of favorability for Soul. These so-called gods. Then do a health check with me. While talking, Wang Wei greeted several agents and dragged the guy in. After some toss, Wang Wei finally walked out contentedly, holding a syringe of about 100 milliliters of blood. You trust for so long just to get this? Looking at the needle blood that was solemnly put up by Wang Wei, Tony raised his brows slightly. Oh, you said this. I forgot to tell you one thing. I actually have multiple PhDs, but the most conspicuous is the title of Professor of Cancer. Besides, I am also an excellent PhD expert in biology. Wang Wei shrugged while talking. Go away. Now is not the time to leave. After all, the biggest magic puppet has not yet appeared. I don't know what Master Gu Yi thought, but he would allow this stupid son of the landlord's family to come to Blue Star for his experience. How is this experience? Obviously doing something. Some are happy and some are sad. Another astronomy team was directly controlled by SHIELD agents. Therefore, this white man is not afraid of death. Knowing that the other party is a special organization, he dared to bite the bullet and directly push it in. Sister, you are really my sister. Seeing those agents, I almost greeted your parents with guns. Wang Wei walked over directly, unwilling to stand. By the way, are you looking for death? Although Wang Wei, who was a little bit aggressive in his words, directly began to criticize the hot girls in the team. Around here, the three princesses just dropped the powerful magic puppet down. This release doesn't matter. Tony was scared to unfold the portable steel suit he was carrying with him, and the whole person went in. This feeling of a big hole in one foot is insecure if you don't put on the armor. As for Wang Wei, he pushed the girl down into the car with one hand. He sat on the front of the car while licking sunflower seeds while watching the landlord's stupid son be abused, accompanied by a roar from the landlord's stupid son. This Thor's hammer finally responded to the stupid son. He forced the magic puppet through. In this situation, the 5 silly guards of the landlord's stupid son also appeared nearby and took the landlord's stupid son away to cause trouble. As for what to do, it has nothing to do with Wang Wei. Love it. Now is the time to study this big guy. It is said that this thing can be regarded as a big treasure of the rich landlord. Thinking like this, Wang Wei directly occupied the research of this magic puppet. Professor Wang, let us ship this thing back to S.H.I.E.L.D., right? Coulson on this side was quite uncomfortable. Send back to SHIELD. Someone from SHIELD can study this. While talking, Wang Wei couldn't help but roll his eyes. Do you believe it or not, you shipped it back and was stolen by Hydra? Anyway, There are still some people in S.H.I.E.L.D. Under the deterrence of Wang Wei's scientific magic equipment, Coulson still responded with some guilty conscience. Who is the best at this magic research, except for the temple organization of the ancient master? Then there is only Wang Wei. What's more interesting is that Wang Wei's magic is all scientific magic, which can be explained by science. Lent me to study this thing. I will return you a research report later. While talking, Wang Wei directly made a phone call with Nick Fury and borrowed this thing for research. Under Wang Wei's research report, Nick Fury also agreed to lend it to Wang Wei. So far, this thing has entered the research room of the Umbrella Building. Chapter 49, Divine Magic Array Map, 7 updates, seeking flower tickets. After seeing the various black technologies of Wang Wei's scientific magic, Tony also plunged into his own research room, vowing that he must come up with something that he can use. I don't know why, in front of Wang Wei, Tony always feels like this genius is not a genius. See what field Wang Wei is involved in: medical science, biology. Now I have pondered the occult, but that's not the case. People have also played with intelligence and mechanics, and are now studying energetics. Jarvis, do you need a few assistants? In this basement, Tony, who thought of Wang Wei's research assistant Tayo, suddenly asked Jarvis. Sir, why do you say that? As Tony's personal butler, Jarvis is a little confused at this moment. Brother, you said to get some helpers out for me. Are you sure you got some helpers out by yourself? It's nothing, I just think it's necessary to get different kinds of assistants out. While thinking about it, Tony started to study. The first to bear the brunt is the intelligent assistant that can be used in combat. Jarvis is great. It's great to be your own personal butler. However, Tony also needs to get an assistant who specializes in combat. Wipe, what's the matter with this magic circuit? After dismantling the big magic puppet, Wang Wei was a little confused. This special mother really deserves to be a big treasure of the landlord's family. The above magic circuit alone is enough to study it carefully, not to mention making it out. Have you brought Odin's war puppet? While Wang Wei was meditating, that familiar and unfamiliar voice rang in Wang Wei's ear again. Upon hearing this voice, Wang Wei became a little speechless. The owner of this voice is not someone else. It is now the biggest boss on Blue Star. Supreme Master, Yi. Boss, can we discuss something? You will come to me in the future and go to the main entrance, can you? I will give you permission. Give you unimpeded permission. With a black face, Wang Wei weakly said to the middle-aged bald woman in a golden mage robe. Okay, I'll walk through the gate next time. Yi, who knew his behavior was a bit rude, couldn't help but nodded slightly. Would you like something to drink? Although it is in the research room in this umbrella building, Wang Wei still has plenty of necessary things. A cup of cold and white, thank you. While talking, Master Yi unceremoniously sat directly on the side seat and looked at Wang Wei, who was slightly busy. Please. With that said, he handed Master Yi a cup of cool and boiled. Wang Wei Shundao soaked himself a cup of good hairy tips. Tell me, boss, what's the point of coming here this time? The sinking Wang Wei began to inquire to Master Yi. In this Marvel world, unless you can break the dimensional wall, or can be forceful enough to directly control time and space, timeline and other abilities, otherwise, you will always be a younger brother. There are countless people who are better than you. But what makes Wang Wei a little depressed is why so many characters in the universe are staring at this planet. What is good about this planet? Rub. It's nothing. It's just that you feel a little incomprehensible when looking at Odin's magic circuit. Just come and take a look. With a gentle sip, the Supreme Mage Gu, who was open in the cold, smiled and explained to Wang Wei. I can't understand it. I can't talk about it. After all, whether it is magic or sacred magic, or scientific energy. After all, it is inseparable from a few factors. Transmission lines, energy conversion, and energy release are several issues. If it is incomprehensible, it may just be that the power system of divine magic is not clear. Wang Wei, who shook his head slightly, directly stated the cause of the problem that he couldn't understand now. After all, Wang Wei had never seen the energy of this magical magic. Is there any superpower in the 108,000 magics of scientific magic? Yes, nothing else. There are hundreds of scientific magics that can destroy stars. The problem also appeared. None of these hundreds of thousands of star-killing science magics can be used by the current Wang Wei. There are several reasons for this. The price, and the lack of its own hardware. Odin's divine power is actually not a weird ability. If you explain it according to your scientific theory, it is probably equivalent to a sublimation of material from iron ore to iron nuggets, then from iron nuggets to refined iron, and finally from refined iron to iron essence. It's just a great compression of the energy. It has a supernatural power. It's just a power that people can't look up. Using easy-to-understand rhetoric, Master Gu Yi slowly explained it to Wang Wei. After this kind of explanation, Wang Wei also understood a little in his heart. Compression and sublimation of energy. If so, this magic puppet really deserves to be a treasure of the landlord's old treasure. Thanks for your advice. Sometimes, it is not clear, but in a dead end. After Gu Yi said that, Wang Wei also instantly understood how to deal with this magic puppet. Not a big problem. Let's study all the research. Then just start doing things. You're welcome. The Gu Yi mage who smiled slightly stood up and disappeared into this research laboratory again. The behaviors and tempers of these big men are more weird than one. With a slight curl of his mouth, Wang Wei started to move again. After completely dismembering this war magic puppet. Chapter 50. Hero, Tanya. 8 changes, seeking flowers tickets. A few days later, it was directly thrown to Shield. This kind of thing is also something of SHIELD, and there is a piece of research material that Wang Wei wrote casually. No mess. 2 months later. The Red Alert planet at this time has already changed a lot. The difference between Red Alert planet and Blue Star is that the proportion of water resources in Red Alert planet is much less than that of Blue Star. Only 60%, the rest is land. But the difference is that there are 13 continents on this Red Alert planet, and Wang Wei's Kahui forces have begun to gradually occupy a continental plate. Gong Yui controls the base. With the fall of time. At this point, Wang Wei was finally able to recruit from the barracks a hero he had been thinking about for a long time. Recruit Tanya. With Wang Wei's voice falling. Recruitment has also begun in this Gong Yui control base. Time is fast. The allied hero who has been placed on expectations by Wang Wei, has occupied 10 barracks of manufacturing power, and has a value of 100 million resource units. Tanya directly debuts. Oh, Commander. How are you? Looks pretty white. At this time, a blonde and blue-eyed Tanya wearing a tight-fitting field agent suit came to Wang Wei with a chuckle on her face. There was no trace of respect from the other soldiers. Directly facing Wang Wei is all kinds of molesting. Wang Wei's face turned black when he saw this scene. Very strong. Your sister Tanya deserves to be your sister Tanya. Repeatedly disobeyed allied command and dispatch. Mess up. Single-handedly hitting the battlefield directly is a piece of cake. Saying that Tanya is a female version of the US team is completely fine. Not only that, maybe the US team will be beaten by this Tanya. Welcome to you, Tanya. With a slight smile, Wang Wei greeted Tanya directly. Although Tanya's character is a bit hot, it is irrelevant. As long as it can increase Wang Wei's power, Xiaoxu's character is a problem. Wang Wei can still tolerate it. I don't know, what task is the commander going to arrange for me? Is it to rescue some engineer, or assassinate a general? Don't speak, fortunately, speak. Wang Wei's whole person is a little unwell. This Kortha is a fighter. Now, no, I need you to help me lead these soldiers. After all, I don't have time to lead. By the way, the two of them are assistants. While talking, Wang Wei pushed 2 customized female soldiers to Tanya's side. After speaking, Wang Wei left the control base directly. He wants to rush to the biochemical base, where the biochemical product Nemesis finally has a little eyebrow. Commander, what's wrong? Do you two know? Tanya, who just walked out of the barracks, is still not very clear about the situation of some of Wang Wei's Kahui forces. Perhaps, in Tanya's eyes, Wang Wei is just a lucky commander. Report to the general. The chief has his own affairs. We don't know. We will assist the chief to manage the Gong Yui base next. Talking about 2 customized female soldiers is wrong. These two custom female soldiers have been on the field for so long. It is impossible to have no name. The two sisters are also coincidental. They are both the same mother. Jiang Ya, Jiang Yu. Two very good names too. Really? Tell me what units the commander has. While talking, Tanya casually took out the two silver pistols from her waist and started playing with it. After all, no matter how good the military unit is in the hands of the commander, he will not be moved. Yes, General. Hearing Tanya's remarks, Jiang Ya directly reported to Tanya respectfully. While listening to Jiang Ya's report, Tanya felt like she was crazy. What appeared here is different from what I knew. Wait, you said that all of those Gongyui soldiers have abilities? Yes, General. You also said that after those vehicles were manufactured, they were all given life by the commander? Yes, General. You also said that everyone in those special teams has 2 suits of armor to hone their skills in the sky? Yes, General. Fuck, who is this crazy? Tanya is really confused. When did the technology tree of your common Huey camp develop like this? Are we still not a group? Still not allies? General, come with me. Looking at Tanya, whose spirit was hit hard, Jiang Ya was a little bit embarrassed and directly took Tanya to see the world. Boss. As soon as he set foot in this biochemical base, Wang Wei saw the ruddy face, some passionate base station in front of him. Bucky at this moment is far from before. That metal arm was also modified in many ways by these fellow engineers. Fighting power catches up with that Hulk. In addition, Bucky's physical fitness is many times stronger than before. To put it bluntly, Bucky is definitely able to press this old friend of the US team on the ground. Well, I will give you a task next. Please, boss. Bucky, who was directly arranged by Wang Wei to watch the gate on this biochemical island, was even more passionate. Look back, I'll take you back. I don't care what you do. Give me some villains or something. Form a force in your own hands. No matter what support you want, I will give it to you. But from then on, you and Umbrella will have no relationship with a penny. There will be no relationship with me. Do you understand? Wang Wei, who narrowed his eyes, looked at Bucky, who was a little excited in front of him.